Baby, η ζωή μου μαζί σου είναι ευλογημένη. Είναι στο σπίτι μου γυμνή και περιμένει. Εγώ και εσύ ποτέ δεν θα γίνουμε ξένοι, αφού όλα τα ξέρεις. Δεν θέλω να σου λέω πολλά, μεγάλωσα μες στη γειτόνια. Για σένα κάνω τόσα πολλά, για σένα πάω βάλω λεφτά. Το βλέμμα σου μου κάνει μαγικά, στη τσέπη μου έχω πάντα τα κλειδιά. Δεν πρέπει θες να κάνουμε παιδιά, θα κόβω όλα μέσα με βραδιά. Μες στα μάξι και είναι γάμο λέει την πόλη για τα φράκα σου παγώ ως θες. Τα θελίδια να τις πάρω να έχουν όλα τους επάνω πέτρες. Τον ωκεανό και εσύ σου και εσένα έτοιμο σου πάμε για κοπές. Κάνω για σένα ένα πλάνο, ξενύχτησα πάνω μου λίγο πριν πεθάνω. Τι ζήτησα, baby, μπες μες στα αεροπλάνο. Δεν κοίταξα όταν της είπα θα το κάνω, το ορκιστικά. Baby μου διώχνεις όλο το στρες, όταν μου λες πως μόνο εμένα θες. Πες μου απλά τι θες γάμα το χθες, γάμα το χθες. Μες στα μάξι και είναι γάμο λέει την πόλη για τα φράκα σου πάω ως θες. Τα θελίδια να τις πάρω να έχουν όλα τους επάνω πέτρες. Τον ωκεανό και εσύ σου και εσένα έτοιμο σου πάμε για κοπές. Μες στα μάξι και είναι γάμο λέει την πόλη για τα φράκα σου πάω ως θες. Τα θελίδια να τις πάρω να έχουν όλα τους επάνω πέτρες. Τον ωκεανό και εσύ σου και εσένα έτοιμο σου πάμε για κοπές. Κάνω για σένα ένα πλάνο, ξενύχτησα πάνω μου λίγο πριν πεθάνω. Τι ζήτησα, baby, μπες μες στα αεροπλάνο. Δεν κοίταξα όταν της είπα θα το κάνω, το ορκιστικά.
A little boy to me, I'll kiss you on your forehead, you a little boy. A little boy to me, I'll kiss you on your forehead, you a little boy.
Καλησπέρα σε όλο το chat, τι κάνουμε, πώς είμαστε, welcome to the fucking stream. Σήμερα
A
έχουμε
little boy to me, I'll kiss you on your forehead, you a little boy.
FNCS Globales Finals. Σήμερα μετράνε επί 1,5 τα points, πάμε να δούμε τι έχει να γίνει
A
σήμερα.
little boy to me, I'll
Αν
kiss
και
you on your
ξέρουμε τον
forehead, you a
νικητή
little
ήδη,
boy.
άμα δεν γίνει κάποιο γκριφ, αλλά it is what it is. Για 13.
A little
Τι
boy
στο
to me,
Μπούτσο
I'll kiss you
κάνεις
on your
πάλι, αδερφέ
forehead, you a
μου.
little boy.
Σε ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ για τα γκυφτάκια σου, μπρο. Κάθε stream, μαλάκα, ανοίγουμε, 5 gift sub. Στο λέω ξανά, τελευταία φορά. Αν συνεχίσεις να κάνεις, μετά, αν σταματήσεις, θα λέω τι στο Μπούτσο. Πού είναι η παράδοσή μας, αδερφέ. Σταμάτα τώρα που είναι γρήγορα. Σ' αγαπώ πολύ. Γεια μου, ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ, αδερφέ. Λοιπόν, καλησπέρα από Μόναχο. Καλησπέρα, Θωμά Τρίλιας. Τι κάνουμε. Τσάτ, σήμερα έχουμε φινάλες, όπως σας είπα. Και με τις φινάλες έχουμε να δούμε τον FNCS Global Championship, Champion βασικά, το 2024. Νομίζω πως ο νικητής έχει βγει για κάποιο λόγο. Εντάξει, αντικειμενικά. Ήδη. Τώρα μου πεις, Τσίλ, ποιος είναι ο νικητής. Το ξέρουμε όλοι τον νικητή. Κάποιος ο οποίος έκανε prove όλους τους haters wrong, θα πω εγώ.
Okay. Well, guess what? We can actually hear from Quezy, from ThomasHD.
Τσάπα θα κάτσουμε, μαλάκα.
Yeah, I've managed to wrangle a Quezy and a ThomasHD back here, fellas, and I'm keen to talk to you guys. Obviously, yesterday, Quezy, it was a great start to proceedings, second place right now. Did everything pan out as you expected? Anything different to what you...
Τσίλι είμαι τόσο καλό στο XDEF που έκανα σε ένα match showdown. Μαλάκα τι στο Μπούτσο. Τόσο καλός είσαι. Ζέλαξ, όχι, δεν τσιτάρει.
Obviously, mid-game as well, the fellas on the Jets were talking about end-game looked magnificent
Time.
yesterday, but mid-game...
Σήμερα δεν τα δέχομαι αυτά. Πάρ' το δεκάλεπτο. 40 λεπτά για το 7ο match. Ναι, σε 40 λεπτά ξεκινάει το 7ο match. Classic είναι αυτό, μάγκες. Ζάλο χαλαρά, μπρο. Γεια σου, ρε George, τι κάνουμε? Πού είσαι, ρε Χρήστικ? 6 μάτσες πάλι είναι, μάγκες, 6 μάτσες. Απλά σήμερα μετράει επί 1,5 το point system.
If third place is far enough, definitely. I love that. I love
Καλησπέρα, ρε Nerox.
Thomas, as well. I mean, this is. We all talk about this all the time about your history in this competition. You've been there second so many times now. We're all desperate, me included. I want you to get this FNCS win. What would it mean for you to actually take away a global championship first?
Κρατάνε και τα χθεσινά Tom X. Μακάρι να δούμε γκριφ στο Peterbot. Δες. Εγώ αντικειμενικά θα ήθελα πολύ, ρε φίλε, να δω να λαντάρει κάποιος στο Peterbot και να παίζουν, ρε φίλε, contest και να τον φάει ο Peterbot, ρε μπρο. Εκεί θα είναι unrealistic, άβρα.
Quezy, don't you get me excited like that, bro. They start landing on Peter by Pollo. I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna pass out like 6 times. Love is gonna have to come over, pick me back up. It's gonna be a crazy time. This duo, man, so excited to see them compete, to see the adjustments, because they may even have some secret strats lying in the weights.
Clix contest Peter, μπα, δεν νομίζω, ρε. Σου λέω, δεν θα πέσει κανείς πάνω στο Peterbot, δεν θα κρυφάνουν τα globals τους για αυτόν τον λόγο.
Εδώ, μάλακα. We did want to kind of take a moment to double back here. Meoi, Coyota, they're in your 10th place. An Asia team representing and in that top 10. That's what I love to see.
Huge there for the duo, right? Landing all the way up north. And honestly, the place that we kind of saw them mostly.
Διαφήμιση, μάγκες, σήμερα έβαλα λιγότερες διαφημίσεις. Φάση έβαλα όσες πιο λίγες γίνεται. Πείτε μου αν είναι λιγότερες σήμερα. Εγώ Peterbot, Ροζακέας.
He gave props to Coyota. He said, look, when we're fighting for that bunker, it's not straightforward. We're just going to roll these guys because they're an Asian team. No, Coyota can
Μάλακα Μπάσκλιν, και εγώ, ρε φίλε, δηλαδή δεν βάζω αυτές που είναι maximum διαφημίσεις, ρε φίλε. Βάζω αυτές που είναι normal, ξέρω εγώ. Σήμερα έβαλα αυτές που δεν είναι normal, είναι πολύ σπάνια διαφημίσεις.
And one of the most impressive things for me, and we actually saw, taking a look at some of those highlights right there, getting into the end game, 0 eliminations, right? If we kind of take a look at some of the competitions that happen on some of those smaller regions, those that kind of win FNCSs are placed very, very well. Usually,
άρχισαν σε 40 λεπτά, boys, σε 37 λεπτά βασικά. Οπότε έχετε ακόμα χρόνο. Κάντε like, όλοι subscribe. Πρέπει να το σπάσουμε πάλι σήμερα το στριμάκι, boys. Πρέπει να το σπάσουμε πάλι. Χθες το σπάσαμε τελείως. Όντως, έσπασε το μπουρδέλο. Σήμερα απλά πρέπει να χτυπήσουμε 1000 likes πριν την 1 ώρα stream. Αυτός είναι ο σκοπός. 1000 likes πριν την 1 ώρα stream. Αν γίνει αυτό, βαράμε 2,5 likes σίγουρα.
The meta evolves as the day, pans out, right? Quezy sort of mentioned it earlier. People freestyle, they figure things out as the games go by. So hopefully these guys can keep up with it.
Yeah, and I think it's an interesting point you bring up that obviously they're getting. It seems like they should have.
Θα έχει εξελιχθεί μετά, ανάλογα, γιατί έχουμε και το timer που υπάρχει. Οπότε άμα πάει timer, ναι, θα έχουμε εξελιχθεί.
Good enough, works for us. We wanted to also highlight Acorn and Cold for you, obviously, just. A powerhouse of a duo coming out of NA. And now, once again, we have to look at everything through the lens of the 1.5 times multiplier, right?
They played super well yesterday, and I got to give a big shout out to the early game, right? How they actually handled being contested. First and foremost, just taking the fight.
Αυτό μαλάκα εδώ πέρα, την γκριφ ήταν στο Peter που στο Bogio, bro.
And just always just so consistent, right? Levin, I got to give a shout out to you. Something that we talked about earlier yesterday was.
Πιστεύεις ο Peter που το χτυπάει 1000 points, ακούστε με, άμα μείνει uncontested και τελείως, μα τελείως ungriffed, δεν τον γκριφάνουνε δηλαδή, 1000 plus θα πω.
And to me, the obvious answer was just Acorn and Cold, right? Because they're a duo you can rely on, you can guarantee they're going to step up, going to perform. To what you said there about, 1.5x multiplier, Zeke, just now, recently in Major 3, day 1 of Grand Finals in NA wasn't the best day for them.
Θα κάνεις αύριο stream Ασία, όχι, θα ξεκινήσουμε από middle list αύριο, μαγκές. Ασία δεν μπορώ να παίξω.
I'm a massive Cold fan as well. I think he's probably the only player that you could say really has
Cramp,
matched
είπα
the
μετά
level,
από.
come close to the
Θα τους
level
απαντήσω μετά από
of
2-3 μέρες. Οπότε θα τους στείλω μήνυμα μετά από 2-3 μέρες. Π.χ. την Τρίτη που είμαι ελεύθερος, την Τρίτη και Πέμπτη θα στείλω μηνύματα στα παιδιά που νίξαν τον giveaway.
It's like that. So Cold's made it to 13 FNCS finals. That includes Invitational and Globals last year. He has only placed outside of top 7 one time.
Gosh.
One time. Are you kidding me? So he's gotten top 7 12 times throughout FNCS.
Like
That's why those type of predictions are made.
I love to hear it. I love to hear it. And what we would love to do is hear from Acorn. Adam Savage is standing by. Over to you.
Αυτό μου τις πάει με τα giveaways, ρε μαλάκα. Δηλαδή κερδίζει και μετά πρίζει τα αρχίδια. Ενώ τους είπα ξεκάθαρα, ξέρω εγώ, ότι θα σας στείλω μήνυμα μετά από 3-4 μέρες. Όταν είμαι ελεύθερος 100% να μου πείτε τα στοιχεία σας. Τι να πω, ρε μαλάκα. Λες και δεν θα το στείλω. Αυτό γάμισε τα μαλαγαζέλο. Το επόμενο giveaway, bro, στο ορκίζομαι στη μάνα μου, να ρε. Να μου πέσει το πουλί αν ξανακάνω giveaway για τους οποιοσδήποτε.
A little boy to me. I'll kiss you on your forehead. You a little boy.
Θα κάνω giveaway μόνο για members, μόνο για, ξέρω εγώ, donators, μόνο για αυτά. Bro, δεν υπάρχει να ξανακάνω giveaway για τους πάντες, ξέρω εγώ. Δεν υπάρχει αυτό το πράγμα, bro. Αλήθεια. Γιατί βγαίνουν νικητές, ξέρω εγώ, άτομα τα οποία λένε μπαίνουν στο stream σου, ρε τσίλε, απλά δεν μπαίνουν τελικά στο stream σου. Και τελικά δεν μπαίνουν ποτέ στο stream, ξέρω εγώ. Είναι άτομα τα οποία δεν τους έχω δει ποτέ να γράφουν. Εγώ θέλω ρε φίλε να κερδίσουν άτομα τα οποία ρε φίλε είναι στο community, εδώ πέρα γράφουν, μιλάνε, τσατάρουν, κουλουπού. Δηλαδή θα ήθελα να νικήσει, ξέρω εγώ. Τι να πω τώρα. Ο μόνος ο οποίος κέρδισε ρε φίλε και γράφει στο chat είναι ο Jersey. Κανείς άλλος. Όλοι εσείς, ναι, όλοι που είσαστε στο chat, ρε φίλε. Καλύτερα να κερδίσετε εσείς, ρε φίλε, που ξέρω ας πούμε το όνομα σας και την ύπαρξή σας, παρά να κερδίζει ο. Δεν ξέρω καν δηλαδή ποιο να πω. Ο Κωστάκης Gamer, ξέρω εγώ. Που δεν με έχει δει ποτέ στη ζωή του και έχει δει ένα βίντεο μου. Αυτό.
Your peers, all the other teams internationally, you and Cold lifting it high above your heads.
I mean, that's like one of my biggest goals. Like that, I think that's the only thing that's left in Fortnite for me is just a LAN win. So.
Well, there you go. You heard it from Acorn right there. Could Acorn and Cold go all the way? They have everything lined up. They're very close to that top spot. Will it happen? We'll wait and see. Back to Zeke and the gang.
I don't know if they got that on camera, but the moment that Acorn said, hey, we'll land on Peterbot, we'll land on Poyo.
Τσίλτος ένα top 5 για σήμερα. Peterbot, Poyo, Quezy, Thomas, Vico, Flixy, Clix, Veno, ελπίζω. Ποιος άλλος ρε μαλάκα.
But it's so interesting how Acorn sort of echoed a very similar sentiment to ThomasHD and Quezy, where it's like this is
Ηλία, ευχαριστούμε πολύ για τον ευρώ, φίλε.
and we are willing to do anything to make that
Α, και ο
happen.
Τρούλεξ, ναι, και ο Τρούλεξ ίσως.
Legacy riding on today for a lot of our historic players.
A little boy to me. I'll kiss you on your forehead. You a little boy.
CH1LLYS donated 0 ευρώ και 99 λεπτά through super chat.
Ραφαήλ Κουρτζίδης, ο Maximum το παράτησε. Ο νέος Maximum Top 10 νομίζω είναι ο. Πώς το λένε. Τον ξέχασα. Πώς λέγεται ρε μαλάκα. Ο Χατζάκος, μπράβο. Ο Χατζάκος. Οπότε είναι σαν να μην υπάρχει ότι έφυγε ο Maximum Top 10 ρε φίλε. Είναι. Άφησε τον κλόνο του.
With that being said, though, we were kind of curious to hear the players' thoughts on how they felt about each other. So take a listen.
This is the biggest tournament of the season.
100 players, 50 teams of 2, players all around the world. They all travel to one place to play on a stage in front of everyone.
One weekend, one map, the last one standing wins the game.
Τα είπαμε αυτά, αδερφέ, τα έχουμε ξαναδεί 150 φορές. Πάμε. New.
Esports here is crazy.
So the most consistent duo this year.
I mean, it's obvious.
Best duo in the world right now. I mean, placements speak for themselves.
They got second major 1, first major 2, first major 3.
And they won like a lot of duo cash cups, so.
Well, the first season in general, they were dominating.
Now they're looking really strong.
I don't think anyone put them that crazy.
Like 100% the most dominating team of everyone.
I mean, there's no one else more consistent.
A little boy to me. I'll kiss you on your forehead. You a little boy.
Ραφαήλ Κουρτζίδης donated 2 ευρώ και 49 λεπτά through super chat. Ο Maximum τα παράτησε. ρώτησε.
They're always just one step ahead of everybody.
I'll say Epic Will Moz press me.
Κάνε ζουγού, βαριόμαστε.
We just stopped playing with them last season.
Δεν υπάρχει περίπτωση να παίξω Zone Wars αυτή τη στιγμή ή να κάνω.
I think 7. It was impressive for me.
And then another team which is
Ναι, αλλά εμείς που σταθέρουμε και δεν μας απαντάς. Πάνικ, προσπαθώ να απαντήσω στις ερωτήσεις, ρε φίλε, τις οποίες. Όχι ερωτήσεις, στα comments τα οποία είναι comments, κατάλαβες. Τα βλέπω όλα, προσπαθώ να απαντήσω σε όλα. Αυτά που είναι ηλίθια δεν τα απαντάω, να πω την αλήθεια. Αν γράψεις ηλίθια πράγματα.
I think they can sneak in a top 3 here if they play their best.
So one person that I've been watching to like that I would really love to incorporate
as
my own is Seti and Cammy as a duo. Actually, every single one.
Cammy και Seti γιατί έπεσαν τόσο. Δεν έχω ιδέα, bro.
Strategy and new metas on their own. Basically, everyone watches their games to see like what they're doing, and then they can learn from what they do to implement it into their own game.
I say probably Acorn and Cold. I think Acorn, he has a really good understanding of the play style that I try to play as well. I think we both kind of do the same thing.
I want to see how he thinks about some situations.
And then Cold, I mean, he's just a good fighter.
Ο Πίτερ μοιάζει σαν μάγισσα, no joke. Δεν θα κλατσάρει ο Veno για ο Clix, ελπίζω ρε μαλάκες.
I think Srizi and Yapko, because Srizi can play with his duo. Also last year he couldn't play on the LAN.
Φίλοι, πιστεύεις ότι μέλλον θα αλλάξει το content σου. Εντάξει, δεν γίνεται όλα τα χρόνια αυτά να παίζουμε Fortnite μόνο, ρε φίλε. Μπορεί να κάνουμε κάτι άλλο, κατάλαβες, δεν ξέρουμε. Να δούμε.
Yeah, for me it's probably region with Dia, Janus Pixie, like all the Germans basically.
Honestly, all the OC boys, I hope they do good.
100%. All my friends, you know, Kanata, Paper. I've been helping them out on the side, just trying to see them do good. You know, when I thrive, all my boys to thrive too, type thing. So that's just how it be.
So obviously, you know, we've seen a little bit of the
confidence
come out of these players, but at the end of the day, you can really tell when we kind of sit them down and just ask them like, hey, what do you think? Like, there is so much respect for each other in the community, and you can just see just so many different testimonies of everyone just thinking the same thing. Like Acorn said.
Γενικά αυτός έχει παίρνει PC από ένα που κάνει custom PCs και μαλάκα είναι πάρα πολύ ωραία. The story.
Players from all around the world. None of these teams are going to be easy pushovers by any means.
I mean, I agree with you guys, and I think that's...
Oh, God. Here we go.
But I'm also a bit tired of these guys doing this whole humble gimmick. What's all this? Because I know if you ask them in private, they're telling you, I don't care about that. You know what I'm saying? But it's good to see, though, because I think you see a lot of respect. I think, especially within the regions, right? Because when you play against certain people so consistently over the years, you do just build that respect.
Μαλάκα, πω γαμώ το μουνί μου, bro. Τι είναι αυτό το PC, bro.
Let's take a look here at mid-match objectives. So we've kind of tossed around a few words, right? Things like forecast. What about Rift Island, right? We wanted to kind of break down how this really impacted the Global Championship.
Yeah, so for anybody that does not know, Forecast Tower's objectives that spawn around the map, you can instantly tell when you hop on that battle bus or when you're flying over it, if it has spawned or if it has not. And you're going to see that tower there. And it's a big thing to fight for because basically what allows these teams to see is one zone further than everybody else.
Πολύ mid PC, to be honest.
Of where they can actually rotate to.
Γενικά αυτοί κάνουν πολύ ωραία PC, ρε φίλε. Οπότε ό,τι custom και να τους ζητήσεις θα το κάνουν, ρε bro. Θα ήθελα και εγώ ένα custom PC από αυτούς.
That the mid-game objectives and how people play for them are having a big impact in how well people are doing, right? Of course, the forecast tower in particular is just such a crucial one, right? Being able to see into the future where people need to be positioned with zones.
Τα DM στο Insta τα βλέπεις όλα. Όσα μπορώ, αδερφέ, χωρίς μαλακίες, όσα μπορώ. 300 CPC, πω, please. Όντως κάφνω κάπου στα κάτι, είναι πολύ ψηλά γενικά. Αν το δικό μου που είναι τερματισμένο, ρε φίλε, κοστίζει 4 κάτι, αυτό θα κοστίζει άλλα 2 σίγουρα, plus 2-3, 4. 3 βασικά πιο πάνω.
I think easily the one that every single competitive player is going to instantly highlight is the ability to add, remove, change the scope to the one that you definitely prefer, right? We've been talking about Storm Surge pretty much exclusively throughout every single competition ever since it was ever implemented, right? It's very, very important. And having the scope that you prefer or one that you think is the best is always a big advantage.
Absolutely. I mean,
Klein mine, 590 τώρα.
Consistently again,
Not gonna
the team
lie.
that's in first place have had all of those things consistently, right? When I talked earlier about talking to Quezy about what do you have to do to work on to improve for tomorrow and have a chance.
Πιστεύεις,
to
Peter Bot,
yeah, I can do this, that, or the other. But how am I
να βαρέσει
supposed to be
20?
the guy that gets the forecast tower, a bunker, and upgrade his weapons, and he's playing for
Αν ρίξουν 20, πιστεύω πως είναι το ρεκόρ για τα globals.
It really is.
Πόσο είναι το ρεκόρ για τα globals, δεν ξέρω. Jersey, πάνε στο βίντεο, αδερφέ. Έχουμε ανεβάσει βίντεο με το PC ολόκληρο.
And some of that even revealed itself in Storm Surge, right? I was kind of curious to kind of discuss how Storm Surge kind of was impacting these players.
Yeah, exactly. So, obviously, the top 5 teams throughout the competition, you know, they've been doing very, very well throughout the day. And we were kind of trying to, you know, make some sort of a relation to how much damage they have actually taken from Storm Surge. Are they really
Δημήτρη, εκεί πάνε ρε φίλε, να φτάσουν 1000 points. Αν δεν φάνε grief. Αν φάνε grief, GG.
And then the rest of the teams in that top 5, 4 ticks, and 6 ticks, definitely not a lot.
Yeah, not much at all. I mean, if you're Coach Raz, he's looking at his 2 teams, Vico Flixie, Peter Poyer, going, those Storm Surge ticks, I've done my job. I have done my job. That's what he'll be thinking there.
Just an insane stat.
Right.
Crazy.
Yeah, both of these teams, you know, not like that means like.
Μαλάκα, αν το σκεφτούμε καλά, μαλάκα, ο Peter Bot είναι rich as fuck, τώρα που το σκέφτομαι.
Teams and being able to carry on what they did in day 1 into day 2. You look at a team like that.
Αυτόν τον χρόνο έχει βγει δεύτερος FNCS, πρώτος και πάει να βγει πρώτος και στα global,
They're gonna keep doing well.
Πω γαμώ το στόμα του, μπρο. Πώς είναι αυτά? Και τα λεφτά που παίρνει από την Exceed. Μάνα.
Are there quick ways to kind of deal with this? Is it a Monarch pistol, right? Is it a shotgun? Is it just, let's find a box, let's go for the fight? What do you think?
I mean, it's going to be preparation. As soon as you kind of fall behind on Storm Surge, the rest of the game is pretty much over. Like, we see teams always try to come back, right? Try to regather their resources and everything after that, but it's a constant battle because once you're below, you're pretty much below for the rest of the game.
Αυτό μαλάκα και εγώ αν ήμουν ο Peter Bot, ρε φίλε, θα έδινα 100 χιλιάρικα για να φτιάξω τη μούρη μου, να κάνω ένα χειρουργείο στη μύτη μου, να βάλω δόντια. Αυτά βασικά. Και μετά λίγο γυμναστήριο.
A lot of the players, when you talk to them, have been struggling with 6-zone rotations. It's one of the most difficult zones to navigate through. But when you actually look at the zones and you look at where all the top 5 teams have been landing, even though they're all over, you know, they're not having problems.
Γιατί γελάτε ρε μαλάκες? Όντως αυτό θα έκανα αν ήμουν ο Peter Bot. Έλα Λεχιάνο, τι κάνουμε? Jim, αυτό ήθελα να πω, μπρο, και γυμναστήριο. Και τσιλάρουμε.
Clix and Veno right now. I saw that Veno made a little bit of a social post that was mentioning like, man, I really wish we could pull some zones, right? So that's kind of
Γιατί δεν έχεις δόντια.
when it comes to that. But the biggest stat that kind of stuck out to me in particular with Clix and Veno is that they actually led duos in damage dealt in the first 3 zones, right? So that's an amazing stat right there. They're starting the early game very, very cleanly, which is actually impressive because as we know, just 2-3 days ago, they found out they were actually going to be contested. The fact that their early game is still going well in terms of damage is super impressive. But maybe that's kind of the point where, you know, start to get claimed, those other positions, you know, right? Rift Island, the weapons of like Peterbot, all of these attachments that get added onto weapons, then they start coming to play, and maybe that's where they're kind of falling behind.
Absolutely. I think from talking to Veno, I think that comes from their individual brilliance rather than having a consistent game plan, right? I think they are still trying to figure things out in terms of splitting that POI with Resigns and
damage ο ThomasHD.
Get out and get enough damage and be able to play through these games out. I think they're still figuring that out, but the fact that they're still so high on damage just shows how great they are individually as players.
In that situation, though, do we just say, like, day 2, 1.5s, we're just going to fight you? Like, what do we have to lose, right? What do we have to lose?
So do you know what the problem with that is, Zeke, unfortunately? As soon as they start fighting, right, Clix gets knocked in the feed, or Veno gets knocked in the feed. Peter Bot and Poyo
coming
flying over quickly, right? And so you're in a tough spot there where even if it isn't Peter Bot and Poyo, right? Giras and Chari, who land nearby, the Polish duo, they see those guys fighting. Again, they're going to be on that hill nearby.
Dicky's Arena, ωραίο name, όντως.
Man, crazy stuff. I want to talk more, but I know what you guys want. It is to meet these players. So Dicky's Arena,
όντως, Μαρία.
welcome to the first 10 duos.
Άιντε μάλακες.
Yeah.
to start day 2 with a bang.
Let's give it up for Andalex and Sato. The first prod are going to have to dig in deep today. And let's hope that they find that last-minute strength to succeed, just as they did in Major number 2.
Everybody make some noise for Baka and
Όντως γεμάτο το αρένα, Πού πάει με το γυαλί ο μαλάκας, ρε.
Heating up in game number 6. The real question is, can they keep up what they started?
Walking in now, you got Job and Michael. It's been a tough day 1. What have they learned and how have they evolved?
Hold on, it's CCB and Nathan. We know they're known for their consistency, but who would have called them being just inside the top 10 after day number 1? Now, let's see what they can do.
One more time, it's going to be the double T's, Trashy and Threats. They knew it wouldn't be easy, but the top 10, it's so within their reach.
Coming in hot is Scroll and Sky, the Danish duo that have had their biggest task in front of them right now after closing day 1 right inside of the middle of the pack.
Δες εδώ ένα μπόμπιρα.
They know it's time to pick up the pace. They've got 6 more games to make it happen. Let's get after it, Kadu and Sion.
Άντε, Μπραζιλέρο.
It's none other than Booga and Aviv. 2 out of their 6 performances were stellar. And if they can find that groove again, we can definitely see them up at the top.
Είναι παιδί με ειδικές ατάκες μάλλον.
I think that's probably my second favorite part of the show is bringing out the players. The first will be when we lift the trophy. But to just hear the crowd, to see kind of the players in that moment really take in, man, there's a crowd where
W Booga που τον έβγαλε, bro.
Go. A duo that didn't budge an inch. Baka and Bars. So locked in right now. It looks like they've got their eyes on the prize.
Very consistent duo out of NA. I think a lot of people had high hopes for this duo, even including them into the top 10, just because of how consistent they are. Often, it's like, oh, they're the NA Cammy and City. They just play so passive, always playing for the placement. But right now, 11 kind of this.
Ο Cold είναι άρρωστος, έκανε με τους.
23rd.
Absolutely. I think part of why maybe things have gone a bit awry for them so far is, as we've seen with a lot of teams, I think a lot of the mid-game strategies people had prepared, the lobby just looks so different, I think, to what people expected, right? We've seen that effect with a couple other teams as well. Quezy talked about it when we interviewed him earlier, right? There was a lot of freestyling that had to be done. Hopefully, these guys have been able to use that experience from day 1 and cook up something a lot more consistent today.
Για να το τι λες. Καλά, ναι, μαλάκα σκύβουνε χάμισε τα bro, είναι λες και είναι γίγαντας. Ο μπάσταρδος. Τι ύψος έχει ρε μαλάκα αυτός. Πρέπει να είναι 2 plus 2 μέτρα είναι. Ή είναι πάρα πολύ κοντή οι άλλοι.
I think Booga and Aviv can work with that for sure, right? I mean, like you mentioned, it's really, really hard to count Booga out. Honestly, he has survived in Fortnite competitive for so long because of how smart he is, because of how much experience he has. Well, now I gotta say, Levin, it's time to put that experience, that knowledge to test. Day 2, can the comeback happen?
Yeah, and there's so many people here that love him and are
rooting
for him. And
έχει 2 άτομα, έχει 2-3 άτομα, Χόλα να ξέρεις.
For the people, that's what we want to see. But for the people, we will now bring out the next 10 duos.
Πιο γρήγορα, Let's go, baby. Είναι 6.8, οπότε 2.7 μέτρα. Γιατί δεν παίζει μπάσκετ αυτός μπρο και καστάρει Fortnite, αλήθεια.
Let's give it up for Chap and Teeny. After winning game 1, they've already proven that they are championship caliber. However, it was just the start of their journey.
Μάγκης, είναι playback.
ladies and gentlemen, they began surging up the rankings here in
Μαλάκα το NPC ο Τσάπ ήταν ακριβώς το ίδιο, bro.
competition. Has to continue to go that way for them.
It's been a lot of growing pains for Denath and Tinka, but you can't count Oceania out. It's a new day, and it can always be a fresh start.
It's none other than Quezy.
Yeah, Holas, let's go, baby.
Deep today to make the community proud. This duo has shown that they can win fights, but now they need the placements.
Si se puede, Clone and Kramsu. Their next move is hopefully going way up on that leaderboard.
It's double trouble. We have Reet and Ritual. Closing the day out in 25th was tough, but now with the 1.5x multiplier, can Reet and Ritual find the strength to pop off?
Έκλαιγε ο Reed.
Massive welcome back to Reason and Mateo. Can they crack into the top 10 for day number 2?
Batman, Booga, and Rapid are in the building. Everyone is wondering, how is this team going to adjust? And can they actually prove that they're one of the best on NA? Never gets old. Never gets old. Love to have these players walk in and just kind of again feel that energy from the crowd.
Στεφ Κασέλ, σε 15 χρόνια μπορεί να μην ζεις, αδερφέ. Μπορεί να έχεις πεθάνει. Σκέψου και αυτό.
Let's take a moment here to highlight some NA West teams. Kelly, well, sorry about that. Reet and Ritual, very excited to see this duo. And again, I'm just going to continue to frame everything through that same exact lens, 1.5 times multiplier. What can we expect from the duo coming into the competition for day 2?
Something that we touched on a little bit earlier, Levin, right? The fight that's going on all the way up north between Reet and Ritual, Coyoto. And honestly, I think the biggest thing there for me is that fight happening over that bunker. There's been so many teams. Every single time we go up there and take a look at one of those teams, there's like 4 other arrows just surrounding the area. So I think it's honestly just brought way too much attention to that area of the map. Maybe they'll have to switch it up today.
I mean, I think we are seeing that, right? Where teams are...
Σατάρα, είμαστε μισή ώρα in και έχουμε 532 likes. Πρέπει να φτάσουμε 1000 likes πριν χτυπήσει η 1 ώρα, bro. Η 1 ώρα stream. Κάντε όλοι like όσοι δεν έχετε κάνει αυτή τη στιγμή να φτάσουμε 650 likes right now, baby.
Do the Asian players just hate us? Like, why do they all come into our bunker? Oh my goodness. But look, if you expect anyone to be able to deal with that pressure, especially when it comes to fighting, you'd think Reet and Ritual can do it.
Absolutely, and once again, from one Booga to the other, Batman, Booga, Rapid, these guys...
Σήμερα θα έχει delay, λίγα 8 θα αρχίσει, νομίζω και εγώ το ίδιο.
At some capacity, the crowd's gonna go wild. But to see Batman, Booga, and Rapid perform here today, they've got the crowd behind them. What do they have to do to kind of put those pieces together?
Talk to Batman, Booga.
Ο άλλος έχει βγάλει φωτοτυπία το drop map, Nice.
Maybe look towards the south, towards that bunker down there that I think Swizzy and Yapko have been getting.
I think it has to be that, right? New solutions to get early damage going into the mid game.
That's right, that's right. Well, you know what time it is.
Ακραίο.
It's time to bring in the next 10 duos.
Ωραία, τουλάχιστον τώρα δεν κάνουν πολύ γιαπ. Το μπλε.
No matter the odds, Quezy and Yapko are ready to run it back, but they'll need more victory royales if they want to get the job done.
The pride of the Middle East, Adapter and FKS. Game 1 was the round that determined the pace for this team, but then they lost the steam. Can the Middle Eastern pride make a big comeback today?
Hello again to TrueLegs and Chicho. The foundation is there, but they've got to build up if they want to reach a global championship.
Forward, give it up for K-Shuttle and Keiki. If this team can make it past the mid-game, we expect huge things. However, we all know it won't be easy.
They've had a day to work on their chemistry, but regardless of the outcome, Chiefs and Chris, you've got the hearts of champions.
Let's put your hands together for Huddy and Kovacs. This team was contested on day number 1, and at perfect day. They came in sweeping through the competition.
Dukes and Spinks found their footing in day number 1, and maintaining their consistency will be a big step in the right direction.
Τι είναι αυτός ρε μαλάκα, τι είναι αυτός αλήθεια. Δεν μπορώ να τον βλέπω αυτό το Dukes, bro. Άσε χόλα, άσε.
After taking the night to review, Aspect and Quezy have hopefully developed their strategy to turn the tides back in their favor.
It's your boys, Acorn and Cold. They had a spectacular day 1 performance, placing in the race for a trophy finish. But let's see if they can close out strong now.
Ο Cold φαίνεται δεν είναι καλά. Κάτι είπαν κιόλας.
Let's go, and fans are still cheering for Acorn and Cold. I wanted to take a nomination here. We kind of referenced this damage, top 5 damage out of yesterday's performance. We got to look at Trulex and Chicho.
That's strong now.
Cold was going with.
Τι είπε.
Cold's out strong now.
Cold was going with.
Τι, δεν καταλαβαίνω τι λέει.
So, I expect to see these guys continue their dominance today.
Kind of known for doing those giant towers that put them above the rest of the lobby. An interesting stat there to kind of point out is that they're actually the only duo in the top 5 with 0 time spent on the higher ground as it pertains to the end game, right? So in that middle game, they're all the way up there. Come down to the end game, they're going for the low ground.
Wow, crazy stuff. And of course, don't worry, crowd. We'll talk about Acorn and Cold, of course. Fan favorites here without a doubt. And again, you can just tell in their face, they are so locked in. They know what needs to be done. Now they just have to pull it off.
I need to see more people in the crowd hitting the cold celebration. I need more of the cold celebration. I mean, look, we know what these two can do. They've contested us former Alex and Sato. It went pretty well for them. I mean, they've historically done well when contested as well in the past. So I just expect them to do more of the same. Acorn talked about, again, pushing the bucket a bit, right? Going even harder today and making use of the 1.5x multiplier. I'm super excited to see what they do.
Such a consistent team. Cold is used to putting up big elimination games. Is there anything that I had in terms of requests for day number 2 out of this duo? It's gonna be Cold. One of those games, 10 plus eliminations. Let me see one of those pop balls.
That's right. They said they're a day 2 team. So Acorn, I'm gonna hold you to that. With that being said, though, let's bring
Όντως ο Cold είναι λίγο χάλια. Σατάρα, πάμε λίγο να κάνουμε λίγο push τα subs και τα like, subscribe και like όλοι, let's go!
But Quezy and ThomasHD have only one goal in mind, and that is to break the curse.
Put your hands together for Coyota and Meoi. This Asian powerhouse has their work cut out for them today, as they have proven to be the best team in Asia for day number 1.
Experience gain is never a loss.
Peterbot, hola.
Let's see what Shadow and Virgo have in store and what they've learned since day number 1.
Here's and Shari, everyone, after an 18th place finish. We'll just have to see what this team can do, as they have a bit of a way to go here in day number 2.
Ο καλύτερος παίκτης είναι ρε.
We know that they're entering from the final hour, but Visuals and Braids may still have some tricks up their sleeve here in day 2.
Agers and Rise, after being surprise contested, this duo still managed to find their stride and close out with an impressive 11th place finish. What can they do next?
We know they've been hitting the VODs and looking to review, but now it's time. Janice and Pixie, they're ready for the fresh start, but can they break through?
Okay, Janice.
Coming in hot, it's Ed and Persa. The Brazilian fans will need to come together for this duo, because they're going to need your energy.
here to show that they can hold their own on the global stage.
It's Peter Bot, it's Boyo, make some noise for work. There's nothing much to say for these kings of NA, other than they might just prove to
Let's
the
go,
world
Peter.
that they're the strongest team here.
Προχωράκι, έτσι πάντα πω, σαν πιγκουίνος.
Man, I feel like the Decisive Arena was not making nearly enough noise there for Peter Bot and Poyo. I'm a little bit disappointed by you, crowd, just like a little bit. They're still waking up. It's fine. It's fine. You're still with Peter Bot, Poyo. They'll get there. They'll get there. Maybe with the last 10. Maybe with the last 10. Man, ThomasHD and Quezy, though. We kind of talked about them in the start of the show. I want to talk more about
crowd.
them. With them now being super locked in.
Look how locked in. Look how locked in they look. Look at Quezy. You know, there's a 4-letter word to describe what that is. You know. A-U-R-A. Aura. Straight aura right there. Look, he said all that needs to be.
Ο Quezy έχει τα ίδια πράγματα με εμένα, ρε. What?
I want to see them deliver, man. Quezy's come close in the past. Thomas has come very close many a times. I want to see them get the job done today.
Όχι.
Yeah, Levin, you mentioned
Ναι, είναι τα
right?
rab.
They did mention what
Αυτά που
they
είναι...
need to do
Ναι,
today,
okay.
and I think the quote went a little something like, what? Get height?
Don't die.
You guys are tripping me out here. All right, crowd, let's hear it for Peter Bot and Poyo. There it is. The duo in first place, looking to hold on to that lead, but can they do it? This is a new day. Anything can happen. And again, 1.5 times.
A lot of pressure. I would say a lot of pressure has to be on the shoulders of both of these players right now. Such a big lead. Game and number
G-Pro Wireless, Superlight και Apex Pro, Okay, taking notes.
Nervous at all? I've got no idea. I would be nervous.
I don't think they're feeling any nerves.
Okay.
I'll be honest. I think it's like when you're Peter Bot and you talk as much as you do, but you're seeing the results come through. It's like, why be nervous? Like I'm saying I'm the best. I believe I'm the best, and the results show I'm the best. So why would I be nervous?
Can't argue with that.
Can't argue with that. Well, crowd, we've only got 10 duos left, so you need to make some serious noise for our last duos.
Everybody give it up because Vico and Clixy are back again. They had a good performance in day one, but now it's time to be great.
Here's the Asian powerhouse of Zaku and Shalom. The global stage pressure is truly showing that anything can happen. Will they be able to make a comeback today?
Τελευταία είναι αυτή,
Bryce and Bolt are back. Lucky number 7 to close out day number 1, but they're still aiming for the top.
Όπο.
They're back. Malibu Gamer Stash, after being contested, they have their work cut out for them off the drop. They'll just have to see and wait what they can do.
Another day, another opportunity for Cal and Hamad. Let's see how they adapt and overcome.
Let's welcome Paper and Victor V. The fans know him, the community loves him, but they need to step up.
Αδερφέ, δεν βλέπουμε.
Finish here today.
Τον κουβαλάει ο μικρός, ρε.
Still here, ready to make Brazil proud. King and Phaser. They'll have to fight their way back into the conversation, but they're ready.
Τον κουβαλάει ο μικρός, ρε. Όπως και στο game.
Succeed today.
It's been a rocky start here for Cammy and Seti, but the Polish powerhouse are due for a comeback. Can they make it happen?
Let's give it up for Clix and Veno. Meditation, preparation,
Clix and Veno. Let's go, Clix. W Clix, mate.
Can you push it now?
W fucking Clix, mate.
That is the kind of audience reaction I want, and that is what I hope we continue to just do that for the rest of the day. Shout outs there to Clix and Veno at the very end. Hanging out with Max from Make-A-Wish. We got to hang out with JP and Max. Excited and thankful that they could hang out with us. Now, we got to start things off. We saw Sammy. I always did it.
He did it.
I did it to myself.
Oh, man.
Seti, Cammy. I'm sorry, I just mix up letters in my head. Seti and Cammy, very excited. Much kind of like all these other dudes we talk about day 2 team, right? We can never count these guys out invitational winners. And now, what are they looking to do?
They were the team that I felt probably had the biggest effect of what I took.
What the fuck? Κάτι του έχουν βάλει εδώ πέρα, ξέρετε, ένα tape μαύρο.
They were in a surge base, they had another surge base in Canada Cooper near them, they had Ryzen Ages near them.
Για κανένα sponsor, αλλά γιατί?
Sort of warded those teams off, so all of a sudden Cammy and sitting there going, hello? Like, where is everybody, right? Nobody's here anymore. And had a big effect on how they played in the mid game, so hopefully they've cooked something up overnight.
Yeah, we had
Σκέφτομαι ποια χωριά μπορεί να είναι, ρε bro.
Right, so a lot of those southern teams actually like to sit in the storm.
Για να δούμε λίγο, GG.
There, right? Them being unpredictable in terms of being there kind of messes up that rotations for a lot of the teams that are to the south.
Difficult situation to say the least. Finally, Clix and Veno kind of rounding out our duos here once again. They've been hot and cold, right? And they've kind of been put into these situations where they've been in these shambles situations.
Still series, coin market cap,
go back to the drawing board.
Wine line
in day 2.
The drawing board, I'm happy that you kind of
Winline
brought that up, Zeke, because if there was anybody that was hitting the VODs, hitting the replays, looking for something to exploit, it's the guy right there on your screen. Veno was looking for something. Levin, did he find it?
I mean, I hope he did. I hope he did. I mean, you guys are going to have to show him some more luck. Can we make some more noise for Veno? There we go. There we go. Look. These two, it's been a tough sort of tournament for them because coming in, they were the favorites for a lot of people, and understandably, things look so clear-cut for them. The switch up and being contested makes things awkward, and so hopefully now they've sort of got more of an idea of how they need to play with the loot they have and the time.
Ήρθε και ο νεκρός ο Green. Έλα, έσκασα πάλι, bro.
Yeah, no, I mean, crowd, you guys absolutely.
Αν πας στο Twitter, του κάνει στην πάνω φώτο φαίνεται το sponsor.
He's locked in. He's here on a mission. And now they just have to execute their plan. We're getting closer and closer to kicking off day number 2. As we kind of prepare ourselves, is there maybe something you guys are hoping to see here in game number 1? Is it some crazy strategy? Is it let's just all
πες να μην την έχουν πια γι' αυτό.
try and shut them down. Let's have a normal game for once. What is it?
Ναι, παίζει απλά να μην την έχουν απλά.
I want to see throughout these 6 games in general. I just want to see some good Fortnite, right? There were moments yesterday. I think one of the biggest ones that everybody's kind of been pointing out is the Swizzy 1v2. Heck it, let's have 1v2 in every single one of the games today, right? Keep those end games spicy.
I mean, me personally, I ain't praying on their downfall or nothing, right?
Okay, but
it would be nice for Peterborough and Poyo to have a slower start so we could have more of a competition. I'd like to see it be close by game 12.
Okay, all right. I think that's fair. I'll just rewrite the script super quickly before we do that. But Fortnite fam, that time. Game number 7 is prepared for us. So let's send it on up to Monster D-Face and the best taco to take a sip.
Ξεκινάνε κατευθείαν, μαγκές.
We gotta go ahead and adjust that bad boy for day 2.
Let's go, ρε μαλάκα.
6 more games here.
Yeah, and exactly, and I mean, I know it's really easy to get caught up in that point disparity that Peter, Bot, and Poyo have established, but again, the 1.5 times multiplier makes anything possible, and we've already heard a couple of pretty popular duos, some strong teams say that they're ready to challenge here in match 7.
Let's go, κατευθείαν, baby.
Number 7 is here. Day 2.
Ω, καβλώνω, bro. Πού είναι γρήγορα.
This is what it is all about. Who will have the start of the career really start of their day go the way that they expect it to, as Quezy and Thomas are going to be the first to touch down. We already had the chance to interview this team as well, right? Start to get a feel for what's in store for them. And you can tell there's other players kind of in this vicinity. However, they have the drop fully to themselves. But it's not the same for teams like Malabuka here.
Exactly. Restored Reels has definitely been a pretty popular hot contest here between Malabuka, Mustache, and the Power Boys from Oceania, Alex and Worthy. Worthy, though, managing to find a shield potion off rip, could definitely bode fairly well. And surprisingly calm start for both of these teams. They've got enough distance between them that they'll both have an opportunity here to loot things out and see how that next engagement really goes.
Much different than what we saw in days previous. Meanwhile, Peterbot and Boyo also seems like there's a little bit of a different strategy going down here. Yesterday, Peterbot and Boyo would have already probably had 2 eliminations come the drop here. However, they are still at 0, but jumping on over to that conversation of Malabuka and Mustache, game 1 jitters, more like game 7. However, things are off to a fast start for Power Alex and Power Worthy. They get the tags and they find more onto Malabuka. Already, it's looking excellent for the Team Power Boys.
Alex trying to do what he can, trying to scramble up behind Malabuka. Malabuka managed to throw down a couple of metal walls just in the nick of time.
GG. GG. Μερσάχ Malabuka out. Πόπο μαλάκα. Βαρύ. Βαρύ.
Australia continuing to step up now. That's exactly what we want to see.
Χάτι και Kovacs.
But for Kovacs and Huddy, the most surprising, I think, of all the duels that appeared inside of the top 10, given that they had a perfect day 1 minus a single early game elimination. We'll catch back up with them as CH1LLYS and KK have to make their region proud. All of the Brazilian fans are rooting for any of their teams to step up here. Can they win this first fight?
All Chiefs and Chris are trying to do is just fight back. His shoulder eats more damage than what he was bargaining for. Chris now next to Chiefs, they're going to find that first knock. Kishota is down. And unfortunately for them, Keiki goes with him.
Very, very tough angle to peek there, given he ran out of real estate.
Τσατάρα θέλω κάνετε όλοι like όσοι δεν έχουμε κάνει και subscribe πολύ καινούργοι, έτσι. Στόχος του σημερινού stream 81-300 τουλάχιστον. Και θέλουμε άλλα 150 sub για αυτό το πράγμα. Subscribe όλοι. Επίσης ανεβαίνει και η ώρα, έτσι. Και κάντε και like να φτάσουμε 1000 likes, μάγκες. Χτυπάμε μια ώρα stream, boys, και δεν έχουμε χτυπήσει 1000 likes.
Ryze and Yuma actually going to opt to disengage for the time being.
Acorn and Cold, what? Πέθανε βασικά. Σκότωσαν λογικά. Antilex, okay. Good for them, good for them, baby. Δεν σκότωσαν, what? Πού είναι ο Antilex? Δεν είναι εκεί, αδερφέ.
Very, very strong duos coming out of Asia right now, and they have demanded and earned their respect. But jumping back into things here at the beachhead, Cold and Acorn are coming in, right? They obviously have their heads set straight, right? They had a great performance day 1. Finding their stride here is going to be super important, given that, I mean, there are those external pressures, right? Teams playing off the cuff.
Έχασα τίποτα? Όχι, μαγκές. Τώρα ξεκίνησαν. Πρώτο game είναι γενικά. Άντε να μαζευτείτε όλοι οι μαλάκες. Να μαζευτούμε, γιατί σήμερα θα δούμε τον κύριο Πέτρο να σηκώνει το παγκόσμιο.
To that familiarity of once before that took place in day 1. Kovacs, though, Huddy, still trying to ensure that they can try and maintain their position at the top of the leaderboard, and they're going to have to fight their way through Scroll and Sky, just getting held here on the edge of Rebel's Roost.
Yeah, all things considering right now, Scroll and Sky were winning this engagement, given that Kovacs does not have heals to work with, but
Clix this fight.
And Clix in a very important fight, a quick rotate, a swift one.
Nice.
To find Crisp and Cheeks here.
Let's go, baby.
Let's go, Veno Clix. Look for a new method of approach. The real question that remains now is Cheeks, Crisp, how are they going to manage to actually deal with this sort of early pressure? Because, again, the small surprises, the little bits of bamboozlement, that's all it takes in a split second for everything to go south.
Scroll and Sky moving back to the Rebels' Roost after pushing out Huddy and Kovacs there. So it does seem like both teams are going to be content with the exchanges between their sides, but Jumping over to Bolts and Bryce, a very clear forecast tower play in motion right now.
Look, I know Vico and Flixie like to think that this is their forecast tower, but these exchanges right now from the peaks of these surge bases
Chaps goes to the worthy.
believe that Bolts, Bryce, they
Βάλε
want
μας
to
εκεί
just
πέρα,
keep
ναι.
this one all to
Freak.
themselves. Their drop at Dumpelhasen just gives them so much more of an advantage for tracking quicker.
Τι φάει να
This
πάρω.
forecast tower, getting that set up online.
Καμιά πίτα ρε μπρο, ξέρω εγώ.
Preview though of what Chaputini have been dealing with, and it's actually Oshi, but Worthy unfortunately not going to be able to stand tall this time.
Very tough team
Αυτοί πρέπει να πεθάνουνε.
Chaputini, who won game number 1 clearly.
Δεν μπορώ να τους βλέπω.
They have a stride about them that has been shown here this weekend. Match 7 now, starting off in almost similar fashion. It seems like while everyone's trying to get their bearings, they start a bit ahead, but keeping that momentum is going to be one of question here today with this European duo. And, you know, overall still within the top 20 is impressive to say the least. 1.5x multiplier, right? Every elim means a lot more. Placement points are going to weigh even heavier as things start to add up. But let's jump in with Sphinx and Dukes here, who are trading tags, it seems like, trying to farm some kind of damage here in the early game across what might be Acorn and Cold.
Right now, Sphinx and Dukes, they're just taking full advantage of applying a little bit of pressure onto the teams.
Το ξέρω ρε Μάγκης, δεν βλέπετε, ηρεμήστε. Το φτιάξα. Chill. Chill.
And turbo aggress. They've got that flaming boost hoop right next to them, and Sphinx just seems to be prioritizing exclusively the surge tag damage threshold control.
How impressive of Swizzy and Yapko to survive the drop. Trashy threats, Peter Bot Boyo. A lot of action down at the raft. So
Ρε αδερφέ, μπορείς να ματήσεις τον Peter Bot, σε παρακαλώ. Πρίο, ευχαριστούμε για τα 2,5 ευρώ, bro. Thank you. Love, love, love.
Somewhat north here to try to make the best of their strategy, but look at what happened. It's kind of causing this very congested area here. Ultimately, when the storm surge turns on, most of these teams that have created these new adjustments will end up clashing in circumstances.
And well, that's the thing, because teams can review, teams can try to make
Warrior
those
attacking late night,
implement new strategies, but how much of it is actually going to be structured around what you were engaging with in day one, as opposed to the other adjustments that similar teams, similar mindsets, everybody is looking to try and change things up here.
A little boy to me, I'll kiss you on your forehead, you a little boy.
Πριό 74 donated 2 ευρώ και 49 λεπτά through super chat.
But couldn't confirm their elimination, so their damage must be ranking up nicely. Meanwhile, Vico and Flixie have a bit
Flixie και Vico πήγανε στο τέτοιο, στο position του weather. Okay.
The card is in the hands of Bryce and Bolt, whom are just outside of it. So if they want to activate it, they will have to fight their way through this duo.
At the same time, though, Clone and Kramzu might be enough of a distraction factor. Bolt and Bryce are going to look to retreat.
6 ευρώ, Zen. Και είναι το πρώτο... Zen, το πρώτο σου donate είναι, bro. Το ξέρεις. Το πρώτο σου donate είναι αυτό, αρχίδι.
Quezy, slight surge base on a hill just outside of Breakfast Railways, but more importantly still, ThomasHD, he was on fire all day yesterday, especially with that Monarch pistol.
And we saw moments where he was clutching up perfectly timed there, back-to-back tags. This is the highlight. You were just talking about Taco. I mean, ThomasHD is a sniper with anything in his hands that does big damage.
If it's got a scope, then ThomasHD is going to be an absolute fiend with that weapon, but another one of our teams, big fan favorites here, of course, but also just knowing that they need to try and develop some form of a new strategy. Even bumped into Aviv in the elevator earlier on today here, MDF, and asked him, hey, we looking at the comeback? And he's like, well, I hope so. And it could start here. They've already got one elimination onto Donat that's just...
Γιατί φοβούνται να παίξουν fight, bro. Είναι δύο. Άντε ρε μαλάκες. Στα μούτρα του.
They struggled a decent bit with their surge damage, so this could be a big opportunity if they're able to pinpoint where Tika is at. And they don't look like they want to let him go.
I'm looking at the map though. There's a team moving in very
A little boy to me. I'll kiss you on your forehead. You a little boy.
Other
opinions.
Zen donated 5 ευρώ και 99 λεπτά through Super Chat.
Who have now started sliding their way towards the Doom's courtyard. So anything really can happen. It'd be wise for Bugha and Aviv to possibly make a move now, but of course.
Αυτός ο T1 Μίκαελ, μαλάκα, όντως είναι στην T1. Απίστευτο.
But Job and Michael need to be careful with the way that they're crouch walking around that rooftop. Doom's courtyard sitting at a slightly lower elevation than some of the POIs surrounding it. And there's a high possibility
Μαλάκα, δείξε Πέτρο, bro.
happens to be looking around, see some freebie opened up shots. Players not protected from behind because they're too fixated on trying to get this surprise opportunity onto Aviv and Bugha.
There's Coyota, Meoi, Kovacs, and Huddy. A lot of teams looking to set up an ambush at the moment. Gotta love this strategy here. We haven't seen too many big plays coming out the bush just yet, but doesn't mean even a top-tier professional won't get caught off guard, given that we've seen anything happen here on the desk. But there's just no foot traffic here, given that the zone is pretty far north, it seems, north-northeast-ish at the moment.
Problem though for Kovacs and Huddy, since they were forced out of Rebel's Roost, they didn't actually have that time, that opportunity to properly farm out some of those much needed hard materials. Their mat count looking a little bit grim given the current circumstances. It's gonna be hard to try and control your own mid game. That materials to back it up is Ed, Persa tracking down solo in Nathan, but
νομίζω είναι GG για τον Nathan.
Persa on the move right now. Ed pressing hot on the walls here. Nathan trying to escape. It's not looking good for Nathan or CCB into the box. Persa goes with Ed. Well played for them, and the Brazilian commentators are popping off on the desk right now for the Brazilian region. You love to
Τζιμάκος, ευχαριστούμε subscribe και Αλέξης Χαμορδράκας, ευχαριστούμε subscribe. Thank you so much, μαγκές. Subscribe όλοι καινούργιοι boys και like, να φτάσουμε 1000 likes, μαγκές.
The momentum swings that could make all the difference for these next few matches. Clear out day number 2 here, Chicho. Just strong connections off of that Monarch pistol. Meanwhile, Vico, Flixie find themselves a little bit of an aggressing situation here onto Clone, but with a team that knows Reckless Railways as expertly as Vico and Flixie, the split approach, they've managed to sandwich Clone in between them, and it looks like Kramzu might also be caught in the thick of it, but
Πού είναι ο Πέτρος, γάμισε τα, bro. Δεν τον έχουν δείξει καθόλου, ρε φίλε. Δεν ξέρω τι κάνουν. Tini dead, Top dead.
We'll have to see what happens here. This is, of course, the Reckless Railways, though. This is their home turf. Armored wall comes down. This is not good for Vico.
Τι έκανε ο Vico, bro.
They've cut off his backup. Flixie, look, has to work all the way around, and now he has to actually back off here, so definite mistakes being made right now. Forced to cap off HP here, given that he'll have to play this one out by himself for a couple of moments. Meanwhile, still a lurking duo nearby in CR's Michael and T1 Job there.
Τον ξεφτύλισε, bro.
But look at how Vico
Τον ξεφτύλισε, bro.
and out of position.
There's a lot of trust that's implemented into that split technique, but more importantly still, Clone and Kramzu, they're still having to fight their way out of the Reckless Railways. One elimination might not be enough. Our international
Chili's fishy, bro. This kid was the cracked one.
To make their way up on the leaderboard standings.
I think he
Kramzu, Clone.
got 2-2.
They've still got their eyes on the prize, I believe, but Job and Michael are not making it easy. Instead, they're going to track down
Felix is dead.
Attacking him from behind. That's a big pickup for Job there, saving his teammate's life.
Ο Flix is dead. Πολύ βάρη, bro.
Finding eliminations here. Clearly a new strategy being deployed for this duo here, given that yesterday was such a struggle for this team to get their feet off the ground. And now we're seeing a much slower approach as opposed to taking full-on head-to-head battles, almost lurking between the major drops, trying to find working a lot better for them now.
But the bigger picture here at DF is that when you've got our third place team going out this early on into the match, no placement points secured, And that is a massive deal because it gives so much opportunity. It opens the door for everyone else to try and squeeze their way inside of it. Kramzu back against the wall, trying to see if he can work this way out. But it's not going to be enough. Michael with the collapse. Clean elimination. And that's going to be 3 in total for Job and Michael.
We're seeing why this is a team that had their dominating run on the region. Again, an Asian duo coming up, really making adjustments to their strategy. It's one of the best parts about the Day 2 format that we don't get to highlight enough, right? The teams that come in and start to adapt is what makes it so crucial to really pay attention to what is changing around you. But for Peterbot and Poyo, not much has changed given that they have continued to key their way into the Rift Island. This time, they met with a lot more resistance. It's not the weakest we've seen them coming into mid-game, and I mean, it makes sense. You have Zagu up top here with
Πολύ γρυφάδο ρε φίλε, πολύ γρυφάδο.
And Reason here. Very strong teams, very low on the surge here for Poyo and Peterbot. I mean, everyone might just get what they've been looking for, a potential early exit here.
Oh, that was a little bit of a whiff there out of Poyo. Was probably hoping to fully connect, but Poyo, he started, gets Reason in the process, but finds himself getting immediately gobbled up by Medeal. And now a serious 1-versus-1 situation, but keep in mind there's so many other teams surrounding Rift Island. Peterbot, he's just hoping that he can get the revive off.
Talk about an incredible save here, but Body Out's not going to make it easy here. Armored walls are coming out. Peterbot is desperate and boxed up right now. Zagu is also just above, putting in a couple of shots here, but things are going to slow down. And just when you thought it was over, they get saved here. Peterbot and Poyo are back in.
Πώς το κλατσάρουν αυτό, bro?
At the cost of so many of their armored walls, Peterbot had to fully utilize practically everything he had saved up, and keep in mind, they still need heals. There's no shield, at least as far as Peterbot's loadout is concerned. Possibly Poyo is carrying a couple of small shield potions, but I'd have to guess not, considering that neither of them is bothered to recover. They're just trying to tango once more with Badil, but he will not budge.
Doing an excellent job here, waiting for them.
No shield, no mats, nothing, right?
Are absolutely deadly here. And let's not forget, they have the medallion, right? So they still have very much full awareness of who's around them, but the tags, they need more damage. They've run out of heals here. This is about the best case scenario for every other duo in the lobby if you want to win the globals, which we know very surely they do. Poyo, though, not giving up just yet. Still knows that there's a job to be done here.
At this stage, though, another issue for Peterbot and Poyo is one of their only options remaining to exit Rift Island might just be take the Ascender down, but again, if they go for that launch pad, they might encounter even more resistance from the other teams that are a little bit more established, a little bit more healthy as well, but Poyo, Peterbot, they try to mark it off in the first place. They will break through the builds and manage to escape.
Hopefully they don't get targeted.
Μαλάκα, είναι 100 και 100. Αν το κλατσάρουν αυτό δεν ξέρω τι να πω, bro.
Peterbot going for the dive down. Poyo trying to scout where's the best spot. They're below the surge. They're going to have to land and take a fight. It's all or nothing now. Peterbot tries to go for Dukes and Sphinx. And they're going for it, but Peterbot gets knocked. It's all up to Poyo now. Everything lies on him to keep the train going here. He's going to find a lot of tags here, just enough to keep his team in the win now. They try to box up Peterbot. They want to finish his duo. He's not trying to give it away for free. He's actually fighting with all of his heart here, and they're running for him, trying to steal his duo away. And he's going for it.
No, bro!
So close.
Όχι ρε μαλάκα, όχι ρε μαλάκα. Όχι ρε μαλάκα, θα σε πρέπει ένα βιδίο, bro. Όχι ρε μαλάκα. Πρέπει να πεθάνει και ο Trulex και ο ThomasHD, bro. Ψόφο και στους δύο. Ψοφίστε. Ψοφίστε, please, δεν πρέπει να νικήσει ο Quezy, bro.
Chicho, now is your chance to surge upwards.
Agers is solo at the moment inside the zone, but we gotta get the update here from Quezy and ThomasHD, who have been working their way up slowly, steadily, looking to manifest this global championships victory right before their eyes here. Tags are great for
Αυτός ο ThomasHD, bro, το έχει κουβάλει στο search, bro.
We know what they're playing for, and that's that victory. We saw it in the interviews. They just want to take height.
Τους γόμιζω Βαντεάλ, όχι, βασικά δεν ξέρω, έγινε λογικά γκρι φιέστα ρε φίλε, γιατί δεν είδαμε καν τι έγινε, ήταν 100 HP όταν τους είδαμε. Έχουνε high τώρα, θα πάρουνε high, θα νικήσουνε, ThomasHD δεν νίκησε αυτό το game, το κάνω call.
There's a lot going on right now, given that the zone's starting to develop here. It's not just high ground being held. There's also big names clashing all around us here. Take a look at how Veno jumps in, takes down Paper.
Nice, Veno.
Possibly then.
That's it. Nice, Veno.
It wasn't over yet. He gets met with a crushing defeat to the hands of Quanti and Gone.
Έλα ρε μάλακα, ο Clix πέθανε bro, κάτι έγινε bro, δεν ξέρω. Πω σήμερα ξεκίνησαμε λίγο λάθος bro. Fuck, man. Fuck.
Everybody is stuck on even ground just about. And what I want to see, MDF, is whether or not Quezy and Thomas are going to be able to successfully make their stake on height.
Τώρα Quezy, Thomas, θα τους φτάσουνε bro.
On the low ground, directly underneath them. And if these Titans clash, one or the other could potentially fold.
Well, here's the thing, ThomasHD and Quezy are two of the...
Καλά, βασικά να πω την αλήθεια, όντως πες να είναι πιο ωραίο και να τους φτάσουνε. Να δούμε έτσι ένα παράξενο και αυτό που είχαμε δει στα Globals με τον Veno και τον Quezy που πέσανε πάνω στο set και τον Gami. Οκ.
Hopping across, yeah, not even close enough to challenge up for high ground, so there's very little teams that would actually have the heart to go up, unless coming into day two, they decided to shift strategy.
And that was a pretty risky jump forward as well from King and Phaser, because the way that ThomasHD and Quezy have been spraying at other teams, you've got the indication that they likely have an assault rifle, so it's a lot more difficult to make those jumps from the high ground, off the Flowberry Fizz, heading towards front side.
Που είναι το last day σήμερα, μαγκές. Στα πέρα, είμαστε 1100 άτομα, θέλω να κάνετε όλοι like ρε, να φτάσουμε 1000 likes. Άιντε πάμε. Πάμε να φτάσουμε 1000 likes boys, μην το ξεχνάτε ρε φίλε, είναι πολύ σημαντικό. Και subscribe πολύ καινούργοι. Θέλουμε άλλα 30 subs για να φτάσουμε 81-200.
Very well within the top 20 here, as there's a lot of placement points to be earned. This is a 1.5x multiplier for everyone tuning in right now. These games have significantly more weight than yesterday's round. If there's a day you want to perform, it is here and it is now.
Ναι, το είπα, ThomasHD θα πάρει high ground μαζί με τον Quezy, νίκησαν το game, τέλος. Και από ό,τι βλέπουμε, μαλάκες παίζουν το πιστόλι, Ένας στο πιστόλι, ένας AR.
Without a forecast tower, they are just sheer commitment at this stage. ThomasHD continuing to try and prevent players from getting anywhere near that secondary high.
Αυτό το skin το μεταξύ το θέλω.
Forced to just utilize the med kits.
Όταν βγει στο item shop να μου πείτε.
Storm and zone in general, but only a matter of time before he's spotted out as a solo.
Just a complete shakeup with the teams we're seeing alive right now as well. Bryce and Bolt keeping up the momentum from where they left off in game number 6, carrying it straight into game number 7 now. A near top 10 for Bolts here, but he will have.
Πότε είναι το Halloween, ρε? Πότε μπαίνει? Πότε είναι, Νοέμβρη? Δεν θυμάμαι. Α, Οκτώβρη, οκ.
Fully boxed in now, they have to be careful. There's no way out. Trulix and Chicho might have signed themselves straight back to the lobby accidentally now. Oh no, having to heal here. Chicho gets caught out. One false mistake, and it will come back to haunt you here.
But under the scope, Quezy, ThomasHD, they could tell Phaser for a moment. He got a glimpse, but he won't actually get a taste of what the high ground is like. Quezy now going to be the first to drop. He's continuing. He knows he needs a refresh. He wants more material. If he can find an elimination, if he can play the disturbance factor.
Πολύ καλό play, μαλάκα από τον Trullex, αλήθεια. Είναι πολύ καλός ο Πουτανάζιος. Είναι dead, αλλά οκ.
ThomasHD, in fact, alongside Quezy, just going to continue to try and secure as many eliminations as possible.
We are witnessing greatness right now as ThomasHD and Quezy are putting on a masterclass from the high ground here. Doing a very good job now.
Τι κάνει ρε, ο Quezy. Τι μισάρεις ρε, μαλάκα, Quezy.
Has to jump to the tree. He sends ThomasHD down. They're starting to start cutting off the teams here. Completely new duos in the conversation as well. It's Zagu and King and Phaser now. That's all that's left in a clean 2v2 here.
But the zone pool, ThomasHD and Quezy, they made it to the top of the
Win, σίγουρα. Ναι, dead. Quezy. Okay. Get high, don't die. Okay, this is.
From the interview section all the way in to the first match here of the day. What a way to keep up the momentum. And of course, you know what we're going to get next.
Ωραία, θα έχουμε ωραία finals τότε. Τους το δίνω γιατί θα έχουμε ωραία finals.
What's happening?
Would you please give it up your game 7 winners, Quezy and ThomasHD? Boys! That is the way to do a Game 7 on day 2 of Global Championships, Quezy. The high ground was king there again. What a way to start the competition today.
I mean, take high, don't die. It's that simple.
I love that. It's a man of few words, but you know what? They mean a lot. They pack a punch. Thomas, today as well, we see the likes of family in the audience. All these fans here as well. Fort Worth, make some noise for these players!
Τσατάρα, like όλοι ρε μαλάκες, τι βλέπω μπρο. Γιατί είπατε like ρε μαλάκα. Πω ρε πούστη, δωρεάν είναι το like boys. Πατήστε like ρε μουνόπανα. Ο Χριστός και η Παναγία μπρο.
Now that you've seen the 1.5 multiplier making a massive
Jesus Christ ρε μαλάκα.
Look at the points, you've really tightened things up at the top. Do you go out the same way again? I mean, obviously high ground being really important.
Σόφα ταξιάργη.
The mid-game change for you guys that time around.
Αλήθεια.
I mean, we will see. I can't tell if we're going to play high or not, but if the opportunity is there, we're taking it.
And it seems as well, Quezy, that each time you guys get that high ground, you're the one sent down just to wipe the floor, get those eliminations. Thomas holds the high, and it's working really, really well.
I mean, yeah. What is there to say? Like, we just take high and we win. There's nothing else to do. Like, we just need to perfect our mid-game, and if we get into endgame with good match, that's it.
We're looking forward to seeing what happens next. Would you please, one more time, Fort Worth, give it up for Quezy and ThomasHD! That is the way to start a day 2 of FNCS Global Championships 2024. Loads more to come. What's going to happen next? We'll find out after this very short break. We'll see in a few.
Για πάμε. Μ' αρέσει που είναι γρήγορο. Μ' αρέσει που είναι γρήγορο όντως το τέτοιο ρε φίλε, τα games που αλλάζουνε. Μαλάκα, όντως σήμερα είναι γρήγορα. Οκ, let's go baby. 20 point lead ο Πέτρος. Ακόμα τους περνάνε, οκ. Ας τα δούμε. Εδώ και cumulative. 23 point lead. Οκ. 23 point lead ακόμα, πρώτος ο Peterbot. Μάλιστα. Let's see. Ας νικήσει ο καλύτερος, αλήθεια. Για να δούμε. Ναι, Ζελάξ, ευτυχώς το φτιάξανε ρε φίλε αυτό, γιατί όντως το κοινό είναι πολύ καλύτερα ρε φίλε. Έτσι. Αύριο stream solo cup, ναι μάγκες. Αύριο stream solo cup, ξεκινάμε από Middle East, EU, κλείνουμε stream και μετά NA. Τα κλασικά μας.
Oh, Chili's fishy, bro. This kid was the cracked one.
Is he cracked?
I think we got 2-2.
Ποιος Έλληνας θα μπορούσε, αν έχετε κατάλληλη στήριξη, να μπορούσε να φτάσει σε κάτι τέτοιο, κανείς.
This kid was the cracked one.
Σε κάτι τέτοιο κανείς.
Is he cracked?
I think we got 2-2.
Ούτε καν Baskling, μην το ξαναπεί. Ρε μαλακα, μην τα λέτε αυτά, μπρο, αλήθεια. Ούτε καν close. Ο Τσίτο πιο πολλά chance. Θα πω το πιο κοντά. Πιο κοντά από όλους, ρε φίλε, είναι ο Ice για εμένα. Ο πιο κοντά από όλους. Τώρα οι υπόλοιποι ούτε καν close. Σε global, έτσι. Σε global που μπορεί να βγει στα FNCS Grand Finals, top 1, 2, 3 και top 10. Δεν υπάρχει chance. Ο μόνος που έχει τα skills, το skill level για top 10 πιστεύω είναι ο Ice με έναν καλό IGL. Και 0 ping. Εσένα και τον Chronomon. Ναι, εντάξει, αυτό είναι άλλο ρε φίλε. Εμείς είμαστε crazy στο game.
Hey, come on, man. It's too easy. It's too easy.
Fortnite fam, we got a tournament in our hands, baby!
Tournament announced.
Take height.
Don't die.
Take height.
Don't die.
Let's go! Game number 1 on the day, 7 overall. Quezy, ThomasHD find the victory royale, and they repeat exactly what they said yesterday. Take height.
Don't die, 11. Or yeah, 11.
Νόμιζα να κάνουν announce κάνα τουρνουά, ρε μαλάκα.
I mean, the high ground, right? It was working yesterday. They were getting a little bit of pressure, in my opinion, from the likes of Vico and Flixy primarily. But Vico and Flixy go down very, very early on this game. Quezy and Thomas maybe noticed that, right? And was like, listen, we're not going to receive any pressure from them, because what we noticed, Levin, was that they invested all of their match, so much so that when it came down to this 2v2, they almost had nothing left.
I mean, you look at who have been the biggest players on height in the first 6 games. Vico Flixy up there, Peter Poyo up there. Both of those guys down and out of this end game. So much space for Quezy and Thomas to play with up on those layers. And it's just really great to see this from them, Vivid, man. This is what I've been wanting to see from them all year. Right? We've always known Quezy to be this dominant high ground IGL. This year, he took a step back from that when it matters the most, though, relying on what he knows best, playing the high ground.
I just cannot believe, and as well, when we kind of saw, I love the way that Quezy kind of commits to that high ground. We kind of look up, and it's just cones.
3.000 top 50, 5.000 top 40, top 37, top 20 10, top 10 15, top 8 25, top 7 30, top 6 45, 60, 80, 100, 150, 200 κάπα. Τίποτα, bro. What the fuck? Γιατί είναι τόσα λίγα?
23 points now separate Peterbot and Poyo and Quezy and Thomas.
Νομίζω το άλλο το FNCS είναι πολύ... Περιμένετε ρε μάλακα. FNCS Global 2023 Prize Pool 4 εκατομμύρια το FNCS Prize Pool.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Uncharacteristic game from Peterbot and Poyo.
Της Κοπενχάγης.
Working with scraps at times.
Top 1 1 εκατομμύριο. Μαγκές. Top 1 1 εκατομμύριο. Top 2 650 χιλιάρικα. Top 3 400 χιλιάρικα. Top 4 300 χιλιάρικα. Top 5 200 χιλιάρικα. Αυτό το FNCS Top 1 200 χιλιάρικα. 400 πες, 400 χιλιάρικα. 400 χιλιάρικα. Top 2 300 χιλιάρικα. What the fuck? Μου φαίνεται πολύ παράξενο ρε μαλάκα. Ένα million split, ναι, 500 χιλιάρικα each, μαγκές. Και τώρα παίρνει ο πρώτος 200 χιλιάρικα each. Ο πρώτος. Που τα 200 χιλιάρικα each, ο πρώτος τα έπαιρνε στο 2023 η 5η θέση. Απίστευτο, μαλάκα. Ο τελευταίος έπαιρνε... 4.000. Άκυρο, 10.000, sorry. Τι βλέπω ρε. Ναι, τέλος πάντων, κατάλαβες. Αλλά πολλά λεφτά. Μάλακα μπάσκετ δεν έχω ιδέα ρε φίλε. Πραγματικά δεν έχω ιδέα. Και το 24 ρε φίλε, δεν ήταν ένας χρόνος ο οποίος τους πήγε, ξέρω εγώ, χάλια. Πήγε πάρα πολύ καλά. Δηλαδή το season 1 ήταν πολύ καλό. Το season 2 έπεσε λιγάκι αλλά αρκετά καλό. Το season 3 για την μπούτσα και τώρα καλό. Οπότε δεν καταλαβαίνω ρε φίλε. Ίσως δώσουν και ίσως κάνουν και FNCS OG γι' αυτό. Δεν ξέρω. Τι έγινε τώρα, γιατί σε 5 λεπτά το μάτς. Άντε ρε μαλάκες, μας πήξατε τα αρχίδια. Ο Thomas δεν πήγε γι' αυτό restart, οκ.
That's right, third place, ThomasHD and Chicho just rising up the standings there, holding that third place. And to think here, ThomasHD had to do this as a solo player. He has to play heals, but in those moments with this multiplier, those placement points make a difference.
Absolutely, it's exactly what you expect ThomasHD and Chicho to do. To be honest with it, a bit unfortunate with how that game sort of panned out towards the end. They were doing a good job on some of those mid to low layers. They get cut off.
Ah, missed that, Malaga, Baslin.
And usually if you get cut off on low ground, it's possible to reclaim it. The problem was, the team that cut them off used armored walls. But they're pickaxing through armored walls to try to get out of the storm. And again, they just lose too much time. It forces ThomasHD to use those medkits earlier than they probably would have wanted to. And that leads to the end of their game. A top 6 ain't bad, but that could have easily been another top 3 for them.
No, but it was super good for them, right? Because coming into the day, remember, they were one of those top 5 teams. And
Φαντάσου κάποτε να περάσει γυναίκα Globals.
Top 5 teams go down. Those being Vico and Flixie went down early. Again, obviously Peterbot and Poyo went down early. But another one was Acorn and Cold that also went down early. And I think me and Levin, we noticed something very fast that game. They were uncontested. They were contested for all 6 games yesterday. So that big switch up could be affecting things largely.
Those ripples making a difference here. Every little thing can change an outcome, but it is that time. Game number 8 is being ready for us. So casters, on over to you.
Yeah, it does seem like being uncontested now is starting to work against some of the favorites who are up at the top.
Yeah, and for the teams that are having to essentially switch up their strategies, one thing we were noticing, you pulled up something rather interesting from socials. Swizzy even giving the shout out. I will seriously do my best today. So match number 8, let's see if he's got it.
Θα δούμε.
Game number 8 is here. And there is a lot that we have brewing now here inside the Storm and on the Battle Bus, of course, given that the gap has officially closed. And you saw in the interview just moments ago, Quezy mentioning that, hey, if there's enough space between me and third, we're going to do everything it takes to secure number 1.
And that might be one of the worst things ever if you're Peterbot and Poyo. You almost have to try and block it out, but how much can you really ignore when you see the gap chopped so viciously after a singular match because of that 1.5 times point multiplier? But drawing that conversation back to that little note that Vivid had touched on, teams that were contesting each other, they might have gotten very accustomed to Acorn and Cold specifically. Yes. They were so directly in control of Brittle Beachhead, Alex and Sato. They tried their best, but they realized this is not going to work out. We've got to completely revamp our strategy for day 2, and now it's up to Acorn and Cold to figure out a new game plan on the fly.
Talk about that, even Huddy and Kovacs
demanded
their respect from Scroll and Sky, who have given up the Rebels. Roost already moving out. Likely that they had a bad drop here And these small micro changes will absolutely create domino effects. So what we're looking at, 7th place now, doesn't have as many teams there. We already know Veno and Clix had a little bit of a different situation unfolding at their drop. Peterbot and Poyo had a team move out, right? Like all of these teams now have to make adjustments.
But Veno moving in quickly towards that launch pad. It's evident with the forecast tower in sight. There's going to be a brawl.
Ο Τζάπκος σκότωσε τον Threads. Μαλιμπούκα με Στάχ παίζουνε fight. Για να δούμε.
Look at this.
Stored reels definitely getting active.
Omidji.
Power Alex, Power Worthy continuing to perform very well on
Μαλάκα η Οκεάννα θα γαμίσει τον Μαλιμπούκα και τον Μεστάχ πάλι ρε.
But that mid game, they can tighten things up, possibly leave the reels faster. They'll be better off. Angles looking good here. All shield bubbles expended, but look at the distance. There is, of course, more players coming in.
Love this snap fly adjustment out of Cooper and Kanata, though. They recognize, hey, we had issues with Surge. What better way than to try and third-party teams that won't be expecting it? Alex and Worthy, they're still trying to chase down Merstash.
Merstash Malibuka pali dead, bro.
And Merstash ball yet again to Oshi, but now Kanata, Cooper,
Ο Κανάντα ποτέ double τώρα.
in the moment for even a second. Kanata immediately breathing down the neck of Alex. He's trying to get a scramble out, but he hasn't had a chance to regenerate anything. He's just hoping that his teammate can try to provide some relief, but Kanata and Cooper, they finally find Alex, and that's going to be one half of the Oshi Power Boys.
And you can see Alex's only concern there was let me buy time.
Oh my και ο Cold και ο Acorn πέθαναν.
So Worthy looking to secure as much loot as possible and then rotate out. Meanwhile, seems like EU's Chap and Teeny here are going against NA Pars and Baka. So far, so good for Pars and Baka, who have a defensive hold inside the factory, but Teeny and Chap likely feeling like it's a little dangerous to step in now. They're going to take what they can and move on out, it seems.
Teeny possibly reverting back to his old ways. This Chap next to him seems like they want to look to try and apply some pressure to any teams that might be looking for some easy fishing strats over by the dock next to the ship-it station. Yapko and Swizzy on the other hand, popping off at the raft. They're going to manage to find threats in the process. And this triple contest situation just continues
ο Καλ Gamer. Τι κάνει ο Καλ Gamer?
This is a very different brutal beachhead vision in comparison to what we've been used to seeing.
Yeah, we got Cow Gamer, Haman here now. Up against Andilex and Sato. Nicely done for Haman. Finding Sato with a big elimination here. Now Cow Gamer has to win his ones. Going toe-to-toe for the shot there. Andilex extremely weak, but instead calls in the backup and beautifully done. As Haman
Andilex, Sato.
the deal here for Middle East. And they're going to find themselves a wonderful set of eliminations.
Andilex, Sato dead.
Drop is theirs. No Acorn and Cold.
Πάει το controller
Clearly
μας.
a rotate must have happened and a lot sooner.
They're not the only ones countering some
τι έχει γίνει μαλάκες?
path and rotation strategies early on. Vico, Flixie.
Το επιλέγουν random πέντα, όποτε γουστάρουν, ό,τι γουστάρουν κάνουνε.
But at the same time, some damage was clearly applied. Whether that came from Bugha and a B, didn't necessarily get the chance to see, but Vico and Flixie are now inside of the cemetery, and there's a very high likelihood that they're just looking and waiting for the opportunity to make a play for the weapons bunker nearby.
Take a little quick highlight here as we walk away. Unfortunately, King and Phaser.
Τι κάνουνε μαλάκα?
Some of the duos caught out. Old risky play walking into a building and a team sitting in the attic.
Easy κουβάς.
What can you do?
It's almost like how we saw Huddy and Kovac sitting inside of a bush in match 7. Like a lot of these players, again, you don't really want to get messy. You don't want to cut any corners. You've got to make sure that you are checking every angle, proceeding with caution every step of the way. Otherwise, you might just find yourself off guard. Braids completely exposed. Huddy had the overhead view, but didn't manage to connect the shots.
Still like this angle here. Plenty of gas in the tank here for Huddy. He slides out. Visual and Braids put up a great fight so far. Huddy opening the distance here.
Phaser dead.
Tabs on the opponent, making sure the teammate doesn't find too much of an angle on him. And then you have in the bush, in the distance, in the base, Buzz and Epic Whale just listening ever so closely. Meanwhile,
Pollo και Peter Bot.
Pollo making up for match number 7 here in match 8. Trying to farm and fish for tags, right? This is their biggest problem in match number 7. Now that they're uncontested, basically didn't get to get those early fights.
Veno Clix, για να δούμε.
A little bit differently for them.
Παίξανε fight εκεί πέρα, dead. Πήγαν να πεθάνουνε.
It's the same for Clix and Veno, though. They've seemingly been surrounded. We knew that there was going to be a lot of foot traffic coming through this area based off of the forecast tower spawn, but with Peterbot and Pollo seemingly in full control of that, Clix, Veno, they're now going to have to choose a new method to try and establish some surge tag damage. And again, with Storm closing in on their backs, they could take their time. They could still potentially loop back around, hit the vending machine that they're familiar with, if that's still standing.
Veno looking to see if he
Τι έχει χτίσει ο Trulex, μαλάκα.
Meanwhile, Chicho and Trulex, they've been putting on a performance worth studying. You have to start to wonder now, what is it about their drop spot, their mid game, their early game that they've been able to do so well that they've continued to make end game and then perform at the highest caliber.
Ναι, όντως δεν δείχνει πέτρο, ρε μαλάκα.
Teams in the race here for the first place. They still have to keep it up. They've still been contested. The team that's there has given them a little bit of room to work with. Meanwhile, a team that has a lot less room, Swizzy and Yapko, right? We all know the raft has been highly fought after.
Oh, Veno πήρε kill.
So they're not making it easy for anyone, but hold up.
Oh, Chili's fishy, bro. This kid was the correct one.
Is he cracked?
Nice, μαλάκα Veno.
And sure enough, Veno is going to close this one out. That's another elimination. 12 points already. Keep in mind, that point multiplier doesn't just come into effect for the placements, but eliminations also being worth 6 apiece. It's a great way to climb. But Veno, Clix, they've got to be careful sneaking up when they least expect it from 2 separate sides. Aspect, Quezy, Damo, resigns. This could go from bad to worse in a moment.
Yeah, Clix already hears the shots coming out here, so they're not slick by any means. He does have a couple of splashes here, so being able to get their HP up is not going to be too much of a problem. Meanwhile, Veno looking to alpha up some positioning over Quezy and Aspect here. Trying to see what this team wants to do. Veno clearly doesn't want to stick around for too much longer. It's a lot of risk involved here. He does have a couple of med kits. And I like what he's doing, though. He's inching his way across here. Saying, if you really want to do this, we're going to do it box to box, mano a mano. And there's the loot that he was trying to secure. Now he has got max mats. And there isn't much more for him to worry about here. However, if they stick around too much longer, I mean, only trouble is waiting for them.
At the same time, they've got to be really careful on how they choose to disembark and rotate out of here, because with so many eyes on, there is a high likelihood they could get tagged up in the process, and it's very nice that Veno was able to secure those max mats, because Clix having to build the entire way as they maneuver out of that location next to Sandy Steps.
Take a look at the highlight here from Chap and Teeny. Strong EU duo, very consistent and for good reason. They take down FKS and Adapter there in a head-to-head engagement. Adapter still standing actually as we jump in.
Top dead, let's go baby. Όχι ρε μαλάκα. Τους έφαγε τους δύο.
As they get fully finished.
Δες τον Dean τον Καριόλη. Ναι, δώσ' του. Πάμε Βίκο. Κάνει ρέζ.
Inside the base nearby as well.
Τον έκανε, fuck.
They hear the action. They're going to need some
Fuck.
surge. So it's a melting pot of regions and competition coming together now.
It's just the way that we're seeing all of these teams essentially conglomerate on top of each other. We didn't get a whole lot of this in day 1, but the adjustments that everyone is trying to adapt to last second here
Πόγιο Peterbot. Καλύτερα από πριν, πιστεύω.
Working their way through the storm. Got eyes on Yapko and Quezy. They clearly want the fight, but way off in the distance. Teams a little bit closer to that edge of zone, putting even more pressure still onto Peterbot and Pollo. They are not getting the same clean rotations that they had all day yesterday.
Now keep in mind, this is a team that has landed on each other, right? Coming into the season, so Peterbot and Pollo now forcing a back out because tags are coming in from the distance is definitely not ideal by any means. However, if they found the tags that they need, they won't have the problem they had in match number 7, right? They were so far below the surge. This lobby's starting to cut down pretty quick, so we are just gonna have to see what happens when the zone
πρέπει να μπει ο Πόγιο, bro.
Problem though, Peterbot, he's the only one with the medkit. Pollo, he's got a hope that he can find some bandages, a medkit, any form of white heals along the way. But that moment doesn't seem like it's going to come. A lone couple of bananas, and Peterbot knows he's just gonna have to let his duo fall.
Okay.
He'll make the play for the revive after he spends this medkit, but they've still got so much ground to cover, and a team already choosing to close in. Sky, Scroll, they have the immediate collapse. Peterbot, can he get Pollo up?
They've been watching, they saw what happened, and then they saw the name that went down.
Failure, Peterbot
fully armors himself up. Every wall is covered here. They will have to literally break him out and then fight, and he is ready. Rifle in hand, shotgun in the backup kit, ready to go. He tries to go for the wall replace first. Very smart done. However, starting to run out of material. Peterbot is one of the best in the world, and for good reason. You just cannot stop him if he does not want it to be done. Look at how well he's putting up a fight in a 2v1 situation right now.
Peterbot.
The fact that he's even delayed
Please πάψε ένα βίντεο.
this long is phenomenal, as is Peterbot continuing to split them apart. He will not let them challenge him 1 versus 1. Anything else is not going to go their way, but Peterbot, he's still managing to scramble. He's on the escape. He's got the reveal marks as well. He knows exactly how he needs to move. But again, Sky Scroll, they realize we got to reconvene. We got to re-aggress. Peterbot from below. He's on his last little ticks of HP, and I don't think he's going to make it out.
Finds a bandage, has to hit it, but unfortunately will fall now.
Όχι ρε μαλάκα.
Games of trouble on the horizon.
Μαλάκα. Μαλάκα τρώει γκριφ. Μαλάκα τρώει γκριφ, bro. No. Που σε έλεψα να ντου. Αχ, έχει πάει γκριφ της Παναγίας, bro. Αν τον γκριφάρουν άλλα 2 games έτσι, πιστεύω ο ThomasHD έχει free win.
OCE team didn't rotate in at that time, he would have gotten the bandage off, and we would have still seen something potentially.
A little boy to me. I'll kiss you on your forehead. You a little boy.
The reality is now, top 5 is going to shake up.
And at this point, Peterbot and Pollo, they might just have to hit the drawing board themselves, because that's 2 for 2 on the start of today.
Και δεν πήραν και point,
Not gone anywhere near.
Αν δεν το πάρει ο Πίτερ, θα κάνω 100 permaban. Οκ, μέσα. Γράφε ονόματα, σκουμπά.
Got a nice overview of the rest of the map from their current position, just trying to use some of the natural elevation to base up on. And here at Mount Olympus, a couple of teams nearby, but they've just got so much space boxed out and claimed.
Bryson Bolts with the Rift Island. CH1LLYS down low. Still sitting pretty in 3rd place right now, based up under the Rift Island. Not an ideal situation to be in here, given that teams won't rotate because they see the island, let alone get a better angle for CH1LLYS. Very unlikely, but they have a duo in sight. It'll be important for them to find a couple tags here. 340 above, they should be okay for the time being. However, that's the damage that we're looking for.
Another little bit of a shock, though, as far as our top 5 is concerned. Spinks and Dukes have also been eliminated. They jumped up a few placements. after their match 7 performance. They were sitting inside of top 10, 9th, I believe, to start day 2. So the fact that they've fallen here already just means, again, ample opportunity for some of these other teams to try and leapfrog their way up and over inside of that top threshold of the leaderboard. But Vico, Flixy, first off, they've got to deal with a little bit of pressure from the north side of where they're based.
Λάκαρε, ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ για την νέα bro, thank you so much.
Boy to me, I'll kiss you on your forehead, you a little boy.
Λάκαρ 0SS donated 0 ευρώ και 99 λεπτά through super chat.
It's not going to be as easy this time around, and Bryson Bolts are a big part of the reason why.
Bryson Bolts, slow and steady, wins the race, and they have been working their way on up. Just look at those standings right there. Currently in 6th right now. Most of the immediate competition sitting on ice for a second. Another unfortunate run for Cold and Acorn here. And they're a day 2 type of team, so really have to scratch your head and wonder what's happening over there. But Clix and Veno have a lot more to worry about here. Resigns and Demo out of the question here, trying to look for the fight. Veno with a monstrous tag, and they just shut down Resigns and Demo, really showing them who's the kings of this one right now.
Μπράβο ρε Βίνο. Ρε μαλάκα, Ρόδος, διακοπές ρεύματος σε όλο το νησί μετά τις 12 το βράδυ μέχρι το πρωί. Τι στο μπούτσο λέει bro. Θα τους γαμίσω. Γιατί?
Some of the mobility aspects surrounding it, such as the rifts, and in fact, Chicho, Trulix, they're on the go. But remember, Quezy, ThomasHD, they were sitting on a peak near Mount Olympus. There's a very high likelihood that they're going to be looking to take some shots at some of these teams rolling in from the Rift Island.
Aviv and Booga are definitely one of those teams as well. They have a lot of high ground. Back on over to Bolts and Bryce, though. Finding Agers out here on the rotate there. Very, very important tags, given that they are just 40 above the damage threshold. So just a couple moments before that starts to affect everyone here. Big moves coming in, though. Once the zone closed, the damage will start to escalate very, very quickly. The later the game goes, the more storm damage it will do per tick of you sitting inside of it. Bolts and Bryce cannot afford to mess around here.
Ειδοποιούνται οι κάτοικοι των παρακάτω περιοχών ότι για τεχνικές... Ναι, ποιον περιοχών γάμο το μουνί σας, κυλιόμενες διακοπές ηλεκτρικού ρεύματος στο νησί της Ρόδου διάρκειας 1 ώρα λόγω προβλήματος στο δίκτυο μεταφοράς.
They could maybe catch some of these other teams that are also late on the rotate, but instead they're forced to deplete all of their shields, hoping that they don't get cracked because that audio cue might just be enough for somebody nearby to try and key them as well.
Yeah, having to force healed all of their resources at this point. Beautiful tags there is going to give them a little moment of relief. And that's exactly what has to be done here. So makes you appreciate having someone like Bolts on your team who can actually hit the shots that matter most. That means someone else on the lobby right now is taking that.
Πάρε μια γεννήτρια από στα πανηγύρια. Όντως, bro. Γαμώ το σπίτι δηλαδή, ρε μαλάκα. Έλα, άσε το διάλο.
Looking at the map, teams are starting to rotate in, now starting to get comfortable below them. If Bolts and Bryce can solidify their foundation, they have one of the stronger positions to actually close this game out now.
Almost makes me believe that they could have potentially gotten their hands onto that forecast tower as well, given that they were willing to commit to a rather central position inside of this last zone. But Quezy, Thomas, off the launch pad, they're going to be some of the first touchdown on the front side of this next zone, and instantly Quezy trying to see if he can re-establish the height control. Same level of success they had in that last lobby. We know that's their game plan, and so does everybody else in this lobby.
I like that, though, too. He's got a lot of distance to work with, that natural elevation as well, not looking to overcommit, given that the zone's going to pull here. And it was the right call. It's going far south. You know, these are the things you can't really account for. When the zone starts to bounce like this, it makes a big difference. And Vico and Flixy with an excellent early rotate right now, taking advantage of everyone's decision to kind of wait this one out and come up and formulate a strategy. Meoi and Kovacs, though, below the surge for the first time on the tournament weekend.
And again, keep in mind, this is a duo that
Yeah,
hasn't necessarily been struggling with surge, but they've also thankfully managed to find an elimination in the nick of time here. Kovacs gonna put his duo just above 127 now on that damage threshold, but they still got to make this rotate happen. They're trying to build up. They just expended their last.
Μάγκες, δεν έχει μουσική, δεν ζει ο Peter Bot.
The focus coming back their way as they try to scale this hill face. An armored wall is going to come out, and Kovacs just seeing if he can remain undetected.
This is so impressive by Chicho and CH1LLYS. Chicho's going to fall here
Oh,
into the storm
Chicho's dead.
with the refresh, which is so unfortunate, but they've managed to really earn their way through this endgame now. Can CH1LLYS get to safety? They're still a long way in front of them.
Τι μαλακίες λες basketball, bro. Jesus Christ. Απλά ξενέρωσα γιατί μετά στις... Τώρα αν μου γίνει καμιά διακοπή ρεύματος θα τα σπάσω όλα, κατάλαβες, δεν... Τώρα δεν υπάρχει αυτό που θα γίνει. Oh, CH1LLYS dead.
Not as brutal this time around, a little bit more of a forgiving rotate here as things are going across. If you have high ground,
Seti Kami. High ground.
And Kami and Seti are one of those teams looking to be the day 2 comeback.
But they might not even recognize the fact that Flixie Vico, they've managed to get this wraparound flank coming from a much less congested side of the zone, but still, Seti, Kami, they are due.
Πώς γίνεται να μην έχεις μια γεννήτρια σπίτι σου? Ναι ρε μαλάκα, αφού όλοι γενικά έχουμε μια γεννήτρια σπίτι μας ρε φίλε, για μήπως πέσει το ρεύμα ρε, επειδή... Άι στο διάλο ρε. Τους πέρασε ο ThomasHD.
Vico, Flixie still alive as well right now, moving their way up, actually utilizing the zip line for a moment there. A little bit cautious though as you want to get to his teammate here. Who's on this ramp? There he is. Here comes the heals. They see a player below them, but they can't even afford to stick around. Unfortunately, Flixie misses the jump there. He'll just have to be caught up. Vico takes the build, breaks them all through the zip line there, and now he is crushing his way through. Meanwhile, Bryce coming up behind them. Kovacs lands a shot on him. It's not safe at all. Here inside the top 15.
Μια σφαίρα η Άρα. Σέτι και Κάμι στο high ground, Οκ, για να δούμε. Quezy, Thomas παίζουνε zone. Από ό,τι βλέπω.
Striking range, and ThomasHD Quezy, similar mentality.
This has to be the hardest zone to make your rotate across here. Quezy knows it. Beautiful tag.
Quezy dead.
Enough to stay alive. ThomasHD will make it into the top 10, top 7 now. Vico still standing as well. This is probably the most difficult zone we have ever had at one of these invitationals. At this lane here, it just gets so intense now. But give it a moment here, let things breathe.
Thomas dead.
Footing down goes Thomas, top 5 now.
Οκ, πολύ καλό, bro.
Just moments away here from a potential win.
Κάμε και σε τη high ground σίγουρα. Ω, και ο Clixy! Let's go!
As far as overcoming the top 3 inside the leaderboard. He's got the last little bits of his Flowberry Fizz to work with. Now he just needs to unleash. We know what kind of solo clutch potential he has in store. If he can find another elimination or two, that
nice!
Gonna bring that one home.
Comes out of nowhere with a huge
Nice, ρε. Good shit!
Right back into things here. It's Pixie who's still alive alongside Giannis. It's a 2v2. They have enough health and just enough material to make this one very interesting.
Αλλά αυτό το zone μαλάκα, Jesus Christ.
Kami doing the same here to try to conserve some material. Said he's got a lot to work with, but so many armored walls are going to buy them time, buy them room, right? There's still the clock running here. Nice counterfire now coming up to the high ground. Giannis is exceptionally well in these situations. It's not looking good. Kami and Seti
Kami Seti back to business.
Seti even opting for the drop down, but it might not even be necessary. The Polish Pantheon looking to try and take over.
Μαλάκα, δες τι zone είχανε, bro. Εντάξει, έλα, απλά ψοφίστε ρε, boys.
Only one remains. Seti's gonna look to find it.
GG. Τίποτα, στον μπούτσο τους, δεν τους νοιάζει τίποτα. Ούτε GG δεν είπανε. No reaction.
Prepared, right? So it's a new day.
Would you please give it up? Your game 8 winners is Kami and Seti! So hop up for me there, fellas. I'll come down. What a day. What a start to the day. Second game, a victory.
Ούτε καν σηκώνονται, bro.
Position before. Walk us through the end game there. It seemed that the high ground once again reigned supreme.
Yeah, I mean, we were at that side, so we just took the high ground because it was very free. And I think this is the first game that we really had Surge. And yeah, we're just gonna try to do our best to have Surge in other games, and then try to win more.
Well, you guys as well, you've been in this position before, 2022
Τι έχει γίνει, bro?
What kind of experience does that guys give you in moments like this, having been through the likes of that?
I don't even know, we just played high and we won, like, I don't know. We just need to focus on the next games, maybe we win some more, and yeah, we'll see.
You seem very locked in as well here.
Γιατί θέλουν να κλάψουνε, bro.
5 multiplier, really changing things up on the leaderboard. A few more games like that, and who knows, you could be lifting the trophy again, Seti. Who knows? For you guys, how do you push through now? What do you do next?
I think we just have to stay calm, get Surge, and try to win more games. That's it.
And lastly, I want to say, it's a big day as well for Seti here, folks. It's someone's birthday.
Τσακωμένοι παίζει να είναι, όντως.
On the count of 3, can we all say happy birthday? 1, 2, 3. There you go. Whatever happens, thousands of people chant your name. One more time, give it up for Cami and Seti! Happy birthday, buddy. And on that note, Game 8, as you can see, things are really changing on the leaderboard now. What will happen next? We're going to find out once again. A short break from us. Do not go anywhere. Don't be silly. There's loads more global championships coming your way right after this.
Okay. Ρε φίλε, τσακώθηκαν ο Κάμι και ο Σέτι. Κάτι πρέπει να έχει γίνει, bro, γιατί παλιά δεν ήταν έτσι. Ω, ναι, φαίνεται εσείς πηγάξουν αυτό. Για να δούμε. Quezy, Clix και Veno έκτη, μαλάκες. Έκτη. Από top 15 που ήτανε. Έκτη. Πολύ καλό, bro. Πάρα πολύ καλό. Trulex Τσίκο εδώ πέρα πάνω. Χάτι και Kovacs όσο ψηλά, top 5, bro. Ό,τι καλύτερο. Βίκο και Flixi top 3, Peterbot και Poyo top 2 και ThomasHD και Quezy top 1, bro. Με 40 κάτι points, 30 κάτι points διαφορά, τέλος πάντων. Οκ. Κάμιν και Σέτι top 24. Α, πήγανε, τα έχουν πάει υπέρσκατα, λογικά, απλά. Top 34. Και πρώτη, με 7. Στο προηγούμενο session πώς πήγανε. 52 points. Top 10, top 38, 37, 36, 26, 32. Αμάν. Γι' αυτό είναι έτσι, bro. Πώς να έχουν τέτοιο ρε μαλάκα. Πώς να είναι καλά. Πρώτο game που τους βγήκε είναι. Ενώ είναι φαβορί στα LAN. Φαντάζεσαι να βγει ο Τόμας πάλι δεύτερος, μαλάκα, θα κλάψουν. Μπρο, αν βγει πάλι δεύτερος ο ThomasHD, θα κλάψω, μπρο. Πολύ άσχημα. Τώρα θέλω να κάνετε όλοι ένα like όσο δεν έχουμε κάνει, να φτάσουμε 1200 likes. Θέλουμε άλλα 9 likes και subscribe όλοι καινούργοι να φτάσουμε 81-200. Let's go. Θέλουμε ακόμα 25 subs. Πάμε. Subscribe όλοι, boys. Πρέπει να πατάτε subscribe, μάγκες. Σαπορτάρετε πάρα πολύ το κανάλι με ένα like και ένα subscribe που κάνετε. Χωρίς μαλακίες, όποιος δεν έχει κάνει ρε φίλε, σαπορτάρει πάρα πολύ με το να κάνει. Και ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ όποιον κάνει, έτσι. Let's go, baby. WCOM, baby.
I mean, when we saw kind of the new season, we thought, wow, low mobility. This really seems like this could be Cammy and Seti's season, especially when we had the lackluster performance from Major 3. And then day one, it was a bit of a disappointment, but they are here to show up now from the high ground, taking absolutely crazy shots onto some of the biggest names on the low.
Yeah, and it's something that we spoke about on the desk yesterday. This team have the potential to take high. I think if you're a traditional Fortnite viewer, maybe you haven't watched for the last few years, you might think, oh, this is a sort of low ground consistent duo, right, that never play high. No, that's not the case. These guys have learned how to play high these last few years, and of course they can pull it out when they need it.
This kid was the correct one.
Πόσα games είναι ακόμα, άλλα 4.
We saw them setting up. Of course, it went all the way back over the Mount Olympus mountain. We saw Quezy and Thomas as well on the front side trying to set up for height, but with the way that zone pulled back, there was only one team that could take height.
I love there after that when they just sat back down, just leaned back in the chair. That's right, everybody. We're going to take that in. You watched it right. We got ourselves a victory royale.
Σε 7 λεπτά το νέο τέτοιο, γιατί ρε μαλάκα.
We had our surge in check. A lot of these duels.
Έλα ρε μαλάκα, τώρα μας έχεις έτσι λίγο στο πιο γρήγορα. Άντε.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, taking advantage of kind of that early high ground where they were able to kind of get those tags that they need from around the lobby, and then using it, seeing where the zone is pulling on that mountain.
Πήγαινε να πάρεις μια γεννήτρια, προλαβαίνεις.
Obviously, if you get the high ground, you pretty much control the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, 100%. And what's most surprising to me about this is actually their first win of the entire chapter. So it's like, how have Cammy and Seti not managed to get wins? It hasn't been their most amazing chapter overall, but this is going to give them that huge boost of confidence, because I was looking on the leaderboards going into this game, they were quite low down there. I think it was like sort of top 40 area, so this is going to boost them up in the stand. This is going to boost their confidence as well, and I hope to see more from this duo like that.
Also, what better birthday gift than to get a victory royale?
Καλά, Ζάλο, βάλε εσύ time, αλλά γενικά να ξέρεις, αν έχουμε διακοπή ρεύματος, GG.
That they've had a really difficult start, which is, again, it just feels so uncharacteristic, especially after yesterday.
You know, many at the top of the show asked me, Kelly, what do you want to see today? And I said, you know, I want it to be a close game when we get to game 12. But I don't know if I necessarily meant this. I don't know if I meant our top team to go down twice without any points except for a few elimination points. And honestly, I'm wondering if it's just due to these rotations that the over-aggression that we see from Peterbot and Poyo a lot. Also, getting kind of third-party time and time again has just been such a struggle for them.
Άι, ρε, stream σας, ο κάτι ρωτού μετά. Άρα, μαλάκα.
To use their own heals or having to use their own heals. And we saw it right there. Poyo went down first, and it was actually Sky that got the knock credit for that. So he was actually dipping off. Sky and Score were saying, right, let's go into the storm. But then they saw that little knocked Poyo on their screen. They thought, right, you know what? This is going to be a 2v1 against Peterbot. We then get the best medallion in the game. We get the best weapon in the game. It's worth a fight there. But of course, they didn't quite close out the fight in the end.
Μαλακίες λέγε να μην κάνει live, να ξέρετε.
Characteristic, using the armored walls to box up.
Πω για την μπούτσα αυτό το website, bro. Δεν μου το ανοίγει. Γιατί δεν μου το ανοίγει? Τέλος πάντων. Θα δείξω αυτό γιατί... Ρόδος, διακοπές ρεύματος σε όλο το νησί μετά τις 12 το βράδυ μέχρι το πρωί. 8 Σεπτεμβρίου 2024. Enough, δεν χρειάζεται να το δείξω άλλο. Πού είσαι, Βασίλη? Τα λέγαμε.
No, man. Get it out. I'm dead, bro.
Definitely a difficult situation for the duo. I mean, did you see how many different opportunities there was for any heal available at all and did not receive a single one? sometimes it just goes that way, you know. That is a little bit of that RNG factor we're kind of used to seeing.
That's exactly what I was going to say, unfortunately.
Το μάτιασε χθες, έλεγε όλο θα το πάρει για το FNCS και είναι δεύτερος, 0 points, όντως άλλο. Αλλά εντάξει ρε φίλε, Klein.
Into the storm to get that bunker, but now seeing where they are on the leaderboard, Peterbot and Poyo dropping down to second place, meaning that ThomasHD and Quezy are in first place.
Yeah, they are. I mean, what a turn of events right here. That's the first time this entire chapter that Peterbot and Poyo
Τσίλα από Book τα kickups από Max Gaming.
Back games. And who's taking advantage of that? It's ThomasHD and Quezy. They would have seen Peterbot and Poyo going down in the feed, and you can see the way that they play this endgame. They weren't necessarily taking too many risks. You saw ThomasHD playing out those med kits towards the end. We saw them sort of poised for height as well just before that sort of 9 stone started to pull, and unfortunately it didn't quite work out for them. They were in the prime position for it, and of course, as we know, Cammy and Seti ended up coming out on top there, but it was this moment right here, Thomas just squeezing out as many placements as possible. 6th place in the end. It's not an amazing game, it's not a first place like we saw in the game number 1, but it's a very, very good game to overtake that first place spot.
And honestly, with the lack of materials that they had at the end game there, they played it perfectly. They stayed to the low, they stayed back so that everyone that was staying in the front of zone where all that chaos is in the low and middle ground would not be affecting them. But of course, when you get down to just 6 teams, eyes are everywhere and you will eventually be caught out. But still, with what they were given in that game, Quezy and Thomas played that so well.
That's right, and for them, you know, it was looking good for Quezy and Thomas, right? There was just one problem. You look up and you're like, we got high right. You look up, oh, steady Cammy. Nice. Wow, with that being said, though, we are prepared for more action here from the FNCS Global Championship. Game 9 is here and ready, so casters, take it away.
Yeah, you know, this is the dream for us as talent, watching this all play out and things.
Σήμερα δεν θα κάνει κανένα announcement η Epic Games. Μακάρι ρε bro.
From a spectator point of view wants to see some close finishes, but Peterbot and Poyo, I kind of want to see them bounce back because we heard it from Peterbot on the call. Just the most unlucky loot of his life.
Ακραίο,
Let's see what match 9 might have in store.
Αν και θέλω να νικήσει ο Peterbot. Και μου φαίνεται ακραίο ότι ο Hat είναι top 5.
Just like that, we are back. Technically, MDF approaching the halfway point on today. And with that in mind, this is where the pressure is
τους γουστάρουν τον ThomasHD και τον Quezy, ορκίζομαι bro.
So many of these players, Quezy and Thomas, they have made it to the top of the leaderboard, but now it's
Αλλά θα ήθελα πολύ να δω, ας πούμε τώρα, ξέρετε τι, θέλω να δω, χωρίς μαλακίες τώρα, Peterbot, Poyo, Flixi να πεθαίνουν και να πάρει win ο Clix. Και μετά τα υπόλοιπα games να είναι ένα χάος, να μην ξέρουμε ποιος θα νικήσει, bro. Πω, μες στην κάβλα.
Opinion inside the back of your mind of whether or not it is the right move. But you have to continue to follow your instincts, follow your gut here. Worthy and Alex right now doing what they've done.
Θα είναι crazy αυτό, bro.
Since yesterday, carrying in the momentum here, they've continued to win the drop. They're on 4 wins of the drop.
Μαλάκα, ο Μαλιμπού και ο Μεστάχο όμως, bro, πραγματικά νιώθω στεναχωρημένος γιατί είναι Ευρώπη και χάνουν από τους OC παίχτες.
Like you just said, they kind of led off day 1 with a couple of wins here at Restored Reels. Granted, one of those maybe a little bit more in favor for them to start with. Mustache Malabuka encountering some difficulties of their own along the way, but that being said, Malabuka, Mustache, the ball's in their court to try and bring this one back to life for them because the reality of the situation is they have not been able to build any points for 2 matches already today.
Yeah, Malabuka, Mustache, clearly amazing players, right, from the European region that we know and love. But let's jump in with Huddy and Kovacs, talking about EU juggernauts right now on the move up against Atlantic, Scroll and Sky. Scroll and Sky.
Αυτή εντωμεταξύ νομίζω είναι από την ίδια χώρα. Νομίζω. Αν δεν κάνω λάθος.
Kovacs and Huddy have a lot to lose here. They are in 5th place. Sky and Scroll have a lot to gain as they can fight their way up to the top 5 potentially with one good game, given the multiplier.
Sky and Scroll, they're definitely familiar with these early contest fights off spawn, but couldn't help but notice what looked to be either King or Phaser kind of lurking just a piece further north from Rebels Roost in the distance. So some possibilities of a third party to take place. It all depends on just how noisy this exchange actually manages to get. And in fact, it is King lurking nearby, potentially hoping for a moment to just stroll through, clean up some easy eliminations, get those points online, because we've already seen King and Phaser make a deep run into the end game in match 7, and they're definitely hoping to try and replicate some of that.
Also looking to just scrap this building out for what they can here, in case the fight does come down to the basement. Sky and Skrull doing the same as well. Luckily enough, they're on the back side of the building, so Phaser and King don't quite have lights eyes on them just yet. But I'm assuming the attention's gonna come in shortly. Give it a moment. Kovacs and Huddy catch a foot there. They know where one player is.
And look, we're familiar with these battles, these early exchanges, but everything that I've noticed so far here today, MDF, is that it's very evident so many of our competitors are just freestyling every single part of their strategy here today. No one is on the same loop paths, the same rotations that they were making all throughout the course of yesterday, and that has made it incredibly difficult for some of these teams that I think just got a little comfortable with what to expect, now having to completely switch things up on the fly.
Yeah, even this battle is gonna hit the brakes for a moment, but here we get a little update with Clix and Veno in the early game. What's happening here?
They're just trying
to get situated for the first time in what feels like the entire tournament. Sandy Steps is in the zone. That's going to change the dynamic quite a bit, actually, given that they won't be sitting in the storm potentially fighting other players, and other teams won't be just rotating in expecting them to be there.
And again, Clix and Veno definitely like to play for the vending machine that's nearby, so they can expend that little bit of extra time inside those early storm ticks without having to necessarily worry about it, because they'll have that ample amount of white heals. But Skrull, Sky, currently recognizing the fact that there's more than just one other team nearby. And Phaser and King actually got the cutoff route. The moment that any of these other two duos, whether it's chooses to try and depart from Rebels Roost, they're going to get held on the edge of zone, depending on where Phaser and King box up. But not only that, Phaser King, they have to close out on that exchange because they spent so much time not getting early cert tags.
Take a look what's happened here. Aviv already has an elimination, and Booga is right behind him right now. Remember, they land just a little further north, so sliding in, cleaning up house. Seems like Job and Michael were also here, part of this fight. Chicho and Trulex on the move right now, trying to get into the zone here. Being held out now by Booga. Get a move here shortly. Take a look at the highlight. Aviv comes in, finds Shadow, cleaning up what's left of Virgo. And then T1 Michael takes the punishing shot there before pumping the brakes and backing off.
Peterbot and Pollo definitely looking a little bit more set up this time around, but Peterbot going to find himself momentarily chopped, and Pollo, the only intention from this duo currently is to secure this forecast tower. And with nobody else in sight, Pollo and Peterbot have just unlocked knowledge for every future zone this game, but now they have to make sure that they can actually transition this into a solid late game run, because they've been cut short 2 times here today already. And again, looking to make it easy for this team.
Talk about Michael and Job making that rotate out. Seems like an equally as dangerous duo's got sights on him. Vico and Flixie now making a move here, pushing into the wall, grabs the first one, takes the second. He's fast, he's quick. The reaction is so good for Flixie. And now up from top, coming in to see if he can end this. Vico grabs that wall, cuts him off, the double edit, the triple, doesn't find it. Backs off now. Great defense from Michael here.
Peterbot and Pollo definitely looking a little this duo currently, and with nobody else in sight, Poyo and Peterbot have just unlocked knowledge for every future zone this game, but now they have to make sure that they can actually transition this into a solid late game run, because they've been cut short 2 times here today already. And again, no one looking to make it easy for this team.
Μαλάκες, ποιος το μπούτσο κουδούνι μου λέτε, bro?
Chicho, as we're bending into the late half of the tournament now. Much more of a difficult game for Chicho and CH1LLYS here, who, again, clearly have a bit of a problem at the drop being held out. What a shot. It's almost as if every time we tune in, that Monarch pistol damage is incredible. Is finding its mark. So, what's happening on the other side of the sandy steps, though? The zone landed here. We talked about that changing the dynamic of the game. And surely we're seeing it start to come into play now. As Resigns and Dama have made it up the storm, so is Shari and Giras, the same teams here.
Ας επίδησε μου νόπανα.
Peterbot with the eyes on the
Επίδησε πολύ μου νόπανα.
Not only that, but Veno as well, keeping himself concealed just enough. Gets the chop off the Resigns' floor. Also gets a few tags in, but still not enough for Veno to want to key him just yet. Instead, he's going to regroup with Clix and continue to hold down the station. But
oh, Chili's fishy,
it's
bro.
just a
This kid was the cracked
difficult
one.
time to try and break away when you know there's 2 other teams duking it out just above you on the hill.
Kovacs almost missed the train there, but he gets it just in time to join Huddy. They're pretty desperate if they're trying to secure loot from here. And that's the results, again, of sitting in the storm, being contested, being held a little too long for a moment there.
Huddy not even going to choose to stick around. They wanted the train. They nearly had it. But the fact is, MDF, they're going to have to leave this one empty-handed. And now, it's only a handful of bandages in tow.
Ψεύτες, απατεώνες, μητόγκες, άσχημοι.
Could potentially be staring down the barrel of their own downfall. It was a risky play to try and make it for the train. I respect the call, though. The commitment, though, just impossible to find with so many eyes on.
Bunker play right now for Ping. No teammate, unfortunately, lost here just outside the underworld. So even for Huddy and Kovacs, there's still danger nearby. You never know who's sitting in the storm. Just really shows you that anything can happen. Meanwhile, Bryce and Bolts, this is one of the few times we've actually caught up with them kind of in the early/mid game here as things are starting to develop. This time it's up against Body Out and Reason. The floor tick here for Bolt. Bryce playing the other angles. Bad damage, though, coming in first.
Padilla has just been on fire today. He is not willing to budge. The moment that he sees an opening, he is immediately shooting back and typically winning out on some of those exchanges. And now he's able to overtake the high ground because of the damage that he applied onto Bolts just now. But Reason, the moment he starts to crank up, another team in the distance, a solo even, potentially threatening his position. Got a few shots in, but Bryce, Bolts, potentially not fully aware of the damage that Reason just absorbed. And they're going to choose to actually sit into the low ground and wait for a new opportunity to see if they can engage yet again with the Germans.
Reason and Video playing a dangerous game here, though. A lot of these walls are not theirs. They are sitting in all this Bolts and Bryce territory. Now they have successfully infiltrated, if you will, this base here and taken over a good portion of it. Bryce is looking like he might be going for the edit out. If I've ever seen one, it's definitely getting set up. They recognize what's happening.
Μπούκα το ποχτών ναι, μάγκες στο top 10 ο Μπούκεκ είναι και... Αν πάει καλά τώρα, ας πούμε, μπορεί να ανέβει κι άλλο το leaderboard. Οπότε έχουμε ένα ωραίο leaderboard, ρε φίλε, δεν ξέρω.
Again, though, this is a lot of time being spent from both sides, and we've already seen A lot of teams here today
Chili's fishy, bro.
with some of these surge
This kid was the correct one.
maintaining damage that puts them in a position where they can just be comfortable on their rotates.
2-2.
And the longer these fights draw out, the easier it is for other duos to get ahead of you, to look back, take shots, prevent you from entering a solid position inside of the zone. And Baka and Pars, a little bit more so in control, surge base inside of the heart of Nitrodrome. They've got a couple of white heals collected at the top of their base. Meanwhile, finally getting a little peek into what Cold and Acorn have been up to. Relatively quiet day so far, but we heard it first from Acorn. He's after that trophy.
Day 2 team, still yet to show us it today. Couple of points slipping down.
Σε περίπτωση ισοβαθμίας πρώτος και δεύτερος τι γίνεται? Σε περίπτωση ισοβαθμίας μάγκες, ο πρώτος νομίζω βγαίνει ανάλογα το placement και τα kills που έχει, κάτι τέτοιο.
But they will have to continue to adjust here, continue to make up for it.
Ή το πόσα wins έχει, κάτι τέτοιο νομίζω.
See what's going on here. So from one fight to a potential other, they're just getting situated. Seems like they found their home for now.
Slight gift as well. An extra bottle of Flowberry Fizz now to work with. Steve and Booga just want to make sure that they establish as much of a foundation as possible.
This kid was
Peter Z, ναι, μάλλον Z.
Don't need to make any risky plays when you're sitting with this much surge damage.
Acorn Cold.
333 above, but Acorn Cold tapping back in. It's Sato. They managed to find it yet again, but it's actually going to be Damo on the other side of the walls. Lot of traction picking up here. Just outside of Sandy Steps and Acorn Cold. Collect. Cold still barreling down onto Cal Gamer, but just above, the backup has arrived, and Cold, he's gonna have to disengage.
Yeah, Taman out of nowhere here, diving across, trying to get into this fight. Acorn and Cold almost had a set of eliminations waiting for them, but due to Clix and Veno shooting in at the box when they initiated, everything went downhill for a moment there. And now, they're just trying to find a tag as they're below the surge, so they're in honestly desperate situation here.
At the same time, Acorn tries to take the
από τον ποιον ήταν, από τον Clix και το Veno λογικά.
Cal and Amon doing what they can, but again, Cold getting a little bit too much foot traffic here. Cal still holding his position firm. He doesn't have his duo any longer, but Clix Veno, they got the shots that they needed to. They know that they can third party this no problem. Cold, he's so weakened as is. Cal just below. Two separate solos that Veno and Clix could look to collect on.
Yeah, they've definitely started to change their focus in purely onto Cold now as they send him running. Now, see if they can pick up the spoils of the loot from Acorn.
Πήρατε καλό search. Πούλο, πάμε.
Nothing just yet. As they're kind of lost in this mix, and little do they know there is an Antilex and Sato here, right? So that team hasn't made any noise now, but look at that. They do secure the gear here. Very nice pickup for them. If nothing else, it was damage and new loot.
They basically just got to reap all the benefits of these exchanges that Acorn and Cold had initially established. And Cold, yet again, caught off guard, was trying to keep himself tucked away, but Cal gets the job done. At the very least, he'll have those two solid eliminations onto Acorn and Cold to work with, but he knows he's likely not safe for a whole lot longer here. Because Veno and Clix, they've got an idea. They heard those shots go off. They're waiting for Cal to surface from these builds. But at the same time, they also kind of want to get a move on because they don't want to get stuck in the storm for too much longer here.
Yeah, it seems like Veno's going to give the call out here. Let's just get out, play smart. Clix is going to have to stop and heal for a second. They're going to huddle up together. Cal Gamer will live to see another day. Very, very close engagement there.
I always think it's so impressive how every single time we check in with Quezy and ThomasHD today, it just seems like they have so much surge for good reason, but somebody who wishes they had a little bit of backup at this point. Kovacs just lost his duo to King, and this exchange has been trailing them ever since the Rebels roost. King and used to leave Kovacs and Huddy alone, but now Kovacs has a solo. He's got to deal with the likes of Reet and Ritual to his east, and not only that, but a collection of duos slightly west of his current position.
Ο Πίτερ έχει πεθάνει.
A late rotate is going to be a
Δεν το δείχνουν και πολύ, αλλά νομίζω πως όχι ρε φίλε. Ναι, ζει ακόμα. Μια χαρά.
Shots that he's applying, he knows he needs to get that damage just above threshold and still exposing his position. It's a risky engage.
Oh, Booga below surge.
On the other side, find their way to the new zone. The half in, half out already revealed. They're below the surge though. They will have to find a duo or land on someone shortly, and from their sights, there isn't anyone nearby. There it is. Finally, they see a fresh build. It's going to be teeny, and it's a single box, so the confidence is surging here, but Booga damage first. No extra heals. This is all around disastrous, right, for Booga and Aviv right now. And it's only a matter of moments. They will have to do something short. Meanwhile, Huddy already
καλό για τον Clix αυτό.
below the surge as well.
Πολύ καλό για τον Clix αυτό, μαλάκες.
He can't find a tag now, but Reek finds it instead, and that's your 5th place team now. Consistency tossed down for once. And it's looking like a repeat performance of yesterday.
Όχι ο Peter Bot, για να δούμε. 130 above.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to really be able to bulldoze your way as a solo through Ritual of all duos. Peter Bot and Pollo, though, this is the furthest we've seen them make it all day today, so...
Below? Πώς γίνεται να είναι below ακόμα, bro? Δεν πήραν kill. Oh, nice.
Here in the 9th lobby, but Clix and Veno, on the other hand, they've got Gears and Sherry in their sights. Got a very efficient cutoff, but more importantly still, they need more damage. It's gonna take them some time,
nice,
but finally Clix will connect. 77 above though. The damage threshold just continuing to threaten so many of our teams here today.
Yeah, if you were hoping to get lucky with Peterbot and Pollo, that already happened, right? Like 2 games.
32 above. Και είναι σαν τους gift.
For them not to be in the end game, so this is everyone's chance now. The playing field has been even. Nicely done by Aviv here. Not only did he actually pick up and save Booga, but he manages to find damage to keep them in the game, and enough damage on the duo to have them to stop peeking so they can rotate, but it is not looking good for Aviva and Booga. I don't know what more we can expect of them, but there are a lot of duos there.
Oh, Chili's fishy, bro.
Strongest
this kid was the
Asian duo from day number 1. They finished in 10th, so they came in today with a lot to live up to, but have fallen a bit short now up against the likes of Aviv.
Πατάνε W λες και είναι healthy,
Can Ping and Walks do?
There's ever a time to prove himself. It's now for Aviv, but he has so little HP to work with. But he has plenty of targets surrounding him. Booga, though, just too low for the count. Sato's gonna find him. Aviv trying to go massive now to Reed.
Τι να κάνετε ρε μαλάκες.
Thomas
πολύ καλά,
Aviv and Booga, they squeeze their way into the top 10, but they still go down for it.
Yeah, meanwhile, ThomasHD, you see there.
Peter Bot, Pollo ξέρουν το zone,
Eliminations, damage, everything that you could be
μόνο Peter Bot ζει.
hoping for, and there's another
είναι βαρύ αυτό.
onto CH1LLYS outside of the zone here, trying to make their late rotates.
Όχι, Clix.
It's not looking good for him at the moment, as he's also in the storm right now. Veno is down. This is just a desperate spot to be in.
Clix, if anything, was just hoping to play for maybe another elimination at the end of the day, though. He's only got a little bit, a sliver of HP to work with, but it's just enough. He might be able to clutch out at least 1 or 2 more placements if he can just stay
Λίγα placements ακόμα, όντως.
of the lobby. Only 3 builds though, MDF. I fear we're looking at the beginning of the end.
Yeah, it's definitely looking really close here. 8 HP for Clix, 3 mats to work with.
Προσπάθεις να ζήσεις Clix, please. Να πάρεις να ανέβεις λίγο.
It's just so tough. But he's staying alive here. Earning little bits of placement, right?
Όχι, ρε, below.
Does start to add up here.
Nice.
Finds Mapoli very
Μπράβο, above, chill.
Almost gets an elimination there. Someone else ends up stealing it, but still, he's in the game right
placement.
now, holding on.
He's at least got that 33 damage above the threshold. But again, MDF, it's just the odds so fully stacked against him. Any of these next builds that he crosses over could be his last.
Nice kill.
Teams could just be waiting
Dead.
for a
Better placement.
opportunity to scoop
Lost
up
το.
36 points. from the backside of the zone, though. Clix continuing to try and charge through, hoping that he can catch another player off guard, but he sees gone. He knows that there's a knocked body, but he won't be able to power through and push into these
giveaway.
boxes with the
And a giveaway.
going up. Instead of trying to remain concealed, but
Giveaway points on Pollo.
they're gonna find him.
Of course.
Okay, καλό clutch.
Of course, it's Pollo and Peterbot waiting to catch
Καλό
them
clutch.
in the web.
Okay, Seti και κάμει στο high ground.
They talked about
Oh,
what
Midzi,
they
bro.
need to do in order to win this tournament here.
Oh,
That is
Chili's
win
fishy,
more
bro.
games.
Oh,
This
Midzi,
was
bro.
the last round, and then they didn't even sit down and
Μια
celebrate.
σφαίρα.
They know that they have to stay absolutely locked in here. But
Δύο below.
Quezy and ThomasHD are doing the same right now. Below the surge, though, things can continue to develop here. Vico and Flixie now on the move. 3 Elans. Peterbot and Pollo very, very situated right now, but low on material.
Low on material, not only that, but Vico and Flixie hot on the heels as well. You have to consider they're making up a lot of lost ground just off the eliminations alone. And Peterbot and Pollo know it. They're just gonna try to play it out and control the low ground for the time being. But with that reveal medallion scanner having just gone out, it's a fresh opportunity for them to see if they can close in on somebody else. Chicho, though, with a big tag onto CZB. That's going to be the knock. And Peterbot, instead, finding Badil in the bottom layers. That's going to be a beautiful refresh for him and Pollo.
This is starting to look like a 4-way race unless Dukes and Sphinx can get a win. They're another top 10 team, of course. But Peterbot and Pollo are cooking right now. And also, they picked up material here.
ThomasHD
ground performance is one to take note of. On the other side, ThomasHD and Quezy are also playing the low ground here, but not so hot looking for them at the moment as they are running out of material. So very different start situations happening here.
They're at least healthy, though, and with that Gatekeeper shotgun primed, it only takes one good shot for ThomasHD to find the refresh necessary. They're going to continue to sink in from behind the rest of the foot traffic there, playing from the backside of zone. Peterbot, Pollo, meanwhile, staying ahead of the pack.
ThomasHD dead.
Lost Thomas. He's going to opt for the medkit opportunity instead, and with 0 builds remaining, it's all going to boil down to whether or not he can even make it into the zone and stay concealed enough for nobody else to pick him off.
There it is. He's going to break through the sidewall. This has all been edited. Baka's very weak. White HP. The armor wall comes through. Not worth, of course, pursuing at this moment. He has to focus in on staying in the front side here. No build to work with. Enemy around the backside. Can he get one? More points for him. This is huge.
Pollo σκοτώνει, Quezy σκότωσε, ζει ακόμα.
Earning eliminations. He has to stay ahead of Peterbot, who is on the low ground with a down teammate. Peterbot, so much more to work with, however. It's still so close for everyone else. Another med kit is going to start coming out for Quezy.
Nice, Peter.
He can to survive. Peterbot, though, going to pick off Teeny in the process.
Quezy? Τι κάνει ο Quezy, ρε? Και οι δύο έχουν γίνει χρηστοί,
He's scrambling, trying to remain out of sight here. Tulix and Chicho.
Peter πώς σκοτώνει Quezy.
Peterbot grabs him in the end.
That's exactly what he needed as well. Peterbot trying to take back these points here. Finishing off Trulex now inside of a top 5 situation up on height. It's Dukes though with Peterbot looking to fight back. Do not count him out. It is all solos.
All solos.
Here. Teacher goes down. The next one is down too.
Ναι ρε πουτανάς και! Χίστος!
3 players now here. Peterbot.
Χίστος ρε! Χίστος ρε χαμώ τη μάνα τους!
Can he find the final fight?
Χίστος ρε μαλάκα! Δείξε ποιος είσαι ρε μαλάκα!
It's just a little better.
Πω γάμο τη... Τι στο μπούτσο έκανες μπρο! Ποιος είσαι ρε μπάσταρδε!
Έλα ρε τσίλι! Πάρ' το μπούτσο μου ο Peterbot! Έλα τσιτάρι ρε!
Πάρτε τα αρχίδια του ρε άσχετη! Τσίμπο ρε! Παιχτάρ, πόπο μαλάκα! Prove them wrong ρε! Let's go baby! Τσίμπο! Άσχετη!
That is how that was ice cold. That is how you do it. Walk us through the last part of the game there. We just saw you sweep up. You are like unstoppable.
Let's go, Peter.
I don't know. I just eliminated everyone. I mean, everyone was a solo player on me. Gold Gatekeeper with Drum Mag. I was just eliminating everyone, it was pretty easy.
I mean, you're right there with the guy. The crowd are behind you too. Poyo, unbelievable work from your duo partner here. When you see that in the end game, how are you reacting? How are you feeling in that moment?
I saw it was 5 solos, and I just had a feeling he was going to win the game too. I just had a feeling.
You just had the instinct. You just knew it was going to happen. Peterbot as well. Obviously, the first 2 games they didn't go according to plan, but that is the way to go into the break on this final Sunday. How do you guys feel like the first 2 games? Things are really looking good now going into this break. What do you do to regroup during this this halftime break?
Yeah, we're going to talk to our coach and go over the first 2 games and see what went wrong, and yeah, we'll go from there.
And anything you want to say to Quezy and ThomasHD for the first couple of matches as well? I mean, obviously the crowd here are very excited too. He's checking his stats on screen. He's looking at the leaderboard, and we have ourselves a, hey, this is flip-flopping all the way here, but there's a difference in points now. You guys are back on top.
Thank God. God did.
Okay. And Poyo, going into this last part now.
Let's go.
You two, how are you feeling? Are you
Let's
confident
go, baby.
that is definitely within your grasp? 3 games left to go.
Yeah, I think we can win. Just replicate what we did last game and the other games we won yesterday as well.
Okay, well, let's see exactly how it's going to unfold. One more time, Fort Worth. Give it up for Peterbot and Poyo! This is one serious Global Championships final. 3 games left to play today.
Σωτήρη, εξήγησα χθες.
What do you guys think? This is...
Είπα ότι θα δούμε στο LAN αν ο Peterbot τσιτάρει. Τελικά ο Μάγκης απλά τους γαμάει τη μάνα. Είναι ο καλύτερος παίκτης of all time. Δεν υπάρχει κάποιος άλλος. Αυτό, that's it. Okay, all good. Και σαπορτάρω τον καλύτερο παίκτη of all time. Μια χαρά.
The solos. This is a duos competition. Solos running around, and just the fact that Peterbot pulls off one of the most insane solo clutches, right? I mean, Poyo goes down in 11.
Yeah, and then Peterbot, 1 by 1, systematically takes out the rest of the lobby. And you can see it in his load up right there. And he called it out, the gatekeeper, with that drum mag. So no longer does he just have 3 shots. Oh, is there 5 solos? Oh, perfect. That's exactly what I have in my gatekeeper. I am going to take down everyone. And it was such a good run from them on the low ground. Even though they did have a little bit of a rough start with these first 2 games of the day, they did not let that knock them down. And now they're knocking everyone else out.
I mean, this is what you need to do to win a global championships. You need massive solo clutches like this. I mean, these final moments right here, every single elimination, every single refresh he was able to get was just compounding. Look at all these builds that he was able to get. Double elimination right there was absolutely crazy. And I noticed when I looked at the Duke's POV, Duke's had no materials, so Peterbot had the advantage. This elimination on low ground was crazy as well. Peterbot had so many more materials than him, so he took high perfectly. And I thought for a moment there was a moment last Globals where Dukes had an insane solo clutch from the low ground. I thought, are we going to see a similar sort of thing again? But then, of course, it's Peterbot. He was only going to win that.
You know, they like to say that sometimes people like to put people into a false sense of security. Oh, Peterbot and Poyo, day 2, they're washed. Everyone else, this is when they put them into that sense of, maybe we have a chance. Oh no, Peterbot and Poyo, they're still there to fight. They're still there to show that they are the best in the world and at the top of the leaderboard.
Oh no, they've reclaimed that spot for just a moment. ThomasHD and Quezy had it. And for a moment, it was like, okay,
let's go,
the
Peter.
rain's over. Could this be the moment? And then Peterbot and Poyo answered that question. No! Nice try, fools! I cannot believe what we just witnessed. And 10 eliminations. Remember, the
608 points και έχουμε άλλα 3 games, 56 eliminations.
Here we are! Here we are!
56 eliminations. Look at that column 1 in from the right. 56. Nobody else comes even close to that. The second place team, Thomas and Quezy, 29 eliminations. I mean, we saw them do it online. We saw them W-king. We saw them being such a menace to the lobby. I think a lot of people, myself included, were like, are they really going to be able to do that on this global stage in front of the best teams in the world, in front of this amazing audience in the park?
Τώρα νομίζω είναι waiting time.
Yes, is the answer. They can do it. They can still do it. And, I mean, that's a great response after the first 2 games. Wasn't the best for them, but that's a response of winners right there.
However,
However,
there are still 3 more games to go. We have already seen the leaderboard in first place change between 2 teams, and we do see that there are other duos on that leaderboard that are within reach. And we now know that Peterborough and Poyo are not invulnerable. We did see them go down in games 7 and 8. There is a possibility that that happens again. However, I love what they're saying. They're going to go back to their coach. They're going to go review specifically what went wrong in those games, and hopefully they never replicate it again.
That's right, and you saw them there on screen. Yep. They're right at it, right? They are really quickly trying to identify those issues. On the flip side, ThomasHD and Quezy, right? How they must be feeling. For a moment, it was ours, and now the rug pulled out from underneath them. We have a listen-in from this last game. Take a look.
God, stay down there! On me, I'm probably dead. On me. I'm dead. I'm dying right here, and this is splashes. Nice. It's hella solos, bro. Nice, bro. You have 5 metal walls. Body. Also, bro, all solos. 5 solos. Nice. Get 2 bodies there. 2 more solos. You need to reload. One's on height. I think you go up. Nice, bro. Except 20 goals, but you can fizz. Nice. I'm the best player in the world, baby! Oh my God. Come on! Let's go! You're actually crazy. Holy, bro, let's go!
Yeah, so remember for like a moment, like a lot of yesterday, we had that like super cocky Peterborough, and then like for the first 2 games he was there. He's back, he never left again. He was just like, it was like the dangling the carrot, like, yeah, everything's cool, everything's fine. These guys are beatable, just kidding. That's not
fucking crazy, μαλάκα. Αυτά που κάνει είναι άρρωστα, bro.
Poyo did absolutely well there, but Quezy, a solo on the low ground with no mats, able to get back-to-back eliminations as well. Just making sure that they are still collecting those points because they don't want to see the 150-point deficit that they saw from yesterday.
Yeah, they really don't. Really well
Jesus
played
fucking
game from
Christ,
these guys. I mean,
Malaga.
it's unfortunate that Peterborough and Poyo had such a good game from their perspective because this was another solid performance from them. You saw how ThomasHD went down right there. Really unfortunate situation. Quezy was actually able to pick up ThomasHD's materials once he was finally eliminated in the storm, so that just kept him going and allowed him to make this solo clutch. Some really, really nice eliminations. This one in particular, unfortunate that he couldn't get those builds because I think if he could have got those builds, he would have had a little bit of a better placement in the end, but solo clutching 6 is so good, and particularly for Quezy, who I feel like people don't often give him the credit as a really great mechanical player. It's all about ThomasHD. He's the fragger, he's the best player in this duo, but no, Quezy has what it takes as well. He's proved it previously, he's proved it today. He is one that can perform as a solo.
Η Heroic Fortnite, αυτή που η ομάδα που είναι ο ThomasHD μέσα, έκανε tweet locked in for second place tomorrow. Let's go.
Quezy after that, my goodness. Also as well, just a couple highlights from that last game, Dukes and Sphinx. Dukes making into that second place. They burned so much for that high ground though. Still second place, placement and eliminations, that's huge.
Yeah, and Dukes and Sphinx had a pretty good day.
Πάτα δεύτερο zero τρόπε, όντως μπιλάρε. Όντως, ισχύει αυτό που λες.
High ground there as well was very smart. Cammy and Seti for a moment there had high ground, but then they saw that they had low mats. That's when Dukes and Sphinx went up. And Cammy and Seti very smartly dropping down, not even trying to fight for it because when you have no mats, what's the point there? Dukes and Sphinx capitalizing on that awareness, did a great job in that game.
Yeah, they did. And as you mentioned, Zeke, it's always tough to sort of keep those materials going when you're a high ground team like that. We saw at the end, Dukes didn't quite have the materials to try and win that final 1v1. I expect to see this team making more end games though. It's nice to see them getting that second place, as you mentioned, a really solid day for them yesterday. So building on that, not crumbling under the pressure of having that good performance in day one. I'm excited to see what they can do.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, Fortnite fam, we are now at the halfway point of the competition. Only 3 games left to go. Our players have left the stage. Now they'll have a moment here of respite. They'll be able to eat, talk to their coaches. So when we return from this next break, we'll have more for you here from the FNCS.
Τρία λεπτά, okay, baby. Αβίξ, όχι. Ο ThomasHD είναι top 3 παίκτες of all time. Είναι μέσα στο top 5 θα πω, όχι top 5. Ανάμεικτα στο top 5. Γιατί το Το να βγαίνεις κάθε φορά δεύτερος σημαίνει κάτι, ρε φίλε. Είσαι ο top παίχτης. Καταλαβες. Είσαι από τους καλύτερους, ρε φίλε, από τους top. Εννοείται πως ο καλύτερος θα είναι αυτός που κερδίζει, αλλά και αυτός που βγαίνει δεύτερος συνέχεια είναι πάρα πολύ καλός. Prime γρίπας, Peterbot και Polo μαζί. Ισχύει αυτό που λες, bro. Ο Prime γρίπας όντως ήταν παιχτάρα, bro. Earnings, PR. Tournament wins. Όντως, ισχύει. Μαλακία που κουίτα, ρε, bro. Καλύτερα τρίτος παρά δεύτερος. What? Πού είσαι, ρε Τσίλις OG? Ναι, Ζάλο, ευτυχώς, αδερφέ. Πολύ τυχερή είναι. Τι έπαθε Μαλιμπούκα? Τίποτα, ρε μαγκής, απλά δεν του βγαίνει το game. Τώρα είναι πουτσά από τους OCE. Εντάξει, οκ, it is what it is. Τσατάρα, κάντε ένα like όλοι να φτάσουμε 2.000 like σήμερα. Πάλι. Let's go, baby. Όλοι like να φτάσουμε 2.000 like και subscribe όλοι οι καινούργοι. Θέλουμε άλλα 10 subs για να φτάσουμε 81-200.
How about by playing it on one of the biggest screens in the world? Today we're going big shout out to NASCAR for bringing us out here to the Texas Motor Speedway just outside of Fort Worth, where we've invited some Fortnite players to play on the NASCAR Daytona rocket racing map. It's going to be a great time.
I think the biggest monitor I played on is like 30 inches maybe, so it's a huge upgrade for sure.
Daytona υπάρχει και στο X-Define, by the way. Πόσα λεφτά έχουν έριξει στην Daytona, bro. Τι στον μπούτσε είναι αυτό?
I think you need probably a million Venos to make that whole entire monitor. Yeah, he's waving right there.
It would be sick to do a tournament here. 100%. A tournament on the screen, bro? That'd be fun. I'd love to do that.
Come on in.
Big lev on.
Have you ever played on a screen this big?
No.
Not this big.
Who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Damn. Oh, okay. He's taking a step. He's confident.
Take away.
I don't think you're gonna win though.
We're gonna jump in. We're gonna see who can get the fastest times today. We're gonna do some time trials, right?
Okay.
And it's live. Let's go.
You're already doing twists and turns, man.
You're 6 laps?
He's played this before. I feel like he's
Where's
played.
the timer?
Maybe he's not played it before. The middle mouse button to activate your boost. Go on.
Κάνουνε promote αυτή τη στιγμή ένα map, αυτό μου φαίνεται.
3 minutes 20 seconds. Get a grip. It's a route. Are you next to me? 11. Is it 11? 11's gonna get the worst score, bro.
Really?
Don't get nervous, Clix.
And it's live. Let's go. 320 to beat. No pressure at all. But if you don't beat the score, it will be pretty embarrassing for you.
Can you see where the kilometers is? Like with the numbers?
Yeah, I see.
Oh my god.
We bugged the map.
No. What I say? You had to be too techy, bro. You had to be too techy.
You've lost a lot of seconds there, bro.
Let's see.
Clix is rocking in with a
3-11.
That's why I said. That's why I said. That's why I said it was much.
That's not great.
Στο 18 next game, ναι, μαγκές. Το έχω δει εγώ αυτό, εντάξει, οκ, δεχτώ ρε φίλε, είναι το break και καλά.
Wait, how am I slow though? I think you'll hit sub 3 minutes at the moment, yeah.
got Loki a good. You got like
strong finish.
253. Oh no.
That's a good time. That's a good time. That's a good time. Canada, start your engine, lads. Let's go. Strong start.
Better than Cooper.
Hey, Canada.
Yeah, wrap this up.
No, there's a bug on me. No, I'm getting green. It's on me. It's on me, bro. No, this bug's on me. I'm getting green, bro.
Oh, no. What's it gonna be?
Damn, no.
What's it gonna be?
Ooh,
3 minutes on
7
the clock.
8 seconds
short,
out.
Hey, at least I beat. Do you think he beats the timer? I beat these two.
Who the worst is?
Who's the worst?
Oh yeah, your turn. Let me step up, bro.
Now,
crazy.
Now it's time for the tutorial.
No, it's an overcut. Oh, no.
Tutorial.
Oh no,
He's
man.
He's drifting. He's pecky with it.
This is a guarantee.
I got it. I hit it.
Oh no.
Come on, give me a good time, please. Under 250. Under 250.
3. Oh my God, he got slower than me. He got slower than me.
Commiserations. 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 Nice try.
Nice try,
next time.
Nice try, bro. You guys got next.
Let's go.
To the
winners.
To the winners. Well done. Second place.
Yes, sir.
First place. Third place right here as well. And that was some rocket racing on the big horse. 218 feet wide, 97 feet tall. The biggest screen you guys will probably ever play on. What do you make of that?
That was crazy.
Some fun?
It was fun.
It was fun.
It was a lot of fun. Especially playing the racing game.
Yeah.
That hit.
It was good. Hey, shout out to Rocket Racing. We're going to see you guys on the next one. Peace out.
Up here at the Creator Lounge, the influencers are plentiful, and let me tell you something, so were the vibes.
Μαλάκας ο άλλος είναι 2 μέτρα και 7 εκατοστά ρε. 2,7 είναι. Βασικά 7 εκατοστά λέω. 2,7.
And I just had to revisit a conversation from yesterday with two of our good friends, Blake and Somerset. Hey guys, how are we feeling after 3 games from today?
I'm feeling good, man. Like, we got a tournament on our hands.
Αυτά είναι οι celebrities και καλά του Fortnite. Πάρτε και εμένα ρε μαλάκα εκεί πέρα.
Peterbot was gonna choke a little bit, but then he comes out with a crazy solo clutch. It was all solos at the end.
What the fuck is Blake ρε μαλάκα?
All I'm gonna say is Blake has been in support from Peterbot since the beginning. I may or may not have, but now I'm definitely turning my cheek onto them because they have been going absolutely crazy the last 2 days.
Awesome stuff. There's been a lot of surprises in the competition so far today. And Blake, heck it, why don't we throw a surprise your way as well? Why don't you go ahead and turn your head that way real quick? Everybody, it is Blake's birthday!
Τι γίνεται ρε, όλοι... Ω, Cypher PK, εμφανίστηκε.
One giant happy birthday for Blake himself. 1, 2, 3, happy birthday! Go ahead, Blake. Go ahead and make a wish right
Cypher PK, let's go.
There it is. How you feeling?
I just wish to qualify for Global Championship next year.
That's how you know he's a competitor. Somerset, you are always by Blake's side. Any words of affirmation for him?
Happy birthday. You're getting old. Everyone's making these accusations that you're washed now. So next year for Globals, you got to prove them wrong. Let's go.
There we go. Listen, we have some cake to celebrate with. There'll be a celebration at the end of the day, and Quezy and Thomas are hoping to be a part of that.
Yeah, they really are. Can you make sure that you save us all 3 here some birthday cake? I would be devastated if you didn't, all right? I'm joined by Quezy and ThomasHD here. We have got ourselves a serious championship Sunday. Quezy, the first 3 games, I mean, we had ourselves a lot of points scored early on, and Peterbot Poyo going down gave you guys a real advantage to get up that leaderboard, and you were the top spot for a while. Walk us through those first kind of couple of games and how that went really well for you guys, ensuring that you are definitely...
Bro, πρέπει να τελειώσει πριν τις 12.
I mean, we're just trying to be consistent,
Το FNCS.
but it's hard to compete with Thanos himself, you know, so we'll see.
Thanos himself. I mean, Thomas as well. I mean, you obviously in that 3rd game watching Quezy there, who managed to clutch up and just carry on going. You need those kind of plays in finals like this, don't you?
Γιατί αν κλείσει το ίντερνετ, αν κλείσει η γενική του γάμου, το σπίτι ΔΕΗ, τέλος πάντων, πέσει το ρεύμα, νομίζω είμαστε over.
I mean, there's only like, what, 40 or 50 points between you guys and top spot right now, which is absolutely doable with the 1.5 multiplier. The last 3 games, does anything change for you guys? Is there any kind of strat coming into this you think this is how we go for it, or is the consistency and the complacency of where you are right now going to get you through and up to that main stage to lift that trophy?
I mean, I don't think we can change much. Don't really have time to make adjustments, but we just keep doing what we're doing, and we hope it's enough.
I want to hear about one for a second here. You guys as a partnership. What is it like playing alongside ThomasHD? I guess a lot of people at home right now wishing they could be next to you guys, competing with you. What's this guy like playing next to?
It's amazing and it's pretty easy to play, you know? That's about it.
Same question for you. I mean, this guy, he's done it all as well. Quezy is the man. Same thing. What is it like this season playing next to Quezy?
I mean, it's great playing with Quezy. Like, I don't think there's anyone else that I want to play like a LAN like this with than Quezy. I think he's like the best ideal by far.
Okay, we're going to see exactly what happens. Will they manage to go all the way and lift that trophy on behalf of the EU? I hope so. Let's head our way back over to the rest of the gang and see what they have to say.
On behalf of NA, I also hope so. That's just my opinion. Welcome back here from the FNCS. We just are sitting here at the halfway point. Man, that last game was so crazy once again. Obviously, we would love to see
announcement
that story, Peter and Poyo, the back and forth. It's a really great story.
It really is a great storyline, and I hope that we get to see both of these players make it to the end game for the next 3 games as well. However, like I said before, there is still an opportunity for other teams below them to climb up the leaderboard, and to not forget that this isn't just a fight for first place. Everyone is still trying to climb up this leaderboard, make sure that they get
Clix έπεσε το 8 του γάμου.
6-digit figures are.
Yeah, I mean, you heard it there from them directly in the interview. We don't really have time to change things right now. They've had a very, very good day overall. Of course, they came out.
Ο Clix πρέπει να ανέβει, μάγκες. Πρέπει να πάρει ένα win ο Clix, ρε bro. Έλα γάμω το σπιτάκι μου, Clix, παίξε λίγο σοβαρά. GG, σε φάγα μπλοκ από γκόμενα. Πώς έγινε αυτό, αδερφέ? Γιατί?
Yeah, and just look at this leaderboard here, right? Like, first place, right, 608, 569. So we got first and second kind of fighting it out. Third and fourth, right, in that 400, almost 500 range, they're fighting out. Fifth, all the way down to 9th. And you can even argue Bolt and Bryce are even trying to fight up into that competition. Guys, this is still anyone's game. We only have 3 games left to go. During this halftime, what do you guys think is kind of going through the players' minds? What are the things they're looking to change? Because the moment you fall, if you start this game and you fall outside of placements or eliminations, now you're only going to have 2 games left, and then vice versa, 1 game left. There's only so many opportunities left, Kelly.
You know, it's interesting because we've now had 2 interviews of Peter and Poyo and now Quezy and ThomasHD, and there's a bit of a juxtaposition for what they're doing during this halftime show. Where Peter and Poyo, they're going back to the review, they're talking to their coaches.
Μαγκές,
Whereas Quezy and ThomasHD...
Ποιο coin πιστεύετε είναι το πιο σπασμένο? Το coin του Raft τώρα με το scan ή το Grimgate? Και πρέπει να πάρετε και λίγο στην άποψή σας το ότι ήταν no movement meta, ενώ το coin του, ας πούμε, το coin του Grim έδινε movement σε ένα no movement meta. Δεν ξέρω. Είμαι 50-50 λίγο. Ποιο Doom ρε, του Grimgate λέω ρε, του προηγούμενου season. Το Siphon δεν είναι καν σπασμένο. Νιώθω πως το Grimgate είναι πιο σπασμένο. Σε no movement meta. Αλλά και το scan είναι πάρα πολύ bro, δεν ξέρω, είναι cheat και αυτό. Είναι σαν να τσιτάρεις όντως. Δεν έχω ιδέα. Είναι σαν να έχεις goal hacks. Βασικά όχι, το scan πιστεύω είναι. Ποιο διά ρε μαλάκα νεκτάρια. Τι ακούω.
And of course that brings us back to the reminiscent days of Invitational 2022, where it was Quezy and Veno dropping onto Cammy and Seti and making one of the best plays that we have ever seen in the FNCS ever.
Just imagine for a moment. Let me just paint you a mental picture. And I'm not saying this come true, but I did write it in the script. Peter Poyo, suddenly ThomasHD, Quezy, they're both contesting each other. They decided we're going to fight it out right here. And then all the rest of the lobby is just like, we're also going to be part of this. We're just going to eliminate both of you. And just kidding. I hope that doesn't happen. But that's a very interesting point. In that moment, you know, in Invitational, we would have never, and I don't think anyone would have ever imagined that was what the play that would have been made. And so here with 3 games left, you got to start thinking as a duo like, bro, we can make one of those plays. It's high risk, high reward. But But at the end of the day, like, it could win us a global championship. It could send us into the top 10 and receive life-changing amount of money. I mean, there's so much on the line here.
I think that was a very specific situation, though, in the Invitational, where CH1LLYS and Quezy and Veno were so far ahead of the competition that even if Quezy and Veno did go down in second place, they would have been there regardless because they knew that Cammy and Seti were so much stronger in the end game there. So I think that as far as other players landing on the raft, because there was at 1.4 teams, why not 40 teams? I think that is a very specific situation because a lot of these teams are still trying to climb up that leaderboard and not sacrifice those placement points.
I think it is a specific situation, but I also think it's a specific situation that could actually happen, right? With how well those top two teams are playing.
Πόλο 50χρονο σε σώμα 16χρονου.
Players are taking the stage once again. They are preparing themselves mentally, but this is not the only competition that has been going on this weekend. There's another one happening on the Fortnite Battle Stage!
Εσείς που λέτε για διακοπή, μένετε Ρόδο, μαγκές. Snowy, Μάριος Βασιλιάδης.
The top player at the end of a battle stage. The next round is going to be the finals for Battle Stage Dallas. At the end of Battle Stage.
Τι κάνουνε promoter με τις μαλακίες αυτά. Και την μπούτσα είναι, κανείς δεν τα παίζει. Πω. Μακάρι ρε μαλάκα να μην κάνει όμως. Γιατί ήταν... Και δεν έχει γράψει και περιοχές ρε μαλάκα. Πω μαλάκες, γιατί να το κάνετε αυτό μπρο. Γιατί να κάνετε promote τη μαλακία μπρο. Παίζει να είναι αυτοί που το φτιάξαν ρε και το παίζουνε, στορκίζομαι. Google ρε το λέει περιοχές. Έψαξε το εσείς ρε μαλάκα, εμένα δεν μου το βγάζει πάντως. Κάτσε. Σε ποιες περιοχές της Ρόδου θα έχει διακοπή ρεύματος σήμερα. Δεν μου το βγάζει. Άντε βρε μάλακα, ακόμα αυτό δείχνεται ρε μάλακα, άντε ρε μάλακα.
I don't know, it doesn't even feel real at this point, but it is real because I'm holding the golden guitar. Cool, I play.
I hope we see more competitive events like this in the future, because man, so many people getting into great music, so many people getting into competition. Love it.
Well, next time, I'm definitely bringing it home. Moose better watch over his back.
Shout-outs there. Fortnite Festival Battle Stage Champion. That's what I'm going to be doing after this. I know this has been super fun. I'm just going to go. I'm terrified at that. Let's just.
Τι νομό είναι Ρόδος, ο δεκανής σου.
Here we are, though, back once again. We are almost ready to jump back into the action. As we kind of talked about, only 3 games left to go. And then we are looking to crown global champions, Kelly.
It's finally happening. I mean, since 2023, where we saw Cooper and Miro raise their trophy, I've been waiting for this moment, and to see these 2 teams so close in reach of that title of the FNCS Global Champion, I cannot wait to get into this next game.
I'm so happy it's close. I'm so happy it's so close. As a neutral, if you're watching and you don't have a team that you're following, I think it's so good that things are so neck and neck going into these last 3 games. And of course, with that 1.5x points multiplier, anything can change so quickly. So even the likes of Vico
207 μαλακίες λέει bro, δεν λέει κάτι για...
End to the day, Vico and Flixi could be your FNCS global champions for this year. So it's still all to play for, and it's gonna be electric, Zeke. This is really where, this is the business end of the competition, we call it.
I know, we just cannot discredit this Victory Royale. 100 points.
Yeah.
I mean, right, a single duo could find themselves a Victory Royale, and then everything changes. This leaderboard shakes up. We could see Peter and Poyo have a slip-up.
Άντε να τελειώσει ρε φίλε το game, να τελειώσουν πριν τις 1. Να δούμε τουλάχιστον τα grants και μετά βλέπουμε. Θα δούμε αν θα σερμάρουμε το Twitch ή όχι.
We've had wins from the high ground, we've had wins from the low ground, we've had solo competitions, we've had 2v2v2s. It has just been an all-encompassing experience of what Fortnite has to offer.
Yeah, we've had a little bit of everything, haven't we? Solo clutches went crazy. Of course, there was that one game today where we had like 5 or 6 solos just in the game alone. So yeah, we've kind of had a little taste of everything. Now this is where things get really serious. I expect to see a little bit of change of strategy from some of our teams that maybe aren't doing so great. Some of the teams at the top, I think I'm expecting more nerves from, because this is really where it's make or break.
I think this is also where we're going to see a lot of issues with Storm Surge. A lot of players playing as safe as they can possibly be because they don't want to get eliminated. Regardless of going for those eliminations, they want those placement points. So I think that it's going to be a bit of a struggle for a lot of the teams that don't have kind of those off-spawn fights or other duos near them. They're going to have to make some big rotations to get those tags, or at least have some strategy in their back pocket.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just curious to start diving into what has changed, right? These players have had this time to kind of just wash away. Those first 9 games don't matter. We just have to show up for the next 3. These next 3 games will define our legacy, the legacy we leave here at the FNCS Global Championship. It is time. This is game number 10. Let's load right back on that battle bus with MDF and the best talk.
Για πάμε λίγο.
Thank you guys so much, and yes,
Eric 4 Νοεμβρίου.
Officially crossed the halfway point. Match number 10 is in sight, and what's even more crazy to even consider currently was that performance out of Peterbot to close things off, because so many of these teams, they just had to sit and ice out for 20 minutes watching that, but we're ready to see what Match 10 has in store for us. And like I'd already mentioned, MDF, everyone witnessing Peterbot's pop-off to conclude match number 9, then you go with your duo, you sit and you wait, think, talk, but what do you do realistically when you are dealing with the Thanos of the lobby?
Yeah, I mean, hey, they said it, we didn't, right? This is the truth of the matter, is that everyone looks up to this team as clearly the most powerful in the lobby, but now that we are in the back half, I mean, that short break does allow for other teams to try to sit down and formulate a strategy. 30 minutes between a game where you get to look into the VOD, look into the replay client, right? Feel out what exactly is going on around you is a huge opportunity. I mean, even now, we're seeing people like Acorn potentially find fights there in the feed, but Huddy and Kovacs need to just escape this duo, quite honestly.
Seems like Sky beat Huddy and Kovacs to the punch. He's actually got a gatekeeper shotgun, which is going to fare significantly better. You would
nice
think,
kill, Huddy.
Huddy actually going to find the first assault. Sky has been knocked. It's exclusively down to Scroll now to try and stay alive, but he's not going to be able to make it work. Huddy and Kovacs, once again, fully in control and commanding Rebels Roost.
Very nicely done for them now, as we are just jumping into things here. Peterbot, Poyo looking pretty good now. What's happening though? There's action happening here at the raft. They don't want nothing to do with it as they're shying away. Swizzy and Japko get a little bit of loot and just back off as fast as possible. You know, it is pretty interesting to think about a 40-point gap that was once at the start of the event closed and then all of a sudden sprung right back into the action come the back half. So really showing you that when Peterbot and Poyo win a game, it's usually explosive.
Ρε φίλε, γιατί δεν τους κοντεστάρουν στο coin όμως.
That's important to note though is
Τα έχει πλάκα.
Sure, we're seeing quick departures from Swizzy and Yapko, but their intent for 2 days in a row now has been exclusively get what they can and then immediately start to head towards the weapons bunker. That's been their big play, is trying to establish their surge damage around the underworld, around Grim Gate, but for Clix and Veno, it's another beast entirely. They're dealing with Demo and Resigns. Resigns, though, not going to be able to work his way out of this one, but Clix could pay the price instead. Cuts off into the corner. Demo left to fend for himself here, but Clix is incredibly low. Veno has been knocked, and it's going to be Oshi coming out on top. A massive upset for Clix and Veno. They were inside of our top 10, but with that confidence secure by Demo, this is a real opportunity because this is the fastest conclusion we've seen yet.
Όχι ρε μαλάκα.
You know, you saw what happened there. They didn't have material to work with. Things ended so fast, and not being able to secure the elimination itself is also just small points lost here. Jumping in with Chicho and Trulix.
Όχι ρε μαλάκα.
The Monarch pistol obviously hitting in the range of that 60 plus, but Kanata and Cooper is the earliest we've seen them go head to head against Alex and Worthy, forcing them out of the drop. That was just one of the two, though. Malibuka and Mustache not happy with Kanata and Cooper taking their pickings here. This is almost a throwback to the Invitational when Kanata had beef at the racetrack up against Malibuka and Mustache.
Τώρα στηριζόμαστε στον υπεράνθρωπο.
Malibuka, ThomasHD at the time, but things have shifted.
Malibuka ζει,
Cooper finding that singular elimination. Now
Έλα, Χριστή Παναγιά, ζει.
our position here at Restored Reels. They have a very real opportunity as well to try and see if they can look for not just the solo, but also taking advantage of the other half section. Because keep in mind, Restored Reels usually getting split between only 2 duos, but since Alex and Worthy got cut off so soon, that's going to be even better opportunity still, because Kanata and Cooper know that that POI has not been fully looted.
Well, matches 9 and 10 have been very interesting since we can see that the zone is going to remain down south.
Ξέρανε ότι πέθανε ο Clix.
Poyo saw Clix and Veno get eliminated, and they wasted no time to rush in and secure these eliminations up
Μπράβο, ρε
against
μαλάκα.
and Demo seems to have escaped outside of the sandy steps, but it makes sense, right? They would come in and just finish the job.
But Peterbot and Poyo also knew that if Clix and Veno aren't there, they have zero fear of Oshi, and they've been very open about that. Jap and Teeny, on the other hand, they've also joined the fray here at Restored Reels. Malibuka, Mustache, they've got 1 elimination as well. Teeny and Jap find themselves boxed in the center. They're trying to see if they can escape, but they're both gonna pressure onto Malibuka's walls. Malibuka hasn't had his shield fully cracked just yet, but he's definitely low enough. Same could be said though for Chap and Teeny. Armored wall gonna cut off that aggressive path from Mustache, and they'll have a moment to regenerate their shields.
Chabatini have fallen down to 12th here, but still are very much in the running here. Let's not forget 1.5 points to be earned, so every game having that much more significance on the standing. Teeny slide up behind Malibuka and find an elimination right there. Very nice.
Malibuka, τι κάνεις, αδερφέ.
And in quick fashion there, picks up the loot. He desperately needed that. He's only got
Malibuka, τι κάνεις, αδερφέ.
Tap on the other side though, getting tagged off in the distance. Teeny looking to finish off Giras and Shari, who seems to have rotated north from the south after seeing Clix and Veno go down. They're like, oh, okay, there's no one at third party. Let's go the opposite way. Everyone's adjusting.
And I think that adjustment was so unexpected.
Yeah, the boots are Matsuhune, by the way.
Malibuka was trying to stay hidden because he recognized the fact that there was Giras and Shari on the other side. But again, Teeny, Chap, wasting absolutely no time. Just caught in the center of the action.
I just want to say how interesting that Peterbot and Polyo see Clix and Veno fall and they push in. Geras and Shari see it and like, let's get out. Very different philosophy, very different strategies at play there, but nonetheless, we progress here onto Bryce and Bolts now, who have a little bit of this high ground spot here. Bryce and Bolts continue to kind of remain inside this top 10 conversation. However, still shy of a victory royale to really propel them up to the top.
Clix Veno.
For sure, but for Baka and Pars, this is a site that they haven't had a chance to really take too much advantage of in a while. Their drop by shipment station usually leaves them in contention to be able to look at a forecast tower or two, but because of the action that's been taking place between Vico, Flixi, Peterbot, Polyo, all these other duos trying to establish their dominance over these forecast towers, it's been difficult for Pars and Baka to work their way into that conversation. But again, this is also partially Domino's effect because Peterbot and Polyo rotated so early on to push Damon Resigns off of the Clix Veno eliminations that now it's left an opening for Baka and Pars to set up home base around the forecast tower that would typically be contested by Peterbot and Polyo.
Right now θέλουμε να δούμε τον Clix ρε φίλε. Τον Clix, τον Peterbot.
They can get a couple tags on a team rotating nearby. Well inside the top 10 here.
Έχουμε αυτό και άλλα δύο μαγκές.
Shifting our conversations a bit towards the pricing as well. Let's not how.
Του εξηγάμε σαν τα μπρόπινα, ο γάματα έρχεται τώρα.
It will be as you start breaking into top 10. The difference is in what you.
Και δεν έχω καμιά πίτα να φάω τώρα, μπρο. Θα φάω ψάρι, μαλάκα.
Players are going to start having to worry about as well, given the performances. Even if first place is not in the question, you want to be up as high as possible.
And that's also an interesting dynamic to consider because some of these teams that are outside of that top 25 in the leaderboard, this might just be a prime opportunity for them to be as reckless as they want because realistically, 6 points per elimination, if they're able to stack 3, 4, possibly even 5, it's never going to be easy, especially not at the caliber of a global stage lobby, but when you know that everybody gets money and when you see such distinct gaps between the prize points and one or two more placements higher, it's definitely worth trying to key after.
Yeah, Vico and Flixi thinking about keying Shadow and Virgo on that note. Shadow and Virgo very much aware that this bunker is going to open here. Now looking to back off, seems like they've sort of met their match. We had time to catch up with Vico's parent. And they said they expect Vico to get much more eliminations today. That is what is the hopes. And look, he has done just that. He is in 3rd place right now. Vico and Flixi absolutely have proven to the world that they are a scary team and someone to be respected.
Η κρέπα είναι γλυκιά.
Just seeing the way that Vico's mom is so invested though. I mean, granted,
Γεννήτρια πήρες, τι γεννήτρια είναι
mαλάκες. But it's just the emotional display. I can only imagine what it's like because even for us watching, the anxiety is bound to hit. Nerves definitely starting to build here, but the shots have to stay clean as ever for all of these players involved because you might not have as many opportunities as you would hope for, and Sphinx managing to connect some very optimal shots with that striker burst assault rifle.
Αυτό ρε μαλάκα, τι άλλη μοίρη κρέπα, κόνστα, γάμισέ μας ρε μαλάκα. Άμα θες κάτι αλμυρό, όντως πάρε καμιά πίτα, πάρε κανένα σάντουιτς, πάρε κάτι ρε φίλε, κανένα τοστάκι. Θα φας κρέπα με αλμυρό σημαίνει ότι σ' άρεσες. Οκ, σ' αρέσει το γλυκό με το τέτοιο, με το... με το αλμυρό. Οκ, all good.
I was just gonna say, but you gotta be careful, because here comes Flixi and Vico coming back to home territory. First tag's gonna come out onto Aviv.
Καφνό, δοκίμασε κρέπα με γύρω, μπρο, πες να γαμάει. Και τζατζίκι.
The damage coming in from Vico now and back off.
But both of these teams need to be wary of the fact that they don't want to get caught outside of the zone for a little bit too long. Teams inside of the zone already managing to build up more primary positioning, and when you're trying to break through some of these surge bases that are in more of that central map position, it can be very difficult to work around and still retain as many resources. All of these splashes.
Το γελάς αλλά πες γιατί θα γαμάει. Κρέπα με τζαζίκι ρε, θα πάτεις κάτι άσχημο στην κοιλιά σου ρε, θα χέζεις μετά για 2 μέρες.
Because of that factor, Bugha, Aviv, they're not really interested in the fight.
One thing to note too, the bunker. Not really talked about how much ammunition it serves out to the players that secure it. You saw there, Vico and Flixy had 300 ammunition apiece.
Εντάξει, οκ, whatever. Ο καθένας μπορεί να τρώει ό,τι θέλει, ρε φίλε. Οι άλλοι στην Κίνα βρε μαλάκα τρώνε κατσαρίδες. Πούτσα, αν τρώτε κρέπα αλμυρί ή όχι. Λέω τη γνώμη μου, ρε φίλε. Για μένα η γνώμη μου είναι ότι δεν υπάρχει αλμυρί κρέπα στο μυαλό μου.
Wants to see if he can find another refresh if possible, but again, teams next to the Nitrodrome fully aware of the fact that these last little bits of metal are probably going to have to be the hard mats that carry them through the rest of this mid game. Some nice connections though. Rapid, that is a big knock.
A huge knock there. And look at this, we jump back in and Flixy's actually down. What went wrong?
Flixy dead.
Vico to try to play this one out. We saw Flixy lurking, trying to get a weird angle onto Aviv and Bugha, and they might have actually caught him off guard.
Aviv and Bugha may have even falsely alluded to Vico and Flixy as if they were, you know, trying to just escape, but in actuality, they were really just setting the trap all along. Flixy was playing rather separate in the first place, and yeah, here, you can already tell, Shield
τρώγαν εκεί, από Αβίβ, Τσίμπο.
Big cheese. On the move now. No one in sight here as they get a nice clean rotate down the river's edge here. This is match number 10. The back half of the tournament is very much underway here. Aviv and Bugha have a long way to go if they want to break into that top 10, but they are knocking on the door now. As several eliminations in a good placed game here will put them inside the conversation. And this is after having such a struggle day one, right? Completely almost unheard of for Bugha and Aviv, but this day two performance is one to be impressed with. Meanwhile, Huddy and Kovacs from one bad game the previous round seems like they're carrying that bad vibe into this one here as well. It's not looking good.
Με τι τρως αυγόφετα. Αν λες είσαι OG αυγόφετες. Βασικά ποιες αυγόφετες λες εσύ, bro? Υπάρχουν οι OG αυγόφετες μαζί με ζάχαρη και λάδι. Αυτές είναι οι OG αυγόφετες. Τώρα όλες οι υπόλοιπες είναι για την πουτσα.
Long way for some of these teams that don't have those weapon bunkers like you already called.
Vico has now brought back Flixy with the reboot van.
Τι OG, αυτά τα τρώγανε όταν σου λέω όταν δεν είχαν τίποτα στον πόλεμο, αυτά τρώγανε, αυγόφετες.
Sure, you'll have time to kind of get back into the swing of things, but you are very behind on time now, which obviously so valuable and you do not get back.
I think what's even crazier still is the fact that they were still a couple hundred damage above the threshold. Despite this setback, they are still in.
Fun fact, έχω να φάω πάρα πολλά χρόνια αυγόφετα.
That Aviv and Bugha essentially placed them into, but top of Rift Island definitely starting to heat up here. Muzz, Epic Whale, after some very essential material. They have 0 metal though. And that could be a massive detriment as the mid to
Μαλάκα, γεια. Έχεις Defiant, γουστάρεις φίλε. Εντάξει, και εγώ γουστάρω να σου πω την αλήθεια, αλλά τώρα περιμένω να βγει το επόμενο season 15 μέρες ακόμα.
Still very difficult spot to be in for Huddy here. They have the damage.
Μην το είσαι πολύ αστής, αδερφέ.
That's really the truth of it. Look at how many teams have
πάρα πολύ αστής, bro, πραγματικά.
The likes of Muzz and Epic Whale, amongst others. Huddy here just trying to figure out what he can scrap together. Material is extremely low here. Even now, he's playing with fire here as he's trying to inch his way into...
Για έχω φτιάξει ένα σερβερ, λογικά θα τον κάνω publish στο επόμενο season, δηλαδή σε περίπου 10 μερούλες. Και όποιος παίζει X-Defiant να μπει εκεί πέρα, ρε φίλε. Στην Ελλάδα, τέλος πάντων.
As they continue to try and work their way into Brawler's Battleground. Just look at the amount of materials they've had to expend already. And they're still sitting just outside the edge zone. All the while, Vico, Flixy They have cracked into the edge, but now they got to try and break past Reason and the deal.
This is a fight they've seen before. No strangers to one another on the European region. However, there's still Michael and Job also firing in on this fight, so it's not just a clean 2v2.
Ο Χάτι γιατί έχει 90 μοίρες στο κεφάλι του, γιατί έχει πρόβλημα στο μάτι. Ούτε εγώ το ξέρω.
Job steps in and just gets crushed for a moment there, but Clixy damaged as well. Vico doubles down on the armored walls and actually finds the elimination. Meanwhile, Poyo and Peterbot are fighting their way in as well. And this time it's up against Cold and Acorn.
Cold and Acorn have been struggling today as far as their surge has been concerned, and big part of the reason why they don't have that direct contest that they were able to depend on in day number 1 up against the likes of Andalix and Sato. So taking this exchange with Poyo, it's only going to hinder both teams at this stage because Baka and Pars, they're starting to put their heads into the mix, and Resigns, a lone soldier, he's not going to be able to make it out.
Huge pickup for Epic Whale, though. He's actually going to be the one to get the last
Scuff
from the Rift Island down onto Resigns there. Meanwhile, you would have thought it was Damo who was close nearby, but no, it's Agers in the storm, looking like a solo as well. What is happening here? This is going to give a sense of security to Poyo and Peterbot when the scan comes out and they see Agers potentially there in the distance.
Yeah, they're also going to recognize the fact that he's a...
They're going to think he's a solo, but he's not.
Agers is just far enough away from Rise, though, that Poyo and Peterbot, you saw the confidence in that movement. They were full sprinting. They're not trying to hide anything about their intention. And Agers instantly recognizing the danger in sight. It's going to fall back immediately. And now Poyo, Peterbot, they see his duo in the distance, and they're going to opt to fall back. Agers and Rise will live to see another day.
Definitely a close one. Poyo and Peterbot are moving so fast as well. And, you know, for good measure, they need more damage. They are not quite there just yet. Kiros and Shari going to be the next ones up for Pickens here. But nothing is going to connect. Getting close now to the top 25. Take a look at the highlights. You blinked, you missed it. Baka and Pars get deleted
Cold, best player.
by the young Cold. Very nicely done. He's starting to...
Πόσο και 81-200.
Seems now in the back half, that short break probably much needed.
5 subs, μαλάκα 5 subs ακόμα θέλουμε. Άλλα 5 subs μάγκες για 81-200. Πάμε λίγο μάγκες. Πατήστε ένα subscribe και like όλοι καινούργοι. 2k likes, let's go.
Clixy, more importantly still, they need to find another loot refresh if possible. They're going to have to create the situation themselves. Meanwhile, Peterbot Poyo, this could be exactly everything they were looking for. Ed and Persa have fallen, and a big refresh of materials has finally headed their way.
That was actually so fast too, right? One of the fastest eliminations they picked up, but look, no heals were given out. You would think you catch 2 teams or a set of duos here on
ThomasHD, μαλάκα, perfect.
Just a quick elimination and you'd be fully refreshed, but they are still in a very bad situation as far as heals are concerned.
Yeah, but it's all from rags to riches when you're looking at ThomasHD and Quezy.
Ναι, για εννοείται, bro.
Loadouts in comparison.
Στείλε μου.
Chili's fishy, bro. This kid was the cracked one.
At this phase, and now taking the flaming boost tube, they're trying to catapult themselves.
2-2.
Άντε πρέπει αύριο.
Helping them cover some distance, but at the same time, they're just still so far behind everyone else. Very likely to get held the moment that they surface.
I think we got 2-2.
Making their way out from the edge here. All eyes on Peterbot and Poyo right now, as this is, again, one of those very dangerous situations they found themselves in where Poyo doesn't have much HP. Peterbot holding on with just a single strong foot. Let's see it though. They find a little weak ramp here, try to double out onto Jonathan Pixis. But nothing comes out. Pixie manages to level up just a little bit more there. And the hunt continues.
Peterbot and Poyo, though, they're going to send out their next scan off that reveal medallion. It's Siyun and Kadu.
Θέλουν ένα καλό refresh, φίλε, απλά.
But Siyun and Kadu, they might even be caught in a different exchange of their own. believe that they're applying some pressure onto Epicwell and Muzz, who are sitting on the low ground just underneath them. Cheeps as well, so incredibly hurt, but Peterbot, Pollo, they are just praying.
Έχουνε god loot και scuff. Τέτοιο ρε φίλε.
Nobody is coming near them. Keep in mind that reveal medallion also marking their position on the map. People know Peterbot and Pollo are on the approach.
Yeah, Kato is trying his best to see if he can swing around this dead side for the rotate, but Peterbot and Pollo not having anything to do with it. In fact, finding more tags now into Kato. They're going to recognize we just shield cracked here, push in, take the wall. They didn't have heavy material before, so what did they have to work with? Armored wall comes out, give them a little bit of room, but different duos now looking to collapse in. Luckily, the tag was onto Peterbot and not his teammate. Otherwise, it will be rats here. Great Monarch tags, but literally operating on fumes right now.
Peterbot is down to his final 4 builds. At 3. He's still got 6 armored walls though, but he'll have to be so meticulous with how he actually places them. But just in time, Chris has been found.
It's not much. It's not much, but it's something. And down they go in 17th place. They just couldn't get a
Okay, all good.
Look at who it is. Vico on the other side here falls and takes the damage. Out goes some of the immediate threat.
Κάμε και Seti high ground. Quezy, λογικά ζουν. Ναι.
Once again on the high ground. Quezy and Thomas.
Ω, τους στάνουνε, bro.
Day 2 performance of their careers right now.
The opportunity has arisen though. ThomasHD and Quezy.
This is the game.
If they can just
Μαλάκα, όντως τις zones είναι αυτά, bro.
In any sort of fashion, like some of the successful matches they've had earlier here.
Με αυτό το game, ο Quezy και ο Thomas μπορούν να τους φτάσουν.
Only 54 points currently separates first and second place. Sphinx from the low ground, trying to take some chops up onto height. Success as well. Seti and Cammy will be forced to try and pave their way forward. Still looking to maintain a front side position of this next zone, but Duke, Sphinx right behind them, threatening. They're gonna have to push forward as well though. It's only a matter of time before the two have to clash.
Sphinx and Dukes have turned their focus to high ground here. They want to be up on that podium before the weekend's over, and there's just 3 games to do it. Here we are in the final moments, top 15 now. Starting to heat up here.
Σκάφο ThomasHD και Quezy.
Material running low, they have to find the refresh here. Desperation will start to kick in. They saw the shield crack, sidewall goes in. They're fully committed, armored walls. It's all or nothing, and ThomasHD gets trapped and put down.
Τι έκανε ο Thomas, bro? Βασικά, ο Quezy τι έκανε?
We've seen Quezy be here before. He will have to figure out how to clutch up for the team now.
At least for a moment, he's gonna opt to play his final medkit.
Θα βάλει το medkit, αλλά δεν νομίζω να βγάλει τίποτα άλλο παραπάνω. Δεν έχει match. Ναι, είναι dead. Βασικά. Nice. Dead. Okay. Okay, let's go! Let's go, baby! 81-200, πάμε λίγο μαγκές, subscribe όλοι! Τσατάρα, θέλω να κάνετε όλοι like όσο δεν έχετε να φτάσουμε 2k likes, subscribe όλοι. Στόχος του σημερινού stream είναι 81-300 subs τουλάχιστον. Είμαστε πάρα πολύ κοντά. Όποιοι δεν έχετε κάνει subscribe, τώρα είναι η ώρα. Ο Dukes μαλάκα και ο Sphinx θα βγουνε καλή θέση, bro. Απίστευτο μαλάκα, back to back τώρα θα βγουνε πρώτη δεύτερη.
Swizzy and Yapko on the other hand, they're looking to be the ones to try and overtake the low ground. They've created so much space, but working through these pre-existing builds and even the buildings themselves here at Brawler's Battleground is posing so much of an issue because Bryce bolts in the mid-ground. Pixie as a solo, he's gonna opt for the medkit play as well. Teams falling left and right, and the solos left behind, just hoping that the duos clash into each other.
Japko and Swizzy.
Japko and Swizzy, okay. Aman.
Doing what they need to. Beautiful tag onto Giros, puts him down quickly. Teammate falls behind
nice.
Him. And then Japko delivered Pixie right afterwards, and they jumped their way up to 8 eliminations. dominations in the top 3 now. Bolts is weak, but Bryce is healthy. Sphinx and Dukes waiting their timeout for the
Αλλά Sphinx και Dukes, πουτσά τους όλα.
down low, the medallions in full effect, so they have all the information needed, and they're cutting them off. What an angle from Bryce here to find 1, now 2.
Top 2, okay.
Ground. Down comes Sphinx and Dukes. The call has been made. They're looking to close this game out, and they're a very weakened duo down here.
Duke's feeling good about this one, though. He knows that these players have got to be low. Final 3 builds remain. Sphinx right up above to back him up, but it's only going to take one last shot. Dukes waiting to see which hole Bolts tries to scramble out from under. Armored walls to surround himself for the time being.
That's so smart. He's got something to heal with. He actually is trying to survive.
Heal off.
Oh, Jilly's fishy, bro. This kid was the crack one.
Νίκησε ο Bolts. Νίκησε ο Bolts. Όμιτζι. Όμιτζι. Τι βλέπω ρε.
They were hunting for it for so long. It was only a matter of time before they were finally able to seek this one out. A big victory royale to surge their way up the leaderboards. Heartbreaking moment for Sphinx and Dukes, but they did their best.
Would you please put your hands together for Bryce and Mars? It is good to talk to you guys. Walk us through the end game there. We saw the heals came into play, but what a way. The crowd absolutely loving that too.
We finally got a south pole for the first time. It went to the sand. We also got surge guns this game, so we decided to just stay our spot, get surge. After that, we made it to end game pretty easily. Once we were there, it was just refreshes, you know, it was just clockwork. I don't know, Bryce is one of the best IGLs in the game. I'm one of the best fraggers, and put that together, we're one of the best players ever.
I mean, Bryce, you know, we hear that from their bolts. It was an incredible way to round things up here. Obviously, you guys want to get as far up the leaderboard as possible now. Walk us through this competition thus far. How has it been for you both as a duo?
It's been pretty challenging, but like we're the best duo, so it's nothing like different than NA East, pretty much, or NA Central.
And I got to ask as well, we heard it from these guys, Fort Worth. I mean, Fort Worth, let them hear you one more time. You've got the crowd on your side too here. That must give you a lot of wind in your wings as well.
Yeah, a lot of adrenaline running. I'm really nervous, but I'm also excited.
All right. You heard it there. Bryce and Bolts, one more time, give it up for your winners! Whew. Lots more coming our way here. Bryce and Bolts, they're securing the victory, but we've got 2 more games left to play here. What's going to happen next? You have a front row seat. Do not go anywhere. This crowd already, we know you guys are too. We'll see for plenty more right after
Πιστεύω
this
το
break.
ψάρι είναι το καλύτερο πράγμα στον κόσμο, ρε φίλε. Δεν ξέρω. Μ' αρέσει πάρα πολύ. Έχω ακούσει πολλά άτομα που δεν τρώνε ψάρι, ρε μαλάκα. Σήμερα έφαγα αστακό. Εγώ αστακό δεν τρώω π.χ. Εγώ τρώω όλα τα ψάρια, εκτός από αν τα θεωρείς ψάρια, ρε φίλε, αυτά. Κάβουρες, αστακούς, γαρίδες. Αυτά δεν τα τρώω. Ούτε μύδια. Καλαμάρι τρώω. Χταπόδι τρώω. Οστρακοειδή αυτό, ναι. Δεν τα τρώω αυτά. Μπράβο, έχω ξεχάσει τη λέξη. Bro, δεν μπορώ να φάω μύδια, bro. Τα μύδια νομίζω πως είναι... σκατά. Καλά, ξέρω, δεν έχω φάει τίποτα σήμερα, bro. Ούτε υδατάτρακες, τίποτα, μόνο νερό. I need them.
Yes, Global Championship. We just wrapped up game number 10. Only 2 remain before global champions are crowned. To say this last game was chaotic, I feel is almost like an understatement.
Yeah, that was chaos in its finest form right there. Our 2 biggest teams going down relatively early, although still getting those placement points, probably still holding themselves up in the top of the leaderboard. But big shout outs to Dukes and Sphinx. We've seen some great performances from them, but Bryce and Bolt with the win there. I mean, we saw it from Global Championships 2023. Bryce getting that 6th place with Chubbs. Now, bringing it back again to show how well he can perform on the big stage.
Yeah, I mean, they said it right there. They have the perfect partnership. They have the best IGL, the best fragger in their opinion, and they think they are the best duo, which is, of course, what we got to see in this game right here. They're a little bit lower down on the leaderboards, too, so this is what the second day can do. That 1.5x points can really boost them up in the standings, which I'm sure we'll take a look at very soon. But it's this moment right here where Bryce goes down. Bolts, of course, had to pop that med kit, and Dukes just couldn't get inside of that box because he placed all of those armored walls. What a great strategy, and ultimately, it was because he had more med kits at his disposal.
Such a smart play, and it's also a bit of a risky play, right? Because you don't know what is in Dukes' loadout there. You don't know if he has the medkits. You just have to make that call. And a lot of the times we see these low ground teams, when it does come down to a heal off, kind of scour the low ground there, trying to find the medkits. But he says, no, I have to believe this is my chance. I'm not giving the high ground team a chance to drop down and eliminate me. I'm going for the heal off.
Yeah, you just have to commit, right? That's a great point, because like obviously we as viewers, we have all of the information, right? We can kind of see everyone's healths and everything, but the players can't, right? They're just going, they're down below me, commit, health, the med kit. We don't have another choice. This is the only health I have, right? So very interesting to see. Let's take a look at our leaderboard with only 2 games left. How are things going? Peterbot, Poyo still holding on, especially after that last game. What I found very interesting about Peterbot and Poyo in that game, they started the game with bunker, right? But yet most of the game, they were just shambles.
Yeah, we saw how deep into the storm that they had to go for that bunker, and when that happens and you have to do a big rotate, they're landing over the raft, and it was a southeastern zone, and then by staying in the storm to get that bunker, you just have so much potential to sacrifice, especially when people are paying attention to all those outside teams going for those tags. You just have to use mats, and you're going to have to use your heals a little early in that situation.
Yeah, the casters mentioned it as well. They made a more quick south rotation, of course, within that very first zone to take out the OCG down there that took out Veno and Clix, and I think they didn't get the forecast tower there either, so they were always back in the storm. They didn't know where that next zone was going to be, so they couldn't plan ahead. Οπότε τελειώνει το global. The day and the whole weekend, I guess, with Peterbot.
Ανοίγω κανονικά stream
like the most healthy team, the most stacked team at all circumstances and all situations, but they have the fragging power, they have the ability to pull themselves out of that situation, and that's what makes this team so great.
Absolutely. We saw there in a moment, ThomasHD jumps into a box, making the maddest play I think I've ever seen. What's interesting about this duo, right? Earlier on in the game, around 4th zone, they're sitting 700 above.
Yeah.
And then we go into like 7th zone, they're 400 above. And then kind of running out of steam as far as like maps are concerned.
Yeah, I mean, look at this, just 3 builds available to them, unfortunately jumping into that box. It was possible that ThomasHD thought that it could have been a solo, but Quezy, once again, just with that solo clutch, even though he wasn't able to get too much besides the elimination and an 11th place finish, that still adds up, Mini.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it was a similar situation to earlier on where he actually left the body in the storm. He couldn't get the heals and the materials and stuff that was on that body earlier. He went for it this game. He tried it. He saw those chug smashes, which of course can heal your whites, and he tried to go for it. Wasn't quite enough there at the end, but again, a nice game. Of course, Peterbot and Poyo there got 17th place. I think it was an 11th place for these guys right here, so they're getting the upper hand on them, they're getting the edge on them. It's just not quite enough to take over that first place spot.
This is going to be a fight until the very end. 2 games left to go, and then a champion will be crowned. Fortnite fam, let's get ready to jump into game 11 on the day. Casters, over to you.
Here it is. There's only 2 more chances now. Match 11 being one of them coming right up.
It almost feels so surreal at this point, MDF, that we are right on the cusp of crowning our next global champions.
Yeah, and it is really close at the top. I can't believe Quezy and Thomas couldn't take the small opportunity available.
Mind blow, buddy. Καλύτερα τότε ήταν σε μένα.
Chances will everyone get here in match number 11 to take their shot at the throne, because at this point, Peterbot and Pollo have served up too many opportunities. They can't surely come up short, right?
You would think so, but at the same time, NDF, with the 1.5 times point multiplier, anything is possible. And speaking of crazy possibilities here, Brutal Beachhead, Gal Gamer, Haman, they're actually gonna fly right overhead. They've recognized they have been completely outdropped. Their intentions are elsewhere. Sato and Andalex, though, on the north side of the warship here at Brutal Beachhead. Could be a moment for Acorn and Cold to potentially manifest their own destiny here on the day, because they have certainly encountered a fair share of struggles. And the contest also continues at the Rebels Roost for Kovacs, Putty, Sky, and Skrull.
Looking for an opportunity, looking for an angle right now. Putty's gonna get a huge pickup from the drop right there, so that's the round out the loadout here. Shotgun, AR ready to go. Burst being a great option so early right now. Monarch pistol for Kovacs, so not exactly the best. However, this is a hot drop, so you can see there are plenty of drones flying around that'll drop good loot as well. But Skrull and Sky this time not content with what they've received. Back off. We've seen them do this before. Meanwhile, on the other side, a power-worthy and Alex kicking things off, continuing their domination over restored reels. They really have impressed us, I would say, with what they're capable of in the early game. If they can just patch up that mid-game, I mean, they would make OCE very proud.
Κάτσε ρε μαλάκα, δεν βαγιάνε το δυο.
Managed to smooth out the difficulties that they had in day one as far as that 50-50 drop is concerned and restored reels. The problem now today has just been Kanata and Cooper, amongst other teams, just closing in on that location after they see the exchange take place. But Acorn is currently situated here at Brutal Beachhead without Cold, and considering the Andalex elimination of his own, you have to expect that that was the one he found on the Cold.
Yeah, it's sad to see, but it's about the worst we've seen Acorn and Cold do in person right now, and there's a lot of factors starting to add up. Normally, they play very, very well, you know, being contested. However, there were some rumors Cold wasn't feeling 100% today, so that could be taking its effect here now, especially as we drag on later into the evening, as they've kind of slipped down. But shift our focus into the stars of the evening, if you will. Pollo and Peterbot right now really starting to take form here. Last game makes you wonder what all went wrong in the mid-game, given that they were just in shambles somehow. No extra material. And then on the other side, Quezy and Thomas had a opposite situation, but this time it's an elimination.
They pushed in rather quick to capitalize on Kramsu and Clone, who do land a little bit north of where Research Rock is at, and sure enough, Quezy just beaming Kramsu. Could have potentially just been a circumstance where Kramsu didn't even have time to react. He just got dropped in 2 shots pretty much, so well played to Quezy, ThomasHD for that one. Something we were just talking about in between these matches is the fact that Quezy and Thomas have been able to find
global.
But what they need to add to it at this stage are the eliminations.
Definitely being elimination light is what's holding them back on the standings right now, but consistency is surely theirs, and that'll trump everything. Talk about consistent teams. Vico and Flixie have been online, but this time they have to be careful, have to be wary of Bryce and Bolts, who are coming off a Victory Royale, given that they are another top 10 team, so that's not gonna be easy by any means, but a battle for the forecast tower is of course worth fighting for, and we've seen Bryce and Bolts escape already with the cards, so
not only that, I mean, even factor in what happened yesterday. Bryce and Bolts taking out Flixie when he did secure that forecast key card, so anything goes just about. Just because you get the key card, until you actually confirm it onto that forecast tower, you can't consider it in your control. Teeny and Chap, though, across the map. Just putting on so much pressure here for Garrus and Shari. No real opportunity for them to bounce back here.
Garrus and Shari mixing up the strategies that seem to be working. They were better off sitting in the storm trying to catch tags on the Clix and Veno. Jumping in with Chicho now in ThomasHD. Just outside the Doomstat. Big base here. Ramped out almost to see what they can find. Things are going to slow down here for a moment, but on the other side, things starting to heat up now for Chap and Teeny. Another elimination to finish the duo off.
They knew that Shari was a solo though after collecting Gira, so it makes sense that they would take the time to pinpoint his location. The surge damage, just such a massive necessity to collect early on, so that way they can have better control over their rotations as the match progresses. Because we are down to our final 2 lobbies here today, MDF. Walks Ping getting active now against the likes of Rise and Yuma, and they're gonna win out. 2 big eliminations to add to the tab as Poyo and Peterbot yet again also finding themselves fully in control of the forecast tower.
They've doubled back and secured it again, and this means that they will have all the information for all of the zones coming up. It's such an advantage. And it's not just them, right? There are other teams, of course, securing other forecast towers. However, they have just been the team that be able to do the most with that information.
But now you've got a team with the best medallion, the best striker burst assault rifle, the best kind of opportunities to set themselves into optimal positioning thanks to the forecast. Shutting that down might not even be the focus. More so, it's just got to be other teams emphasizing even more still into their own gameplay to ensure that they can keep up at this point.
Miko and Flixie trying to keep up. I love that they go around, tag other teams, and then double back to the railways, always looking for someone who makes the mistake of getting to their drop spot, looking for scraps.
Ο Peter Bot έφυγε από Agent. Νομίζω η Agent αγοράστηκε από την Exceed.
Nathan, EU team going up against Bryce and Bolts right now. Bryce and Bolts are
Πόσα μάτσα έχει ακόμα αυτό για άλλο ένα, μαγκές.
right now, probably not too sure about what they want to do. I'm sure they want to get back to
Τσατάρα, αυτό που θέλω από εσάς, το έχετε σπάσει όλα, το ξέρω. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για ό,τι έχετε κάνει μέχρι στιγμής. Like θέλω από εσάς, θα φτάσουμε 2K likes, όποιοι δεν έχετε κάνει και έχετε μπει τώρα. Και subscribe όλοι οι καινούργοι, πάρα πολύ σημαντικό. Με βοηθάει απίστευτα πολύ. Άμα γουστάρετε και γουστάρετε τη φάση που κάνουμε τώρα εδώ πέρα, subscribe στο κανάλι αυτό. 2 δωρεάν κουμπιά είναι.
That surge base that they had established, the way that they were taking shots into Doomstad, wondering how much interference they've been playing today up against the likes of Muzz and Epic Whale, Reet and Ritual. Keep in mind, those 2 teams are trying to head. They're already softly contesting each other. They've been splitting Doomstad between the north and south side.
Μου κοβίνω, δεν ξέρω, bro. Αναλόγως πώς θα πάει αυτό το game.
Strong mechanical players. You know they have such crazy pinpoint accuracy, and they're holding you with the surge base from so far. It can be very difficult to actually work your way out of that location.
Especially if it forces you into another team that you're not expecting, which of course will be disastrous. Chicho and ThomasHD doing just that as well, talking about manipulating these rotates. They're trying to do that here. No tags right now into Rapid and Batman Booga. However, ThomasHD has got a completely different angle.
Τι λες, bro. Και εγώ κοιμάμαι ορθιός.
Time to get a move on it here.
Όχι ρε, ζει ακόμα. Top 14 είναι αυτή τη στιγμή, νομίζω.
Plenty of rocks though to easily refarm some of the brick that they had invested for that.
Βάλε και ένα ερωτηματικό ρε μαλακατέζ.
And just behind them, you can see Muzz, Epic Whale. They've had to maintain a low profile to prevent themselves from being victims of ThomasHD and Chicho's Eagle Eyes inside of that surge base. But the surge bases continue to pose issues for plenty of other teams around the lobby. Here we've got Poyo and Peterbot actually looking to see if they can capitalize onto Sky and Scroll. One above, one below. Sky Scroll caught in the center. But they're going to try to just finagle their way out of this one, sure enough. Poyo, though, just quick to the chase.
Haven't quite got the tags, though, right? So something isn't going right for this battle here. Clearly, the goal is damage and/or eliminations, but none being earned. Meanwhile,
πατάνε W χωρίς να έχουν πάρει damage.
in a completely different fight, deep into the storm, just outside the underworld. Walks, who's at 3 eliminations here, clearly fired up for match 11 right now. Chasing down visuals and Braids. Finds the wall, ping on the other side, gets the edit. However, Braid slips out.
This is looking rather dire though for Braids. For Walks and Ping, they've already invested so much time. They need this surge damage at this point, which is why Walks, he's so intent, so determined to make sure that he cleans up the other half of this duo. Not to mention the 3 eliminations as well. Walks and Ping playing super aggressive. Some of these final lobbies. It's going to be a big setback here for Walks and Ping. They have some white heals to work with, but keep in mind, we just saw Trulix and Chicho's positioning. All the other teams as well that are based a little bit more towards that northeast side of the map are going to have ample opportunity to just gatekeep these teams that are still inside the storm very late.
Think about what they're fighting for. These are all of our top 10 teams we're jumping in and giving you guys updates with. You are seeing just why they are sitting well within the top 10. Taking fights, dropping teams, making big moments every single chance that they get, and now Dukes and Sphinx are looking to do just that as well here, as they're sitting heavily in 5th here. But Cramsu Clone looking for the double pincer here. Both sides are cut off, but Dukes and Sphinx double back one another. Good defensive walk thrown down there. The tags are even better, but Dukes, as mechanical as he is, can't take too many of those tags there. Will he be set back? Cramsu really pushing the agenda here, as is Clone.
Keep in mind, Clone and Cramsu, they're trying to make up for lost time. Easy getting that initial elimination posed such a big setback because they had to make a play for the reboot ban. So now you know that they need some surge damage to efficiently move throughout the rest of this mid game. And Dukes and Sphinx, they wouldn't mind the refresh materials at this point. They're using up a lot of their splashes just to try and get the job done. Not sure which duo actually decided to start the engagement, but at this point, somebody needs to find closure before the third party trickles in.
Dukes and Sphinx gonna get another tag here onto Cramsu, but not much. Clone is also hurt, but so is Sphinx. Sphinx seems to be the one taking the damage in this battle. All of these chug splashes coming out to make sure they keep him up. Given the circumstances, to reset the full HP now. They're gonna commit back into it. They're too deep into the water now to give this one up. They're gonna have to swim their way out. They need the mats, they need the material, they need everything that they can pick up off of Dukes and Sphinx here. And Sphinx and Dukes need to stay alive because they're inside the top 5, so much more riding on the line for them right now.
But again, the fact that they've even been held up for this long with Cramsu and Clone is such a huge detriment. There are multiple teams now beginning to filter in around them, and the way that the zone has started to pull over the likes of Reckless Railways, keep in mind that's also Vico and Flixie's backyard, and they've got that forecast knowledge from this match.
Dukes is trapped though, 2 tags come in, and he is forced back to the low ground. This is not going the way they expected at all here. Sphinx also punished now.
Άντε ρε μαλάκα, μισή ώρα βλέπουμε αυτό το qualified.
Blood in the water here as they've caught the white tags. They are hunting as aggressive as ever. Down goes Sphinx first. Dukes falls as well, and 5th place is out now. And this is going to give everyone else the chance now to secure that 5th plus. For Zanji Demo, they'll move in here. It's not over for Clone and Cramsu. In fact, it's done now as Resigns is going to find the first elim, and Demo gets the second. And just like that, they timed their entry perfectly for OCE.
And at this stage, again, Clone and Cramsu, sure they got the points from the set of eliminations onto Dukes and Sphinx, but fact of the matter is, they weren't in a position to be able to deal with the third party after the fact that Cramsu left as a solo.
Μπαλίκα γάμισε τα bro.
he might not have the opportunity to actually make a reboot.
Ένα zone πάνω στο Snooty δεν έχει παίξει. Σε 12 games. Όλα τα zones είναι ίδια. Burger ή πίτες, ζαλό.
Very easy to spot for other teams, which means the flow of traffic for players moving into this next zone likely going to be restricted by CH1LLYS.
Yeah, this is as big as bases get here, especially given that it's off the mountain, so they just have so much visibility.
Από μπούτσες, δεν έχω φάει ποτέ. Ξέρω εγώ.
Probably the 8th time out of these 11 matches.
Ο Peter Bot νικάει, αδερφέ. Για λίγο όμως, αλλά νικάει.
Playing into the storm right now. I wonder what's the game plan here. As they continue to rack up tags. Does seem like they will need a fight here soon.
Peterbot's got all the chug splashes for this duo. Go ahead and make sure to expend a handful of them, but Poyo, Peterbot, no. It's just going to be Flowberry Fizz into the launch pad and go, but they can see
below,
all the teams that are rifting around them, teams that might even be looking to take that launch pad later on, but most importantly of all, they're heading straight for surge-based territory.
Μαλάκα, πώς είναι, bro.
They're following Huddy and Kovacs right now. They find a fresh wall from Scroll and Sky. That would even be a better option given that this is a weakened team. Little do they know, but Poyo gets the first tag onto him, and unfortunately that sets him back. Goes for a trade attacks onto Swizzy, and Peterbot showing us exactly what he is known for, and that is that deadly game right there to keep them in the game.
Είναι below ακόμα.
But just on the line of Surge right now.
Above.
Floating above it. They're not completely safe just yet.
Can't lose focus though. Swizzy and Yapko are not going to go out without a fight. Sure, Peterbot might have that mythic striker burst, but Yapko returning fire, letting them know it's not going to be easy. 58 below the damage threshold though for Kovacs and Huddy. They are just getting so held by everyone surrounding them, barely managing to find a shot in the nick of time. More importantly still, it seems other players falling in the line will be their bailout moment. They are fortunately going to be able to take a quick moment to pause, heal up.
Σκούπα, μερικά παιδιά δεν έχουν ιδέα, ρε. Πώς μπορείς να γίνεις με αυτό το μετάλλιο. Και πόσο μάλλον αν είσαι ο Peter Bot.
Nice little pick up here for Peterbot. Still has 2 splashes to work with right now. Being a massive recovery opportunity for them. Let's take a look at it. It was Worthy who was flying in here. He didn't stand a chance. Unfortunately, fell short of the storm line there.
Ο Quezy Thomas τρώνε γκρίφε.
ThomasHD hot on the heels of Nico now. That would be an incredible team to drop given that they are in 3rd place.
They could just play for Deadside at this point. They have so much damage above the rest of the line. They're going to be a little bit late, but ThomasHD, do you ever miss with the Monarch pistol, man?
We have seen him do so much damage with that weapon. It wouldn't doubt me if the stats say that he is far above the rest with the Monarch here on the weekend. Take a look at that in just a moment, but Kovacs, Huddy now, very much below the surge here, forced into a box-to-box engagement here. This is as scrappy as it's going to get, and they need an elimination here now. Clock is ticking, starting to run short on time. It's going to be a matter of moments before this storm really starts to ramp up onto them.
Μετά στον μπούτσο σας, πεθαίνω.
Let's see it.
Okay, I see.
The threshold is only going to continue to climb even higher. Huddy, Kovacs forced to jump into Sky and Scroll's box, but it's not going to do them any good. They find the knock onto Scroll, but that's just going to be the setup for Wox and Ping.
Clix and Veno δεν έχουμε δει καθόλου.
Instantly throw it back into their turf. Sky now left
Αβί βλέπω kill.
for himself as a solo. Plenty plenty of damage above the threshold, but in a sea of duos, what options does he
Ζάλω
really have?
διότι δεν ξέρω γιατί δεν ξέρω αν θα φάω διακοπή ρεύματος. Γιατί εδώ πέρα στη Ρόδο λένε ότι θα κάνουν διακοπή ρεύματος από τις 1 μέχρι τις 5 σε μερικές περιοχές. Αλλά όχι από τις 1 μέχρι τις 5. Από τις 1 μέχρι τις 5 και όταν γίνει 1 ώρα, ξέρω εγώ.
Just 20 points behind now, Bryce and Bolts, given how many eliminations they're starting to pick up here. For Bolts and Bryce, though, they're finally finding theirs too, so that's a set starting to add up here.
ThomasHD, Quezy.
Quezy and ThomasHD were, though, on that far west side of the zone. A little bit of a dead side position, but they are going to have to deal with Paper and Victor V, I believe.
Oh, Thomas and Gil.
Joined up with them. Not going to be an easy path to trek by any means, but right there with you, Bryce and Bolts have really started to heat up here. And this is where it matters most, because you only have this lobby and the next to work with, and then that's it. And there is a lot of prize money on the line when you look at these positions in the top 5 of the leaderboard.
Oh, the gap is
Clix and Veno ζωντανή.
The first Bolts and Bryce have to make it there, if you will. They're in the top 5, but pushing through is going to be difficult now, given that they're running low on HP, even shorter on damage here. The fact that Bolts has to rely on bandages here, but a great shot there. Not enough to find the elimination. Unfortunately, loses his teammate in the process. However, he is above the threshold for now.
Ζάλω νομίζω, ναι.
A little bit of time. Glowberry Fizz to give him that extra mobility here, so he moves fast. Also to get an inch further. It's Reason who's down at the bottom layer.
Τι κάνει ρε μάνα.
What can Bolts do now? Can he maintain his position here?
Πάρε αυτό το killer, bro, I guess.
Reason had also been desperate for some elimination damage, but Bolts will get the last laugh. Granted, I don't know how long it'll last, considering the fact that his current position is as grim as ever, especially seeing all these teams in front of him. Chiefs just skirting by, Veno and Clix's box, Bolts hoping to keep ramping up overhead, just trying to maintain an isolated position, but
no mats.
25 above the damage threshold, and he will finally be taken
ThomasHD παίρνει kill.
While all that is happening, there is more action unfolding here for the likes of ThomasHD and Quezy, who have now
High ground, Thomas.
to set themselves up with some high ground positioning once again here. How many wins do we think they can take?
Veno dead, hella ρε μαλάκα Veno.
At this point, match 11 starting to heat up though, not looking good for Clix and Veno, who are also going to fall inside the top 20. Peterbot and Pollo continuing to rack up the eliminations here.
They couldn't have found those elims at a better time. Granted, it will be difficult for them to actually make their way towards the body loot, but Peterbot and Pollo, they might just choose to take what's right in front of them. Rise immediately falls to Peterbot's accuracy, but it comes at a cost. Peterbot's lost Pollo. The lobby has closed in. Peterbot from the low ground, forced to throw out the armored wall, but everyone's got their eyes on the prize. It seems as though they've all pinpointed the fact that this is a solo operation.
And look, he's still trying to possibly save his teammate. Remember, Pollo has a lot of heals as well and the extra material, but no, he has to give it up. He has to leave him behind. And we have seen Peterbot be here before. I mean, he just won a game where he clutched it up. So, top 14 now. It's not over just yet.
Quezy Thomas πολύ healthy.
ThomasHD on the front side of zone. Peterbot is just cooking though. Taking down Teeny now. Every single time he drops a team and finds more eliminations, he is getting himself away from second and third place.
And think about the mental game. It's starting to unfold for Quezy and Thomas. They're watching this elimination feed light up. Peterbot, regardless if he's got Pollo or not, he's willing to make some miracles happen. Low ground control, though, belongs to ThomasHD and Quezy. They're trying to make some eliminations happen. They need those points. They've got 5 already, but Peterbot just continuing his massacre at this stage.
Keep your attention down to the bottom right now. ThomasHD just found elimination in low ground, and they're starting to put the pressure while Peterbot's trying to rotate. Thomas is going to find another one down low, and he is still Meanwhile, Quezy backs him up and takes down Reet on the low ground there, and they are just turning up. This is why they're first and second place given into this 11 They are decimating the lobby.
It's a 1 versus 2 scenario.
Τι στο μπούτσο κάνει, bro. Πίτερ, τι κάνεις, αδερφέ, πώς είσαι ακόμα.
ThomasHD and Quezy sitting at 8 eliminations already, though.
Ω, Μίτσι.
Another ritual isolated. No re in sight because he's been taken out earlier on. And Peterbot continuing to tarp his way through the low ground. There's a possibility, MDF. These two might actually just clash head on.
We have a 2v2 and then all solos in between. One of those solos is, of course, Peterbot. Rapid is gonna fall as well, and he just does not stop claiming eliminations at this point. Booga on the backside of zone. Don't come out, son. It's not gonna go well if you step into Peter's domain. Meanwhile, ThomasHD, Quezy are setting up the victory royale.
ThomasHD, Quezy, they know. It's Peterbot and Booga.
Oh
all
my
they have
God.
to deal with, but Peterbot gets a huge chunk out of Quezy. Thomas is gonna fall. One more shot could do it. Peterbot with the refresh, continuing to break through on the low ground. He's making the impossible happen.
Quezy versus Booga up top. Takes him down. Quezy versus Peterbot now. How badly do you want it? Quezy is looking for the tag. Both shots can easily go any way. Peter finds the first one. Can he get the
Μαλάκα! Μαλάκα, τι έκανε, bro! Τι έκανες, ρε! Τι έκανες, ρε, πουτανασγέ! Τι έκανες, ρε, πουτανασγέ! Τι έκανες, ρε, πουτανασγέ! Ο Χριστός και η Παναγία, μαλάκα, στην προσευχή μου. Είσαι ο καλύτερος παίχτης που έχουμε δει ποτέ στο Fortnite, bro. GG's. Τι να πω. Τι στο μπούτσο είδα μόλις τώρα, μαλάκες. Τι στο μπούτσο είδα μόλις τώρα, bro. Αυτήν τη στιγμή...
Yeah, I don't know. So I eliminated Thomas, and then I know Quezy killed one, right? And then I just knew it was a free win because it was Quezy and not Thomas, you know what I'm saying?
Oh!
Oh yeah, this is... I'm enjoying this. Are you enjoying this too?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I mean, the solo clutch, both our wins today, so, I mean...
We started the day with you guys, a good 60 points in the lead. You guys have been toe-to-toe with Thomas and Quezy all day long. It goes down to the last game now. That is going to be the greatest way to kickstart the last game of this competition. What are you guys going to... I mean, how do you kind of take in this moment? Everyone watching around the world, everyone competing together. This is your time. Do you feel this is your time as a duo as well?
Yeah, I think they're going to land on... Yeah, I think they're going to land on us this last game, and then we're just going to kill them, and that'll be it.
Okay, you expecting that as well? Do you think there's a chance that Thomas and Quezy may make the play and go for you guys and land where you're landing and challenge you?
I think so.
Okay.
Maybe.
I was going to say, I've asked you guys so many questions over the course of the last 2 days. I'm going to ask you what your favorite color is, Peterbot, and is it gold?
No, it's not, but that'll be nice to win, you know what I'm saying?
It would be nice. One more time, would you give it up for Peterbot and Poyo?
Λοιπόν, μάγκες, αυτήν τη στιγμή, να ξέρετε, αυτό το live εδώ πέρα δεν θα ξαναυπάρξει ποτέ στην ιστορία γενικά. Ωραία. Δηλαδή, το Global 2024, είμαστε εδώ, ρε φίλε. Δεν θα ξαναυπάρχει 2024. Λοιπόν, αυτήν τη στιγμή, αυτό που βλέπετε τώρα, δεν έχουμε ξαναδεί στα 8 χρόνια, 7 χρόνια, πόσα χρόνια Fortnite, καλύτερο παίχτη στον κόσμο. Δεν υπάρχει πιο dominant και καλύτερος παίχτης στον κόσμο. Αυτή τη στιγμή κάνουμε witness history. Είναι ο καλύτερος παίχτης με miles, like πολλά χιλιόμετρα πίσω με το δεύτερο. Ξέρω εγώ, ο δεύτερος είναι πολλά χιλιόμετρα πίσω. Απλά GG's. Δεν έχω λόγια. Αλήθεια δεν έχω λόγια. Για να δούμε leaderboard. Κοντά είναι, μπρο. Μαλάκης είναι πολύ κοντά. Πω, θα έχουμε πολύ ωραίο ματσάκι, μπρο. Μπούγκα top 9. Chill. Αλλά δεν έχουμε ξαναδεί καλύτερο παίχτη, μπρο. Clix Veno top 16. GG. GG. Τώρα, μάγκες, είναι το last game. Ωραία, αυτό που θα κρίνει τα πάντα. Για να δούμε τι θα κάνουνε, μπρο. Λοιπόν, chat, Όλοι like, όσοι δεν έχουμε κάνει να φτάσουμε 2K likes για αυτά τα insane finals που έχουμε δει τώρα μέχρι στιγμής. Και subscribe όλοι για 81-300 subs right now. Right now. Σπάσα τα like και τα subscribe, boys. Let's go. Μαλάκα, τι είδαμε πάλι, bro. Ο άλλος κλάτσαρε solo. Μαλάκα, πόσο ωραίο είναι να έχεις ένα τέτοιο teammate, bro. Ο Πόγιο απλά θα πάρει τώρα τα φράγκα του και θα... Δεν έκανε, ξέρω εγώ, όχι, εντάξει, παχτάρα, αλλά τον βλέπει να κλατσάρει από το moving, ρε μαλάκα, το zone, το moving zone. Ρε μαλάκα, πάνω στο κρεβάτι ανέβηκες τη χαρά σου. Όχι ζάλο, μαλάκα, αυτό δεν το κάνει άνθρωπος, bro. Δεν υπάρχει άνθρωπος ο οποίος θα μπορούσε να το κάνει αυτό το Peter ποτέ, ρε φίλε. Τέτοιο κλάτς. Και ο Clix να τον κοντεστάρει τώρα. Όποιος και να τον κοντεστάρει τώρα. GG. Θεόφιλος, ευχαριστούμε πολύ και τα 2,5 ευρώ, bro. Thank you so much. Greatest clutch of all time του Mr. Savage με το Shadow Bomb. Πιο έξυπνο, Derxy. Το πιο έξυπνο είναι. Τώρα θα φάει γκριφ όμως. Let's see. Let's see. Last game, guys. Let's see.
Fortnite fam. Fortnite fam. We are seeing history being made before our very eyes. Vivid 11-2K. Is that possibly the craziest clutch we have ever seen in FNCS history?
Stakes on the line, right? Like, it may not be like one of the, I don't know, like the craziest ones we've ever seen, but you have to take everything into account. On the stage, lights are on, fans are cheering. They're both first and second place. Peterbot's a solo, and he's just ice cold in the clutch. Levin, we can never count him out. How? How?
It doesn't get much better than this. I mean, this is everything you asked for. When Hoya goes down, you're looking at Peterbot going, surely he doesn't
a little boy to me. I'll kiss you on your forehead. You're a little boy.
Θεοφίλος donated 2 ευρώ και 49 λεπτά through super chat.
If anybody else is in the lobby other than those two, it's a clear win for them. But for them to come blow to blow at the end there, Vivid, oh my goodness. This script is nuts.
You're welcome. You're welcome. There's no way. How would we have ever known? How would we know? And it's like in those moments, right? Top 25. You always kind of wish, bro. Like the first and second team kind of go head to head. In a manner like this, though, where really Peterbot should not have been able to pull this off. Back against the wall. Look at the materials. Look at all. And yet he takes down Thomas, and then it's just a 1v1, and it comes down to angles. What are these angles, Vivid?
I don't know. Like, Peterbot's tracking is incredible. He just seems
μαλάκα, headshot, ρε μαλάκα, το last shot, headshot, το πάει για το headshot, bro.
He's got like, what, 25 HP right there? Just takes
Τα λέμε,
no
Mentor.
damage from Quezy at all. It is just insane.
I mean, thank you to those guys for making this the competition of ages, really.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people came into today thinking it wasn't going to be close. They were going to run away with it, myself included.
Yeah.
But these guys have put up a championship-winning performance, and you look at individuals, of course, Peter talking a bit of smack there, right, when he's saying he wishes he was happy it was Quezy instead of Thomas. But when you look at how Thomas has been playing, understandably so, Thomas has been absolutely on it all throughout the day. The shots he's been hitting has been so clutch.
Κακομοίρης ο Τόμας, μαλάκα, δεν ξέρουμε τώρα θα βγει δεύτερος πάλι, τρίτος, πρώτος. Δεν ξέρουμε. Most likely δεύτερος μέχρι στιγμής. Αλλά ακόμα δεν έχουμε να δούμε τίποτα, δηλαδή είναι αυτή τη στιγμή δεύτερη. Δεν νομίζω να μπορούν να πούνε τρίτη.
The words that were coming out of Quezy's mouth yesterday, he was like, how do we beat that?
I mean, he's making it look possible, at least, right? And,
yeah.
And that was one of the things even he emphasized yesterday. He felt like it almost
wasn't
possible. But clearly is this here. When they start going up and you're like, oh my god, they're just going to wipe everyone out of the lobby at this point. Thomas drops down to try to take Booger out, and it's so unfortunate there that Peterbot is just lurking about in the bottom of the zone. I mean, in so many other situations, if you rewind that game, you rewind that end game, they win it more often than not, you'd reckon.
Yeah.
But fine margins, Zeke. It comes down to the angles.
Hey, just listen to the crowd roar. Literally in that moment, everyone is losing their minds. This is still a close game, okay? Because I do want to call out here, Quezy and Thomas, they got 12 eliminations that game, right? So it's still, if Peterbot and Pollo go down early, Quezy Thomas could still win. I have a question, though. At the beginning of the show, Adam was talking with Quezy and ThomasHD, and he said, listen, if it comes to that, going into game 12, could we see and relive that invitational moment? What did Quezy say?
Quezy basically mentioned that if the gap between second and third place was enough, right? Enough to go ahead and justify, like, oh, listen, if we have a bad game 12, we get 0 points, we're still going to get second, then we're going for it. We're running it back from Invitational. We're landing on Peterbot and Pollo 11.
Okay, let's see.
What does that kind of make you feel? You think they're going to do it or what?
I mean, the gap is there. You look at Peterbot and Pollo, and I know they've had some hiccups in the earlier games of the day, but you can't count on them going down early, right? That isn't just how these games have played out for the most part. And so if you really want to win, you want to take home that championship like we know Quezy and Thomas do, there is one play that can guarantee you that championship, and that is landing on them, taking the raft away from them, and winning out the game.
That's way too scary, though. Are we really saying we think they're going to commit to a raft? There's already duos there, and you know for those other duos are thinking we've got to slow them down. This could be an all-out fight at the raft.
I wouldn't be able to do it. I wouldn't be able to make the call. Like, could you imagine being Quezy or Thomas? Who's making that call? How do you make that call?
I mean, it's so tough. I mean, Quezy, I would assume, would be the one to make that call, but it's so much more complicated than that, right? Because even if you do land there and you take them down at the raft, there's other teams there, like you guys have mentioned.
Yeah.
What happens if one of these other teams, imagine a world where they take them down, right? Quezy and Thomas manage to land on them, take them down, and then Fretz or someone else in the POI goes, hold on a minute, and starts running out.
They pop over.
You know what I mean? Like, it's risky business. It's different from Invitational. Cami and Seti, when Quezy and Veno landed on those guys, they were landing at an uncontested POI, right? So there was room for it to happen.
Well, fam, this is hearts racing. We hope you are enjoying the hype. We're getting closer to starting off game number 12. Vivid, I gotta ask, how are you feeling? One game left to go.
Only one emotion rushing through my body right now, and that is excitement. We're, what, 25 minutes away from watching that trophy up there get hoisted by championships. One more game separates us and that.
Levin, how are you feeling, man?
You want to know how I'm feeling? You want to know how I'm feeling?
Yeah.
I'm feeling like it all comes down to this. One more game remaining, legacies on the line. I think back to moments. This game's all about moments. Fortnite's about moments. I think back to the World Cup, the young Argentinian king fighting to push his family's life over, fighting for his destiny. I think back to even earlier yesterday, Swizzy, all the adversity he's faced, fighting up against the best duo in the world, Peter and Pollo in a 1v2. He did it. I think back to the Invitational 2022. Quezy, Veno against Cami to win.
Λέει fuck it, πέρα το κουβαλήσω.
This game is about moments. Fort Worth, are you ready for a moment? Nah. Fort Worth, I said, are you ready?
Okay, ξέρει. Showman.
It's their moment. Game number 12 starts now.
Let's go, Levin, baby! Let's go, bro! Δεν είναι κριντζιάρης. Δεν είναι κριντζιάρης, bro. Είναι ωραίος. Okay, let's go. Τι στέλνετε, bro. Ωχ, το raft. Για να δούμε το raft. Πω, τώρα έχω αγχωθεί κι εγώ, μαγκές.
Pollo and Peterbot flying in to the raft. Company beside them.
Όχι.
But no Quezy and Thomas in sight.
Τι κάνει ο Ντέναθ?
Denath and Tinker are still here. Peterbot and Pollo will have to make it out of the drop. They will have to make
Τι κάνουν τα ρομπότ αυτά, ρε?
game here to meet ThomasHD and Quezy to run it back one more time. Eliminations are going to be huge here for Pollo and Peterbot.
A little boy to me. I'll kiss you on your forehead. You a little boy.
Πριό 74 donated 2 ευρώ και 49
Τι κάνει ο Ντέιναθ και ο Τίνκα, ρε μαλάκα? Τι είναι αυτό?
Σε βλέπω από 2020.
Τι βλέπω, μπρο?
Helping them tally up an additional 6 points if they're not careful. All the while, Thomas.
Αυτό είναι το last place, να ξέρετε.
Touchdown, home base here at Research Rock, Brawlers Battleground, and a whole game ahead of them to try and stamp their mark.
Θέλω να το παίξουν λίγο πιο ήρεμα.
Sitting on the edge of their seats. What is gonna happen? Who is gonna take it all home and lift the trophy at the end? The bragging rights.
Μαλάκα, απλά βάλε να βλέπουμε Πέτρο μόνο, bro, please.
Globally across all of the Fortnite regions. Kovacs and Huddy still have so much to fight for as well, given that their podium finish is up on the line here. Let's not forget, third place is still a huge jump up in prizing and bragging. But for Kovacs and Huddy, they've been fighting this team every single game of the weekend so far. They've been relatively successful, but this is the last chance now.
Neither side willing to budge, but for Sky and Skrull, they seem to be on the receiving end for the most part. Huddy, Kovacs trying to close in. They know just how injured they actually are, but Kovacs a little bit too ambitious. Sky, Skrull, they're going to find the first knock.
Peter dead. Τι Peter Bot dead, man. Τι λέτε?
To keep that podium
alive.
It's not over yet, though. Huddy is way too healthy, and they recognize that this can go either way. Given how consistent he's been, beautiful tag right there onto one duo. Can he get the second? Surely he can, but the damage has been done, and he's forced onto the back foot, starting to run out of mats now. Armor wall comes out. Things are looking really dicey now for Huddy.
There's only so many ways that Huddy could actually choose to escape from this current position, however, and Skrull recognizes that fact. Skrull's gonna find that final elimination. Huddy and Kovacs have had a phenomenal run, but it's cut short. Pollo, Peterbot doing the same currently to Trashian threats.
And now, there's no threats in sight. Everyone at the raft must go. Peterbot and Pollo need more points, and they want to start opening up the gap here.
Let's go, Peter.
Trashi's going to be the first to fall now.
Let's go, Peter.
That final elimination having been
Let's go, Peter.
there for Pollo and Peterbot.
3 points, baby. Let's go, Peter.
Got a moment to take a quick listen in with some of our teams.
Wait for the cameras. I'm gonna more craft, yeah? I just know the streams are going like, is Quezy gonna do it? Is he gonna do it? Alright, bro. Let's get it. Fist bump, bro. Fist bump, man. Give me a fist bump, bro. Don't leave me hanging.
He thought about it. He tried to bait us. But no, you know, I do respect the fact Quezy and ThomasHD and their ability to stick to their guns, not be pressured into a decision that can throw their entire opportunity away. They've known that Peterbot and Pollo have not played perfectly today. However, when Peter has been online, when Pollo has been online, it is just incredible to witness clearly the clutches that he's put down today have proven just that.
Even when Pollo hasn't been there,
Clix and Veno, τι έγινε?
of support that he's been able to provide for
Μανάτος.
Peterbot and just fully trusting in his teammate, Peter, to clutch up every single time without fail. That is a huge amount of pressure rested upon Peterbot's shoulders, and yet he plays as if there's nothing weighing him down in the slightest.
What's really interesting about Peterbot and Pollo as well, the way they're playing right now, they're not taking any chances. Anything that moves is getting shot. You saw there, even Clix off in the they're hitting everyone back. They're gonna want 1,000 feet between them. And of course, the trophy for now, but Ping and Wax here on the other side have been flying their way up the standings, truly earning their mark, making their mark here on the Globals stage. This is the grand finals Match 12 action happening right now. Yuma is gonna get his tournament cut short now. Walks has to clutch it up, but no! Rise has a different story on hand here. Gotta be careful now.
Damage has definitely already been done though by Walx and Ping. Even if Rise manages to overcome this 1 versus 2 scenario, without his duo, he's gonna have to make a play for the reboot ban, and that's gonna cost him so much time. Walx, Ping though, they've got other things in mind, and that's continuing their streak here in the final hour. 2 eliminations already, a third party closing in. They've got ample amounts of shield though. What they really need is more white heals and an opportunity to disengage, most importantly of all.
Honestly, from Walx, that was an incredible angle to counter the ramp that was thrown in the box right there. Quick thinking, swift action. It's gonna allow them to win that fight right
Δείξε
there.
Peter Boot να παίρνει ρε μαλακά στα μπουτσα μας ο Walx και ο Pinks.
Tinka has to be careful.
Δείξε Peter Boot να παίρνει το τέτοιο forecast. Γενικά το Peter Boot μόνο bro, αλήθεια. At this point it's a Peter Boot viewing party boys. Τσατέρα θέλουμε άλλα 50 likes για 1200
Brazil, OCE, you never know who's gonna jump in first.
Και θέλουμε άλλα 30 subs για 81-300. 30 άτομα από εσάς που δεν έχουν κάνει subscribe, boys. Πάμε όλοι. Ναι, 2 κάπα, sorry, 2 κάπα likes.
Pressure onto the teams down in Doomsday. Keep in mind that's likely going to be Epic Whale, Muzz, Ritual one more time, having to deal with Trulex and Chicho's affairs, but Chicho, Trulex, definitely trying to be wary.
Last game του Global Champion. Θα δούμε ποιος θα νικήσει. Και στο τέλος του τουρνουά έχει και ένα FNCS, έχει ένα announcement τέλος πάντων η Epic Games.
You could still be vulnerable when you got these open edits.
Okay.
No shots returning just yet though. Everyone almost in position for good reason. Sphinx and Dukes on the other side playing the storm right now, trying to secure what they can here. What a performance from Dukes this weekend here. Again, flying straight up to the top, not really looking back after making the top.
Μαλάκα, ελπίζω να προλάβω να μην μου πέσει το ίντερνετ, bro. Ελπίζω να προλάβω να μην μου πέσει το ίντερνετ ή το ρεύμα, οπωσδήποτε. Να τελειώσει το game, άντε μπουρδελό.
Back on over to Vico and Flixy, the railways pushed out very early this time around with this far western pole.
Part of the reason being, though, we saw Vico and Flixy last we checked in. They were trying to surmount a base around the forecast tower, and Spawn's just a little bit next to Dumpin Hazen, but with Bryce and Bolts right behind them, you almost have to imagine that Bryce and Bolts
θα πάθω κάτι άσχημο, Eric. Θα πάθω κάτι άσχημο.
Jack and Teeny on the other end, they're trying to deal with the likes of Ed and Persa. Nitro Drone action only going to continue to pick up. There's a lot of commotion that both of these duos are making.
Γιατί να πέσει, γιατί στη Ρόδο μάγκες από τις 12-1 εκεί πέρα τέλος πάντων μέχρι τις 5 το πρωί θα έχει κάποιες διακοπές ρεύματος και ψιλοφοβάμαι.
Definitely are looking like it's time to get out of here. Couple eliminations, but time to just recoup, bounce back, get the materials. Find your way towards
θα πέσει chill. Μακάρι, μαλακά, Eric, μακάρι, bro.
Muzz and Epic Whale, and they are racking up the loot now. Other teams are still here at the Doomshot, though. Big rotates coming in, it seems like, from Reet and Ritual. Mapoli and Zoyota as well. Just lurking, trying to find an opportunity here to pounce in.
That was a big set of eliminations, though, that Muzz and Epic Whale managed to find. And the fact that it was on to Aviv and Booga can be crushing when you consider that they had started to surmount the comeback potential, trying to maintain the top 10. Aviv unable to get the revive.
Aviv και Booga dead, ThomasHD και Quezy, ok. Πες μου τι είναι zone snooty. Snooty zone, bro. GG.
Cheering as Thomas
δεν θα πω τίποτα ακόμα, περιμένετε.
coming to view one more time. They're heading straight for this weapons bunker south of the Nitrodrome, and there's already company nearby. So instead, they might opt to pivot, take this flaming boost tube instead, Flowberry Fizz, and it's a fast rotate.
They're on the move right now. Swizzy and Yapko as well. Just outside the Grim Grate. Trapped in between Murstache
Oh,
and
Chili's
Malibu in the
fishy,
distance.
bro.
A bunker
This
here.
kid was the cracked
Of course,
one.
being the big upgrade to their
Is he
loadout.
cracked?
The fact that they get this bunker completely uncontested makes a huge difference as well. Yapko with a single elim right now, starting to cap out on material. This is where focus will start to shift into where do they want to base down for the mid game. Jumping in with Pollo and Peterbot. You can see who's on the way here without giving it away. There is a very clear, determined play in motion right now to intercept this duo.
At the same time, though, you gotta time it right. Quezy
Oh,
and
Chili's
Thomas
fishy,
know
bro.
Pollo
This
and
kid was the
Peterbot,
cracked
as long
one.
as they have Emma Frost reveal medallion,
Is he cracked?
every 50 seconds, that marker is going to go out. It is essentially full view of everyone surrounding you, and a big credit for as to why Peterbot has been able to find those two solo clutches.
Chili του χρόνου destroy τον Peterbot. Ναι ρε. Θα του γαμίσω, μάγκες. Θα πέσω πάνω του πρώτον, να ξέρετε.
Time for Squeezy to possibly step up here, but Bach and Pars just gonna back up, play that high ground.
Μετά live από κινητό.
More tags from behind. This is a huge setback now for Quezy here, forced to heal. Loadout looking pretty scrappy as well, given that they don't have big upgraded weaponry, right? They could use a bunker, they could use an elite chest or something. They definitely need something.
They've at least got mats to work with, though, and that could be the ultimate difference maker. Rift Island spawning off in the distance. Kashoro, Keiki, but it's Pollo and Peterbot that'll be first to the top. Capture point in sight. And with the control of Rift Island nearly underway, Pollo, Peterbot from this position sitting just inside of the zone as well. Their next intent is going to be to just fully restrict the flow of this lobby.
And it's almost easy for them to
Δεν στη λούτο και ο Peterbot, bro.
Los
και ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για το member, αδερφέ. Welcome back κιόλας. Θα τώρα όμως θέλω να κάνετε όλοι ένα like όσοι δεν έχετε κάνει και ένα subscribe πολύ καινούργοι. Είναι το last game του FNCS, boys. Last game FNCS Globals. Μετά θα δούμε ποιος είναι ο παγκόσμιος νικητής του FNCS.
And even worse still, it's just a little bit above a weapons bunker as well. With that in mind,
Δύο καπαλάιξ, W chat boy. Boys ήθελα να πω, bro ήθελα να πω τώρα τι έφαγε ο Βίκο. Τα έχω παίξει μάγκες. Εγώ το είμαι τέρμα αγχωμένος τώρα, δεν ξέρω. Θέλω να δω λίγο Quezy, Thomas fight μαζί με Peterbot και Pollo, οπωσδήποτε. Έτσι λίγο για το άγχος, ρε φίλε, για την αδρεναλίνα.
In a fight right now, continuing to key the lobby down. They want to jump up into those positions, and now they fight their way into fifth here.
Φαντάζομαι να παίζεις κιόλας. Θα μου είχε κοπεί το πουλί, ρε. Πας καλά.
Next door to Casper and Prism. Paper and Victor V looking inwards, trying to see what's happening here. You have Kanata and the reigning champ, Cooper there as well.
Ξέρεις, τέλος το 2v2 και πέφτει το ρεύμα. Είναι το χειρότερο σενάριο αυτό, bro. Το χειρότερο script. Μάκης είναι 11 και 50. Ω, Παναγία μου, 10 λεπτά ακόμα.
But Bryce and Bolts, they're still slinking around restored reels, and they can hear all of the action, all of the shots being fired just west of them, sometimes a little bit south. Bolts, Bryce, scavenging everything that remains here inside of restored reels, but
δεν ξέρω ρε μαλάκα κροκτέο.
If anything,
αν πέφτει μία ή 12.
Their primary focus is exclusively on just maintaining a
αύριο ξεκινάνε τα σχολεία, boys. Βαρύ. Παχύσαρκο. GG. Πάρε δεδομένα και κάνε hotspot. Δεν μου πέφτει το item, το αδερφέ, το ρεύμα μου πέφτει. Κύπρο. Ρίπ η Κύπρος.
Pop this Flowberry Fizz and get their rotate going now. Of course, have the dashes given that
Darty,
right
okay.
on top of the Grim Gate, and all things considering, if the zone ends on the Grim Gate, that will be a factor in its own to take into account for an end game.
Well, don't count it out just yet, because we're seeing that river of sticks get further and further into the heart of these zones. Clix, Veno,
700 above είναι, bro.
And Mustache. From one side of the map to the next, though, Mustache, Malabuka know that they're going to need some elimination points as well. They lost a lot of their footing they had after the conclusion of day one. Day two, just too many threats, too many times of falling victim to the power of Oceana, Alex and Worthy.
ThomasHD, ο Μιτζή είναι σκαφάδο, 80 above.
Sticky situation of dealing with Pars and
Πού έχουνε πάει ρε μαλάκα. Τσοπάρετε τους ρε. Chop this shit. Chop this shit ρε. Όπου εγώ αν ήμουν αυτός ο Pars θα τους είχα κάνει chop από χθες ρε. Θα πήγαινε κάτω κάτω κάτω, chop.
Quezy scarily leaving himself available and open, trying
Ναι,
to
ναι,
tempt
ναι.
others to jump
Ναι.
in. Meanwhile, Baka and Pars bring it down and then go for the catch. This could be everything here. Thomas takes a lot of damage. Quezy is hurt as well. The lobby sees
Δεν
what's
φίλε
happening
Griff.
here. And a desperate spray of builds starts to come out to try to keep them alive. No armored walls. This is the worst we've seen their loot.
Ναι ρε φίλε Griff, ναι ρε φίλε Griff.
Went for a risky maneuver really early on for what looked like an attempt.
Βάλτε τα όλα να μην έχετε τίποτα. Και below search. Σαν να μου το κάνει donate είναι bro. Δες το πουτάνα εκεί που τα πετυχαίνει όλα.
Oh, Chili's fishy, bro. This kid was the cracked one.
Μαλάκα, τα πετυχαίνει. Τι να κάνω ρε μαλάκα, τα πετυχαίνει όλα ρε bro. Ο ThomasHD τα πετυχαίνει όλα ρε μαλάκες. Πού είναι ο Πίτερ ποτέ ρε bro, δείξε μας Πίτερ. Τι κάνει ο Βίκο bro.
A little boy to me, I'll kiss you on your forehead, you a little boy.
Πόγιο σκοτώνει τον adapter. Καλό loot έχει, εντάξει, οκ, κλατσάρι.
And he is missing every
Thomas?
opportunity of the rotates. ThomasHD, Quezy have to go for a fight here. But no! They get caught and taken down! And just like that, the tournament run for ThomasHD and Quezy come to a close. Boyo and Peterbot effectively survived long enough to be
We are the champions, my friend. Τσιμπούκι σε όλους τους haters του Peterbot. Ρουφήξτε το καβλί του άσχημου μαγκές, αλήθεια μπρο. Ξεκινήστε. GG's. GG's.
What just happened? He knows they have done enough.
Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby.
Yeah. Hold up. Come on. Come on, bro. Let's go, baby. Let me look.
Έλα, βάλεστε τώρα 1000 points.
He knows. They know. Boyo can't even hide the smile.
Ο Peterbot δεν γελάει καν, μπρο, στην πούτσα του. Locked in, δες το να. Job finished.
To win the in-person event for the global competition. The interviews that were racked up across all of the competitors here.
Δεύτερος πάλι ο Thomas. Γαμισέτα, μπρο.
That's the Boyo. And they are still showing up in the last game, and they'll very likely win this at this point.
Peterbot is an undisputed best player in the world currently, alongside his duo Boyo. They're still making sure to deal with the lobby as needed. Being floating in the water here, but Peterbot and Poyo, second in Major 1. And then the hat trick to conclude the year. First
Ναι, όντως είναι σαν το ThomasHD, ρε φίλε. Αλλά δεν μπορείς να κάνεις κάτι, μαγκές. Είναι ο Peterbot. It's okay. Δεν είναι άνθρωπος, είναι ρομπότ. Και εξωγήινο, σίγουρα.
So close as well. Nothing of a perfect performance by any means, but just so far ahead of the rest. Clearly, he's a cut above the competition, but for others, there's still a lot to fight for here. As second and third are now out of the game. If Bolts and
Τσατάρα, είμαστε μόλις 30 subs away από τα 400 που έχουμε βάλει στόχο. Όποιος δεν έχει κάνει subscribe, να κάνει τώρα subscribe και like. Πάμε. Witness history once again. Below εδώ πέρα ο κύριος Bricks. GG αυτή, εντάξει, Klein Mind. Δείξε Πέτρο ρε μαλακά, δείξε POV winner ρε bro. Δείξε POV winner ρε bro.
Lobby number 12, Bolts with the elimination from afar. It's going to be Baka that falls. Pars now a victim of the surge damage takes as well as the focus of the lobby, and he's taken out.
Bolts on the move right now, looking to secure that loot. Nicely done for him, but they are barely holding on right now. The surge should turn offline here shortly. However, they still want to find damage just to give them that peace of mind. Meanwhile, Clix is still up, trying to navigate this game, so there's a lot at works here. Bolts looking around, Bryce looking around. What opportunities are available here? Not many.
25 below, απλά δείξε Peter Bot, bro, I beg, αλήθεια. Θέλω να δω τον νικητή, bro, αλήθεια, σε παρακαλώ πάρα πολύ. At this point θέλω να δω τον νικητή. Δεν με νοιάζει τίποτα άλλο. I just wanna see Peter Bot, bro, please. Nice.
The aggression avenues that it opens up with being able to immediately dash into somebody else's box.
Και ο Clixy με το Veno. Εντάξει. Klein Mind. Θα πω εγώ. Klein Mind.
He's just so good with it. The highlights continue.
Sphinx and Dukes to high ground.
Sitting underneath the box is Sphinx and Dukes who have the high ground here, but a rotate has to come out. It's a long stretch from here to the new zone. Sphinx is on the move right now. 37 players in the game, 19 duos remaining.
Για να δούμε. Not the goats. Not the goats.
Eyes on Batman, Booger, and Rapid. They have eyes on Kanata and Cooper. Who will be the next to fall victim to your champions at this point?
Peterbot and Poyo are floating through this lobby. Quite literally, secondary height gonna fall under their control temporarily. They're still choosing to target forward, maintaining this front side position. They haven't challenged height just yet, but that scan bound to go out soon enough. They know Shadow Virgo.
Πρέπει να μην κλείσει το stream. Please να μην κλείσει το stream, παρακαλώ. Αμάν.
They can't stick around him for too much longer, or it'll be disastrous. And what a storybook finish for Peterbot and Poyo 2. They used to be the kings of Grim Gate, let's not forget it. They play very well with the underworld dashes at their disposal. Bolts and Bryce.
12. Ωχ, Παναγία μου, πήγε 12 μάγκες. Από στιγμή σε στιγμή. Like, subscribe, πριν κλείσει, boys.
And Bryce and Bolts fall now. Walks, Pink, Trulex, Chicho, bound to have smiles.
Πού είναι ο Peter Bot?
The job's not finished. They've got to keep powering through. Same could be said here for Poyo and Peterbot. They've already secured the global championship, but they don't even care. They still want more.
Still makes you wonder how much harder everyone
Το ξέρω ότι λένε μαλακίες ρε Ματιό. Δεν θα το καταλάβω εγώ. Ah, man.
They want to close out in strong fashion, and Brazilian duo up top of Ed and Persa are standing in their way, and Poyo wants nothing to do with it.
Oh.
Poyo, Peterbot, they know only one player is between themselves and hype. Instead, they will drop momentarily. They already got an elimination. Peterbot's still looking for more, though. Armored Wall's going to cut him off for the time being, but Peterbot, Poyo, they find King. Another 6 points added to the tab, and it's not done yet.
They're going to heal all the way up now. A little bit of mats to work with here, too, but they still need a bit more. Still looking for Ed, still looking for Persa, looking to break out the build. And I think they're up top, but no.
Έχουν high ground.
They have everything to themselves now, but no material to work with.
Batman, Booga, and
Και χωρίς μάτς, για να δούμε.
Up ahead. Teams pressuring onto their ceilings, but again, Teeny, Chap, has already fallen, and Teeny just trying to do what he can to navigate the chaos. He sees Rapid go down. He wants to make his way to the body loop, but he's not going to be able to scurry any longer. Immediately taken out by Koyo nonetheless. Peterbot finds Teeny all the while. Virgo next to fall. And Trulex Chicho just doing what they can to survive.
And Ladul jumps down once again. Peterbot, Poyo finding all these angles onto everyone. Meanwhile, Chicho lurking on the low ground. Takes out the immediate competition, securing their third place. Peterbot, though, wants to win here. He's looking to take it from Reet. Claps back. Huge shot. Things have to slow down now. Poyo comes up to support his teammate. The scan comes out. They know where everyone's at. The med kit is there as well. Poyo, the perfect partner in crime for what is unfolding here right now.
Δεν έχω ξαναδεί πιο ωραίο τελικό. Απλά νίκη σαν τόπο, μάλλακα. Δεν μπορώ, δεν ξέρω τι να πω. Unlosable, πιστεύω.
What they lost as far as health is concerned.
Knock.
Peterbot's already
GG.
got one knock onto Trulex. It's just Chicho standing between them at this point. And Peterbot finds his third victory royale on the day. But most importantly of all, a global championship.
The undisputed 20.
Ένα χειροκρότημα για τους νικητές, τους World Champions αυτή τη στιγμή. Ένα kappa points, ο Χριστός και η Παναγία. They did it again. They did it again. They did it again. Όλοι like και subscribe αυτήν τη στιγμή που μιλάμε. Let's go, baby. Θέλω όλοι αυτή τη στιγμή να κάνετε ένα like και ένα subscribe. Επίσης, στο τέλος του FNCS Global. Let's go. Let's go. Θα έχει και ένα announcement, οπότε περιμένουμε. Let's fucking go, ρε, bro.
Congratulations, come this way, guys. Come and stand in front of me. Bring the trophy with you. Come and stand just here, fellas. Bring that trophy, because it is very much all yours. Wow. You've done it.
Ο Πόγιο δεν λέει fuck it, θα στο κάνεις ο Peter Bot.
Peterbot, I'm going to come to you first. How does it feel to officially confirm global champion?
It means the world to me. I mean, we knew we were going to win coming into it, and we're the best duo in the world.
Poyo, the trophy is yours. It has been an incredible year. Tell us exactly what's going through your mind right now as well.
I mean, this is amazing. Like, we got second the first major, and then win. Just 3P.
We heard you earlier on in the comms say, greatest in the world, baby. Is that what it feels like right now? You've proved it on this main stage.
Yeah, we are the greatest in the world. I will say that, for sure.
It's been an incredible 2020 for you guys. Back-to-back majors, the global championship as well. It feels unstoppable. How has your experience been this weekend? Everything play out as you planned? I mean, you came into it with such confidence, Poyo.
Yeah, I think we were gonna win. Like the first few games at the start of this day didn't go as like planned, but it ended up working in the end.
I'm going to ask as well here, you were really pushed to the limits there. You came in strong today. Bit more difficult, but you managed to ride through what the experience of this year and those major titles as well. That's really what feels like got you here as well, to confirm officially greatest in the world.
3P. We got a 3P now.
I'm going to ask one last time as well, for you guys, Poyo, what do you want to say to the fans out there? I mean, Fort Worth, make some noise one more time. The fans there, everyone watching at home. Anything you want to say to them down the camera right now, just say, what do you feel? You and Peterbot right here.
Thank you for everyone being here. My family's here as well. Thank you to them. Thank you for being here.
Peterbot.
Same for me.
One more time, Fort Worth, would you please put your hands together and give it up for your FNCS Global Champions 2024, Peterbot and Poyo!
Άρε μαλάκα, τι τραβάμε.
There you have it. After an unbelievable year, Peterbot, Poyo, from a record-setting major number 2 to the back
back-to-back champions coming in, defending titles.
Δεν ξέρει που πάει ο Πίτερ.
Here in Fort Worth, our global champions. Gentlemen, take a deep breath.
I don't need a deep breath.
You don't need a deep breath. I love it. Guys, I want you to just bask in that for a moment. You've done it. You set an unbelievable record in Major 2. You back-to-back in Major 3. And then you take it that one step further. A global championship title.
Oh, bro, let's go, dude.
Pollo, you said you're here with your family. How does it feel, man, to know you're a
Δεν ξέρω πώς είναι. Είναι πολύ μικρός πάντως Meoi.
so hard all year long. Your family is here. NA is here with you. Fort Worth is here with you. Dig deep. Tell me, how does it feel?
Feels amazing. I mean, last year I didn't do like as good as I wanted, so now winning it feels even better. And then with the fans, my family being here, makes it even better.
Peterbot, same question, brother. Dig deep. Let me know. How's it feeling?
I mean, I have like 20 family members in the crowd right now.
Let's go.
Feels the world, you know what I'm saying?
Awesome stuff, guys. Listen, it's hard because
Απλά ξέρω να μιλάνε, τι του αερείς.
the entirety of the year, almost every single one that has ever exist. You guys got second.
Είναι 2-7, Τζέο.
National stage. I guess the question for me is, are your eyes or your goals set on anything else? Like, have you done it all? Do you want to go further? Do you want to just keep winning? Where are we going?
I mean, you can only just keep winning.
Peter?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think we're gonna win 3 out of 3 next year and win the globals next year too.
Wow.
Imagine that. Imagine that. Look, Pollo, you burst onto the scene last year. I remember you were trying out with Booga. Everyone said, "Who's this kid? Pollo, where's he come from?"
Μαλάκα, απλά στην μπούτσα του, bro. Δεν τον νοιάζει καν, ρε. Ξέρει ότι είναι ο καλύτερος και θα νικήσει όλα, ρε. Είναι έτσι. Έχει αυτό το attitude. Γι' αυτό δεν... Πω, μαλάκα.
Talk to me about how you've done that and advice you'd give to young up-and-coming talent who want to...
Για αυτούς ήταν πανεύκολο, bro.
Yeah, so I got a good teammate, Spinx. We ended up getting 3rd, 5th. We got a coach that really helped us. So from that, and then I played with Peter. So then we won. So to the people like out there that want to play, just play, like just play every day, and then just watch people, watch pros, watch your mistakes as well.
Guys, I want you to take a moment here. I just want you to just look around this stadium. Look at all of these fans standing up for you guys.
Πού είναι, ρε μαλάκα. Πιο πολύ είναι στο stream τώρα παρά και όχι, ρε, εντάξει. Sorry, σταματώ.
To the fans at home who are watching and want to aspire to do what you do, who are literally yelling your name the same way these fans here have been yelling.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It's home court advantage. The fans, you guys are amazing, and I appreciate all you guys for coming out and watching.
Oh, yeah.
Same thing.
Absolutely fantastic. Fort Worth, one more time, give it up for your global champion.
Ναι, μια τα έχουν αυτά, οπότε...
Guys, thank you so much. Grab your trophy, get out of here, go celebrate. We'll take those headsets from you.
Congrats, bro.
Hey.
That's right, go on. One more time, Dickies Arena, let them hear it! Man, Vivid, Levin, what do we even say? What else could we say about this duo? They have not allowed us to talk about anybody else. We've tried. We have tried. And yet every step of the way have stolen the spotlight. And now they walk away as global champions.
I mean, being closely associated
Απλά
with
πες
the
μας το
NA
announcement,
and
bro.
CS
We
throughout
beg.
the year, there were doubts every single
Πριν μου κλείσει το ίντερνετ, σε παρακαλώ, αδερφέ, όλο το ρεύμα, σε παρακαλώ.
but every single
Τσατάρα, θέλω κάνετε όλοι like πριν κλείσει το ρέπα μου, please. Please να φτάσουμε 2.250 likes και subscribe όλοι. Για 2.300. Ψολάδες μου. Ευχαριστώ κάθε ένα που έχει κάνει like, subscribe σήμερα, μαλάκες. Much love σε όλους που σαπορτάρετε έτσι το στριμάκι, boys. Love, 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 love.
Forget about that. They are the best team of all time. There has never been a duo this good. Speaking of individuals, of course, the big man Skinny P. There has never been a player that good. Nobody has reached the levels he has shown us this weekend. The way he played, I don't know if anybody ever will. This guy is a different gravy. This duo is a different level. And I can't wait to see what the future holds for them, man. This is special.
Just to think as well, I mean, Peterbot, it's crazy to think about it, you know. He is just this star, but behind every star, there's always that player to help him shine brighter. Poyo, it didn't matter the situation, he was always right there with Peterbot.
Για να κάνετε achieve κάτι στη ζωή σας, πρέπει να, γενικά, αν θες να κάνεις κάτι achieve, πρέπει να χάσεις κάτι από κάπου αλλού. Ωραία. Ο Peterbot και ο Poyo είναι η έννοια του, είναι μέσα στο σπίτι τους, γκραϊντάρουν Fortnite, είναι οι καλύτεροι παίχτες σε όλο τον κόσμο, όλο αυτόν τον καιρό τέλος πάντων του Fortnite. It's okay, ρε bro. GG's.
Honestly, these guys are the blueprint going forward. I think everybody
είναι λογικό να μην έχουν social skills. Οι μόνες συνομιλίες που έχουν bro είναι μέσω του Discord, ρε φίλε. Καλά και αυτό, τα λεφτά που βγάζουν οι μάγκες αυτοί, να ξέρετε, αυτόν τον χρόνο έχουν βγει δεύτερη, πρώτη. Δεύτερη, πρώτη. Και έχουν νικήσει σχεδόν τα μισά κάσκαπ του NA.
Oh, Chili's fishy, bro. This kid was the cracked one.
NA on top.
I think he...
What do you got to say about that, big man?
Hey, man, 2024 has been NA's year. Absolutely. And I mean, no better duo you could have had than this one to be leading the charge for your region. I want to say a big props, of course. Everyone's going to, you know, give Peterbot and Poyo the praise. Absolutely. They deserve it. A lot of people expected it to be a blowout coming into the Global Championships of how good they've been. For Quezy and Thomas to have pushed it to the limit, honestly, I can't even believe Thomas has come second again. You know, Quezy on the global stage to come second again, it hurts. It hurts me. It will hurt them, but props to them for just how good they've been and at least pushing us to the final game.
Smoky ο καθένας ό,τι θέλει, ρε φίλε.
Δεν ξέρω. Never expected to happen. So props to them and the rest of the EU boys filling up that top 6. The rest of the EU boys filling up that top 6. Super impressed by all of them.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously have to give Quezy Thomas.
Ξεκάθαρα δεν είναι κακά τα 300 κάπα.
Duo. The moment Peterbot and Poyo started to pull away,
δες τον Thomas, ρε, λέει πάλι δεύτερος.
And it came down to the wire there. If their loadout had been just a little bit different, this could have been just infinitely changed. To see, you know, obviously, Viv, I would have loved to see just like Invitational, and he knew what he was doing, but still, to have just an amazing run. And of course, $300,000 there to the duo for coming in second place. Once again, life-changing amounts of money. You have to be proud of this duo.
Yeah, I mean, I can almost guarantee you that they're going to be heartbroken, even though second place is incredible. And we do have to point out the fact that, yeah, we came into day number 2, or maybe even the global championships as a whole, being like Peterbot and Poyo, they're going to run away with it. It's not even going to be close. But Quezy and Thomas, they gave us that race. They were very, very close. They were applying the pressure to Peterbot and Poyo, and that alone deserves its own recognition.
Look, I've been handing out flowers just now. I'm going to hand out some more flowers. I just got up on that stage a second ago and was talking about moments, right? One of the moments I mentioned involves Quezy 2 years ago at the Invitational. He is now a part of, again, one of the best moments we have had in Fortnite history. This is the best IGL of all time, the greatest IGL of all time. Again, he might not be happy hearing that. Now all he would have been caring about is the chip, winning the championship. But give Quezy his flowers. GOAT status.
That's right. I mean, and of course, just a massive reminder, these are the 50 best duos in the world for Fortnite. If your favorite duo maybe did not, you know, win or walk away into placement that even they thought was worthy of winning or walking away, please go find them on socials. Go send them love. They are one of the 50 best duos in the world. And they competed and left everything on that stage for you at home, for everyone here in this arena, and for Fortnite history.
It's been an incredible year. 2024 closes out with a bang. Global Championship delivered. We were jumping up here on the stage. We were screaming. There's probably been some voices lost throughout the arena. Shout out to the Fortnite fam and a big shout out to the competitors for keeping it clean throughout 12 games. You guys delivered. Thank you for the show, and one big congratulations to Peterbot and Pollo.
Got to echo what Vivid said there, man. Put it perfectly. This has been one of my favorite events of all time. It's been special. I can't wait for what the future holds. For all of these players walking off the stage now, they've been great. I hope to see all of them back in the future.
That's right. Fortnite fam, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for allowing us to live this crazy dream of bringing 50 duos from around the world to compete for a title of global champions. It has been an honor and a pleasure. I look forward to hanging out with you more in 2025. From these fantastic people, from Mini Miner, from Kelly Link, from Monster D-Face, from the Best Taco, and Adam Savage.
Πες κάτι, bro, please, σε παρακαλώ, πες κάτι.
In 2025. Until then, we love you. Keep yourself safe. And we'll see you on that battle bus.
Keep yourself safe. Αυτό ακριβώς. Μαλάκα. Μπρο, στορκίζομαι. Έκανε tweet ο πουτάνας γιος ο χοντρός ο Boop και λέει announcement at the end of the τέτοιο. Ρε, θα σας γαμίσω όλους, ρε. Πω, πάω να τον βρίσω τώρα. Βασικά, να μην τον βρίσω, λέω. Το χοντρό Boop. Πω, μαλάκα, με τίλταρε πολύ άσχημα, μπρο. No announcement. Might just kiss myself, μαλάκα, αλήθεια. Να πέφτε το ίντερνετ καλύτερα. Να τον βρίσω το χοντρό. Πες μου. Έλα ρε χοντρό, πού είσαι? There will be an announcement after the end of globals today. Oh baby. Σκάτω. Bastard. Where is the announcement, fat fuck? Έτσι, όχι ρε, εντάξει, δεν το λέω.
Wait, I'm sorry, step back. Did you say trios? We're
Trios!
going back to trios?
Trios!
Yeah. Did you say Siphon?
Siphon! Ah! Trios με Siphon, bro! Trios με Siphon! Γι' αυτό παίζω Fortnite, ρε μαλάκες. Γι' αυτό παίζω Fortnite, ρε μαλάκες. Τρίος με Siphon. Θα τον παίξω. Θα τον παίξω on stream, ρε στην πούτσα μου, τον παίζω τώρα. Όχι, εντάξει, σταματώ. Μαλάκα, τι λες, μπρο. Oh my fucking god, ρε μαλάκα, αλήθεια. Τι ωραία που είναι η ζωή, μπρο. Τρίος 2025. Μαλάκες, αλήθεια τώρα, μπρο, δεν... Τι άλλο να πω, ρε μαλάκα, αλήθεια. Τρίος 2025 μέσα. Όλα είναι ό,τι καλύτερο, μπρο. Είναι ό,τι καλύτερο, μπρο. Αλλά ποιο θα είναι το τρίο μου τώρα? Who is gonna be my trio? Tweet. Να δούμε tweet. Heard you want the 2025 FNCS announcement. Here it is. Τρίος. 8 εκατομμύρια FNCS prize pool. Siphon trials in series to test version of Siphon for its return in competitive. We'll have more information. Ναι ρε πούστη. Ναι ρε πούστη. Ναι ρε πούστη. Ναι ρε χάμω της μάνας σας ρε. Μπράβο ρε Fortnite. Επιτέλους ρε μαλακά. I used to pray for a moment like this ρε φίλε. Κάτσε κάνω κι εγώ ένα tweet από τη χαρά μου ρε φίλε τώρα. Περίμενε. Retweet. Repost. Όπα, όχι repost. Quote. I used to pray for moments like this. Post. Πόρε πούστη. Μάλακα, επιτέλους, από τα προηγούμενα 2 χρόνια σκατάς, θα έχουμε απλά ένα πολύ όμορφο, πάρα πολύ ωραίο, πάρα πολύ watchable, πάρα πολύ fun, πάρα πολύ χιστικό, ξεφτυλιστικό, χιστικό, μπαστάρδικο, ωραίο Fortnite, bro. Δεν με νοιάζει, ρε μαλάκες, εσείς που γράφετε 8 million prize pool. Με κοιτάτε, περιμένετε λίγο, θέλω να σας δω λίγο καλά γιατί είσαστε λίγο αστείοι. Εσείς που λέτε 8 million prize pool, ρε παλικάρια μου. Θα παίζετε για τα λεφτά, θα βγάλετε φράγκα από το FNCS ή θα σας δω globals. Μαγκές, 8 million prize pool. Δεν σας φανεί. Άντε ρε γαμηθείτε μαλάκες που θα θέλετε και τα λεφτά εσείς μαλάκα. Κάντε κουάλο Όπα. Τι έγινε μαγκή στο πουλί μου. 1, 2. Ποπ. Ναι. Δεν κάνετε κουάλο όπελς και θέλετε και 8 million prize pool. Μαλάκες μας. Μου λέει 8 million prize pool. Ας έχει και 1 εκατομμύριο. Στα παπάρια μου μπρο. Στα παπάρια μου μπρο. Θέλω να παίξω Fortnite τώρα μπρο. At this point θέλω να παίξω Fortnite, bro. At this point θέλω να παίξω Fortnite, bro. Και ξαναλέω, ο λόγος που δεν παράτησα τίποτα είναι αυτό το σημείο εδώ. Ο λόγος που δεν σταμάτησα να παίζω Fortnite από το 2021 που ήταν στα τελειώματά του, όχι 21, 22, 23, 22. Από το 2022 είναι αυτός ο μπάσταρδος λόγος. Ο λόγος ο οποίος δεν σταμάτησα να παίζω Fortnite είναι αυτός εδώ πέρα. Αυτή η στιγμή που ζω τώρα. Είμαι υπερβολικά χαρούμενος και χιστικός με το να σας κάνω κι εγώ ένα announcement ότι θα παίζω σίγουρα μέχρι το 2025 τέλη Fortnite competitive ακόμα. Another year of chillis competitive Fortnite, baby. Let's fucking go! Γέρας αστείο και υπεριστέρης. Earnings check, PR check, money check. Τα άλλα δεν τα λέω. Θα τα αφήσω να μιλήσουν μόνα τους. Λοιπόν, τσατάρα μου, σας αγαπώ όλους. Θα μου πέσει το ίντερνετ τώρα. Much love σε όλα τα πατσάνια, αλάνια, ψολάδες, αρχίδια μουνόπανα που μπήκαν στο στριμάκι. Πατήσανε like, subscribe. Τα έχετε πραγματικά γαμίσει. Είσαστε insane. Συνεχίζουμε. Δεν καταλαβαίνετε πώς συνεχίζουμε, bro. Συνεχίζουμε ασταμάτητα το grind. Δεν σταματάει, δηλαδή φάση θα είμαστε 24/7 live, 24/7 videos, 24/7 Fortnite, κουλουπού. Και θα τα πούμε στο Twitch. Τώρα θα κάνω stream στο Twitch, μαγκίες να ξέρετε, X-Defiant. Όποιος θέλει να παρακολουθήσει, να συνεχίσει να παρακολουθεί. Ευχαριστούμε για όλα τα subscribes, ξαναλέω, για τα likes, για τα donates, για τα members. Γεια μου, σε ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ αδερφέ για τα 6 ευρώ. Θα τα πούμε πάλι αύριο εμείς, solo cash caps από το Middle East μέχρι το NA. Μέχρι τότε, stream Twitch τώρα σε περίπου 5-10 λεπτά. Αν μου πέσει το ίντερνετ, μου πέσε. Λοιπόν, φιλάκια πολλά τσατάρα μου, σας αγαπώ όλους ρε. Love, 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 love. Τα λέμε στο Twitch, μαγκές. Μπείτε στο Twitch όλοι όσοι θέλετε να δείτε X-Defiant Chili. Εντάξει. Good night στους υπόλοιπους. Καλή Δευτέρα να έχετε, μαγκές. Σας αγαπώ, φιλάκια πολλά, τσατάρα μου. Love, love, love.